They said there was a treasure on the island. Its location, known only to the dead. I could see it in my dreams. How was I supposed to know that in order to find it, I'd have to die too?
Well, I think you're a fool. Everyone on Devil's Rock knows what happened to that house. Over 30 years it stood empty now. Locals won't go near it. I say all it contains now is dust, cobwebs, and bad luck.
I don't have time for ghost stories.
Then what do you want with it?
33 years ago, the Belmore Trading Company was wound up and absorbed by the state. The owner's dead, the heir nowhere to be found. Money was missing from the company accounts, and it's still unaccounted for. I'm here to find it.
So you're a treasure hunter?
Not quite. I'm an auditor.
An auditor? Records, taxes, all that stuff?
Think of me as the adventurer of the accounts book. But on this case, I'm out of office and on location. At 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, the state's claim on that money lapses for good along with my commission. So I've got one night to find it. I'm overdue for a meeting with the parish comptroller to reopen the case.
The comptroller you're meeting wouldn't happen to be Theodore Grimes, would it?
Yes, I believe it is.
Would be hard to convince him, I'd say.
Why's that? I'm a good talker.
He died about 4 days ago. I'd wager he's waiting to be buried in St. Juniper Cemetery, stiff as a board.
Okay, that might be tricky. Talking to the dead isn't quite within my skill set.
Remember what I said about that house and bad luck?
My bad luck started long before that house. It's a 3-day journey to get here, and it took me 7. And ever since my suitcase got dropped overboard on the steamer, all I have to my name is a pocket watch, a magazine, and $1.
Less than $1, actually. You owe me for the taxi ride.
It was the magazine where I'd first read about the Belmore treasure. Now I was going to find out if it was more than just a ghost story. It was the magazine. It was the pocket watch I'd been given when I reached 5 years as an auditor. I didn't know whether it was to celebrate the fact or rub it in. It was the only dollar I had left after traveling to Devil's Rock. The taxi driver's small eyes peered expectantly over his flushed cheeks. He looked like a balloon animal that had been overinflated. The taxi driver was the type to prefer payment over conversation.
And here's your change.
Didn't you say you'd take me into town?
You can walk from here. No one with any sense would go further onto this island at night. And remember, the tide's coming in. Within the hour, you'll be cut off from the mainland until tomorrow.
That suits me. I took the pocket watch out of my vest and clicked open the cover. I've got 13 hours to find $13 million.
Unlucky for some, but if you're really dead set on it, here's a tip. Go find the Spirit Queen.
The Spirit Queen? Who is that?
I think you'll find you mean, what's that? Good luck, Murphy McAllen.
Walking into the port town of Deadnettle, I could sense its history in every stone, brick, and plank. Echoes of merchant ships loading and unloading all manner of cargo from expeditions throughout the Caribbean. Gold and treasure that may still lie hidden on the island. It was the change the taxi driver had given me from our drive across the causeway, a dime and a penny. The door was locked with a sign in the window saying, "Closed for private appointment, reopening shortly." I could see 2 gentlemen inside the store. A spindly man with a wiry mustache had his face pressed against a display cabinet, while a diminutive older gentleman tried desperately to pull him away. I'd seen similar behavior in Laurel and Hardy pictures. It was the door to a jewelry store named Doubloon's Jewelry.
Slap meat with a paddle. It's a Whopper. Well, blast my barnacles. That's the 3rd one tonight. These fish sure must have been spooked by something.
The sign read, "The Fantastic Fantocchio Brothers will be performing tonight. All ages welcome. Tips welcome even more." A paper sign hung on the front of the theater. One side displayed the flair and fanciness of a person skilled with a fountain pen. The other side revealed it had been written on the back of a cut-up cereal box. Set up on the seafront was an elaborate carved wood puppet theater with Pulcinella painted across the top. The puppet show hadn't started yet. The ladder was covered in rust from the salty sea air, barely hanging on to the crumbling masonry. I had heard of the medical benefits of open-air night swimming. To my mind, the only medical benefit was diagnosing insanity in the people willing to do it. The decorative iron gate was closed with a secure lock. I shook the gate, but it wasn't going to open. Down the passageway, I could make out a portion of an illuminated courtyard and the echoing trickle of a fountain. A faded poster had been pasted on the wall of the alcove. It had clearly been there for years. The poster advertised billiards at the Captain's Club, with 3 billiard balls and 2 cues framing a cube of billiard chalk. The tip of a wooden boat poked above the water, clearly the remains of a rather unfortunate expedition. I thought better of swimming out to the wreck. As best as I could tell, all it contained was dock mud and the future promise of an antibiotics prescription. Shirts, socks, and oversized underwear had been left out to dry overnight. The clothesline was decidedly out of reach, even for a person who wanted to steal someone's freshly laundered undergarments. I wasn't one of those people. A notice board stood outside the newspaper office, containing a mixture of advertisements and front pages from previous issues. Of all of the papers pinned to the board, one article stood out to me. It showed the beaming face of a rotund fisherman on the docks with a headline declaring he'd just broken the island's heaviest catch record. Of all of the papers, it showed the beaming... The door led into a building that had Juniper Parish Gazette painted on the side. It was the door to a newspaper office. A note on the door said, "Out on a scoop. Back later." It was a telegraph mast, with cables radiating outwards to the buildings surrounding it. I wasn't going to climb the mast. I had neither the proficiency with electrical equipment nor the desire to get electrocuted. It was a billboard advertising Bloom's Canned Beef. Of all the ways to eat beef, the canned form was definitely at the bottom of my list of preferences. The billboard poster was peeling away to reveal layers of advertisements underneath, like some sort of consumeristic onion. A fishing net had been stretched between 2 poles to dry, and then clearly forgotten about. The fishing net was worn and useless. Using it would have been like trying to catch soup with a sieve. The fisherman sat on the edge of the dock looking as content as a cat with a can of tuna, and with the same smell, too. Are the fish biting?
Not so well today, to tell the truth. That was the first nibble in hours. I'm Ned Kipps, by the way. I haven't seen you around here before.
I'm here because I have a very important job on this island. A calling that only I can fulfill. Dark secrets that I need to uncover.
Oh, you're a tourist. Now, why on earth would you choose Devil's Rock as the place to vacation?
I must have done something to upset my travel agent. The name's Murphy McCallan.
Nice to meet you, Mac. Not peckish, are you? You can help yourself to what I got here in my bucket if you like.
Oh, thanks. My expectations of a local seafood delicacy quickly unraveled when I plunged my hands into what felt like lumpy jelly. Ugh! It was a handful of fish guts.
Ha! That's the best bait you get around here. They smell pretty bad, but the critters on this island love them. Who would have known they're good at suckering in tourists, too?
Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
Heard of her? Sure, but I wouldn't be heading out into the bayou at this time of night.
If she's out there, that's where I need to go.
Murphy, the bayou's dangerous. It's not the kind of place you want to go alone.
I'll be careful.
Well, if you're set on it, just take the western route out of town, left at Pimlico Rock, then right on into the bayou. Without dark it gets in there, you'll see the lights guiding you the last stretch of the way. Just make sure the gators don't get too attached to you.
What's life like in Dead Nettle?
Well, it's not the hustle and bustle it used to be, but it suits me just fine. The ships just don't come through Dead Nettle anymore. Not since the disappearance.
You must have been talking about the Belmore wedding. The locals actually believed the story. Have you ever considered moving to the mainland?
Nah, I wouldn't like it over there. Crazies, oddballs, crackpots. The mainland doesn't have any of them.
What's that you're reading?
This is Herman Melville's Moby Dick.
Are you enjoying it?
I'm struggling my way through it, to be honest. I thought it was a how-to book. I much preferred the last book I read. It was much more action-packed.
What book was that?
The Encyclopedia of Fishing Lures, 3rd edition.
I'm going to get back to exploring the island.
I wouldn't go looking for it if I were you, you know.
Excuse me?
The folks this island gets now either seem to be looking for something or running away from something. You look like you're doing both. You got your eye on that Belmore treasure, and I wouldn't be doing right by you if I didn't warn you to stay away from it. I know this island has a reputation for the macabre, and it's all fun and games in the beginning, but dig too deep, and you end up in a place you don't want to be.
What makes you think I... Ned looked at me in a way that told me my playing innocent wasn't going to work. Okay, that's right, but I'm not a grave robber. I'm an auditor, contracted by the state.
It don't matter what your reasons are, Mac. You need to be careful with that house. Us locals, we don't go anywhere near it.
I appreciate the concern, but who can really say they've seen a ghost?
I have, Murphy, and I'm not the only one. Ever since the disappearance, anyone brave or foolish enough to go up to their house has seen the same thing. You might say it was moonlight shimmering off dusty glass, the shadow of a tree branch, or a curtain blown by an unseen breeze. But deep down, we all know what we saw.
What did you see?
The Phantom. It's not something anyone will forget. Every poor soul who's seen the Phantom has been plagued by the most awful experience. Night after night of endless nightmares. Months of restless sleep. Just visions of faces. Evil faces. Laughing. It's like it can infect your dreams.
And who do you think the Phantom is? Or was?
Nobody knows. But it must have been someone at that awful wedding. Someone who doesn't want to leave the house. Or doesn't want to let anyone in.
I appreciate your concern, but I have a job to do. I don't think my boss would be too happy if I report back that ghosts and ghouls are what's standing in my way.
You're not the first to come looking for the treasure, you know.
But if I find it, I could be the last.
Whether you find it or not, I hope that's true. For everyone's sake.
Ned's talk of nightmares was the last thing I needed to be worried about. Even if it was a job, ever since I read about the Belmore treasure, all I could do was dream about finding it. As I returned to the beach, I could see the causeway was now fully flooded over by the rising tide. I was trapped here until dawn. With the high tide, the entirety of the causeway was now covered over by water. Only the guideposts peeking above the waves gave any hint of the road below that had brought me to the island. There would be no way to cross the causeway back to the mainland until the tide had gone down. The beach was dotted by tide pools, partly filled with seawater. I peered into the tide pools, but all I could see was pebbles, sand, and seaweed. A little girl sat hunched over a tide pool, accessorizing her pretty dress and ribboned hair with a scowl as cold as an iceberg. It was the face that could sink 1,000 ships. A helium-filled balloon bobbed gently in the breeze. A tin boat puttered around the tide pool, watched unenthusiastically by the little girl. Despite the little girl's disparaging look at her tiny toy, I doubted she'd be okay with me commandeering it. It was a handful of fish guts so odoriferous they made my eyes water. I didn't want to take the little girl's balloon from her. Her brooding face made it more than clear that it wouldn't be a good idea to get on her bad side. Hello? Little girl? Have you lost your mommy and daddy? It's late, there could be a lot of strange people around.
Yeah, I think I'm talking to one.
Maybe I should introduce myself. My name's Murphy McCallan. What's yours?
Mallory Wisp. Angel on the outside, Malevolent force of disparagement, derision, and disorder on the inside. At least, that's what Mrs. Huxley wrote in my school report. Hey, do you know what an enfant terrible is?
Do your parents know you're here?
Of course they do. This is my happy place. I come here when I need to cheer up.
What's got you down?
It's my birthday, and I didn't get the present I wanted.
Well, happy birthday. Is being out here helping?
A little. It's a nice place to plot my revenge.
This doesn't sound like an appropriate way for a little girl to spend her time.
Little girl? Little girl? What am I supposed to like? Posies and princesses? Tiaras and tea parties? Those are not my thing.
How are you planning on getting revenge?
I'm not sure. Currently, I'm at the plotting and ruminating stage of my plan.
What are you plotting and ruminating about?
How things would be different if I was in charge of the world. We had a school project last week. What we want to be when we grow up. Mildred wanted to be a baker. Bobby wanted to be a firefighter.
What did you want to be?
Queen of the universe.
I guess no one can accuse you of lacking ambition. Do you think you could fix the world's problems and make the world a better place if you were in charge?
Oh, absolutely not. It would be far worse. My patience is worn so thin with all the idiots around me. I don't know if it would be wise for me to wield that much power. You to the dungeons! You to the torture room! It would be very cathartic for me, though.
Shouldn't you be heading home?
I'm in trouble at home. Mrs. Huxley held me back for detention yesterday. Again.
What did you do?
I convinced 3/4 of the class to sign over their eternal souls to me in exchange for some jelly beans. Third graders are remarkably easy to manipulate with a bag of candy and a little peer pressure.
Why did you do that?
You've got to speculate to accumulate.
Why did you want their souls? What use do you have for them?
Just making sure I'm prepared. And that's just step one.
I didn't dare ask what she was preparing for. Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
Look, if Maury put you up to this, you can tell him that I have no intention of going anywhere near his big, boring boat again. And anyway, those skulls look better with a little lipstick on them. I even made some cowrie necklaces for them, but nope, if we have a skeletal uprising, they're just going to have to maraud without being dolled up. And they'll have to take it up with Maury.
Who's Moray?
Nope, not falling for it.
Do you like living on Devil's Rock?
This island is cut off from society, an isolated microcosm of the dark and macabre. If I'm honest, it fits me quite nicely. Lots of places to explore, too, when I'm not banned from them.
Where are you banned from?
Where am I not? The Captain's Club wouldn't let me in after I declared a mutiny. The lady at the newspaper office kicked me out when I tried selling stories about a zombie uprising. The witch doctor in the bayou threatened to hex me if I didn't stop sneaking on board and borrowing his toys. And the gravedigger banned me from the cemetery when I played a teensy little practical joke.
What did you do?
I convinced him the stiff he'd buried was still alive. People are so antisocial around here.
What present did you want for your birthday?
A doll?
A doll?
What's wrong with wanting a doll?
Nothing. I just didn't expect it. It doesn't quite fit with your whole aura.
I'm still a little girl. I don't have to defy all your stereotypes. Instead, I get this stupid tin boat. I know Sebastian's got something to do with it, too. He was all over the tin boat when I showed him my toy catalog from Mulligan's.
Is he one of your friends?
Not in a million years. You can see right through him.
I better get going.
I wouldn't walk across the beach again if I were you. This beach is covered in quicksand. I can hop along the surface, but with your weight, you'll be sucked down like a noodle.
Oh no. Really? This beach has quicksand?
Nah, I'm just messing with you. Tourists.
I did her brooding, despite the little... That didn't work. It was the door to a new... After what felt like miles, the eerie darkness of the bayou gave way to the soft orange glow of a gas lamp. And beyond it, the last thing I expected to find in the heart of the swamp. Hand-painted lettering on the side of a paddle wheel revealed the Spirit Queen wasn't a person, it was a riverboat. Its hull sagged, the wood swollen and split from years in the swamp. Peeling paint curled like dead skin, and what remained of its once grand decks now tilted and crooked. It looked like a wedding cake that had been left to rot. It was the kind of water that made you question every ripple. Was it the breeze or something hungry? I may have been new to the bayou, but even I knew that plunging my hand into alligator-infested waters wasn't a good idea. It was an aging water tower used to replenish the steam engine aboard the riverboat. I considered climbing the water tower, but I couldn't imagine what I'd find at the top other than stagnant, moldy water. And there was plenty of that in the bayou already. A hand-painted wooden sign was nailed precariously to the front of the shack. The sign read Dockmaster. Presumably, this little shack was where documents and licenses pertaining to the riverboat's operation were stored. The glass of the window was so thick with dust and grime I couldn't see through it. The damp air of the bayou had swelled the window in its frame. It would need more force than my bare hands could supply to open it. The wooden shack had a single door. From the I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. The wooden shack had a single door. From the moss growing on it, it looked like it hadn't been used for years. A shrunken head dangled from the lamppost, a macabre shop sign for the riverboat beyond. As I took the shrunken head from the sign, it almost seemed to grin at me. Creepy. A swiveling wooden crane used to load up cargo in days gone by stood halfway along the jetty. A swiveling wooden crane used to... I couldn't do that. It was a shrunken head with wispy white... I couldn't do that. I needed to think of something else. A fierce-looking alligator blocked my way along the jetty. A broken chain hung from its neck like a leash, but this creature definitely wasn't under control. Its milky eyes stared past me, but I could tell from the way it shifted, the way its nostrils flared, that it knew exactly where I was. Whoa! The alligator snapped at me like a sprung trap, giving me more than enough reason to stay well away from those teeth. If I wanted to get across the jetty, I needed to make sure the alligator wasn't on it. It was a shrunken head with wispy white hair and tightly... The shrunken head was already disturbing enough without shoving rotting seafood inside it. Nope. I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work. Once the riverboat would have been a symbol of opulence and decadence. Now it looked plain sinister. Hello again, Mallory. You snuck on board the Spirit Queen? You got past the alligator?
Oh yeah, Mephistopheles is a big softie. I think think he likes the smell of rotting fish in my hair. My dad works the trawlers. Our entire house stinks like the inside of a humpback whale.
If you're not happy with your tin boat, could I have it?
I'll tell you what. I'll trade you my boat for your soul. I'm just kidding. Your soul can't be worth diddly squat. But I would like a doll.
I better get going.
See ya.
I didn't. Her brooding. How would you like to trade your tin boat for this?
A doll?
At least the head of one.
Deal! Oh, I'll hug him and kiss him and conquer the world with him.
Hard to starboard, little boat. Prepare to weigh anchor. She seemed busy. I did her brood. I peered into the tide. It was a toy boat made of tin, with a motor you could wind up so it puttered around in the water. I packed the fish guts into the tin boat. It was the smelliest little ship to sail the 7 seas. It was a tin boat that I'd filled up with fish guts.
Mr. McAllen,
Yes? How do you know my name?
it's a work assignment that brings you to the island. Am I right?
She began staring at me with intense, hypnotic eyes. Disguised within her tailored outfit and tortoiseshell spectacles, she had the crazed look of someone not entirely in touch with reality. That's right.
An auditing job.
Eyes that looked like she was reading my very thoughts. Yes?
And you're late. Days late.
I was beginning to panic. Ned had warned me about the supernatural on this island. Was this person standing in front of me equipped with psychic powers that could read my very thoughts? How do you know all this? Are you the witch doctor?
The witch doctor? No! It was written on this telegram that came in for you. It came through a few days ago now. Your boss isn't too happy by the looks of it. Bill Bolam, the taxi driver, telephoned and said I'd find you out here.
You're reading my telegrams?
I'm a newspaper reporter. It's one of the best ways to get a good story. Now, do you want it or not?
If you wouldn't mind.
McAllen, you're late reporting in. I don't remember authorizing the reopening of a cold case, but you better make sure it pays off, or you'll be swapping desks back to the mailroom. Sid Sinclair, Sinclair Auditing Company.
Do you want to send a reply?
What was there to say? My only contact was going to be pushing up daisies by morning, and my one lead was the magazine I'd been carrying with me since heading out. Before I checked in with my boss, I needed some progress to report badly. You know, for now I'll just leave it.
Suit yourself. Sounds like you're up to some fun on the island, Murphy. Be a sweetie and keep me updated so I have something to write about, won't you?
She didn't even wait for a reply before she started striding back through the bayou. She hadn't taken a single thing from me, and yet somehow, I still felt like I'd just been mugged. It was the telegram from my boss.
McAllen, I don't remember Sid Sinclair.
Perhaps this would attract the gator's attention. The hulking mass of scales and muscles lumbered to the edge of the jetty and dangled its toothy jaws over the side, its nostrils flickering at each waft of fish guts. The gator had clambered to the edge of the jetty, dangling its snout towards the bayou below. The temptation to push the alligator into the bayou was building, but one wrong move while I was near it, and I'd definitely come off worse. Ready? Aim. With a splash that would be the envy of any cannonballing kid at a pool party, the irritable reptile disappeared into the murky bayou. I just hoped it didn't hold a grudge. A taxidermied fish was mounted on a board surrounded by a gold frame. It was a large paddle wheel used to propel the ship, unused for years by the looks of it. The writing on the paddle wheel said in fancy painted letters, "The Spirit Queen." The taxidermied fish looked like it was barely hanging on to the rotting wooden frame. Deciding it would be better coming with me, I picked it up. And in doing so, tore a long hole in its previously stitched up seam. The plaque read, "My beloved Bernie, heartfelt wishes, now you sleep with the fishes."
Spirits and specters from realms yet unknown, guide to me the wanderer who searches alone. Welcome, Murphy McCallan.
How do you know my name? Have you been reading my telegrams too?
I have no need for such trivial paperwork. I have eyes all over this island. Now it's time for me to see you for myself. Come, step into the light. I know a lot about you, Murphy. Unknown parents, a childhood spent in orphanages. I know things about you even you don't know.
How do you know all that?
My name is Dr. Morey. I am a conjurer, a shadow man, a controller of spirits that balance the line between life and death. And those spirits whisper to me. But for now, it's your time to talk, Murphy. Tell me why you've come to my humble abode.
I've been told you could help me.
That depends on what you seek.
I kept telling myself that the doctor's theatrics didn't convince me, that there must have been a logical reason why he knew what he did, but with how skittish the locals were, humoring him seemed like my only chance of learning more. I'm looking for the $13 million that went missing from the Belmore accounts. I'm an auditor in the company I work for.
Murphy, do you take me for a fool? I know what your mind sees when your eyes are closed. Tell me, Murphy, what do you dream of?
I dream about finding the lost treasure of Belmore Manor.
I see that spirit within you, hungering for more than an auditor's life. And I know you've dreamed about that treasure every night since you first read the story. Tell me I'm not right.
It's like the treasure is calling out for me to find it.
Many have sought the lost treasure of Belmore Manor. All have failed. Some, it is said, have perished in the process. Do you know what happened at Belmore Manor all those years ago?
The ghost story? I've read it, but I don't know how much of it is really true.
All of it. Dark magic runs throughout Belmore Manor. The house was built by the Belmore brothers, 3 merchants from England, who made their fortune trading across the Caribbean. Xavier Belmore, an explorer. Yardley Belmore, an actor. And Cecil Belmore, a scientist. Their parents dead for many years, they each loved and cared for their young sister, Abigail. Abigail met a young sailor who worked aboard her brother's ships, and in less than a year, he proposed. The engagement was a scandal. Despite having the pick of any eligible bachelor in high society, her hand and her share of the Belmore fortune was to go to a commoner. Because of their unconditional love for their young sister, the Belmore brothers sanctioned the union. But people began to wonder if Abigail was being locked into marriage, whether by blackmail or black magic. The 3 proud brothers planned a grand wedding, but in the months leading up to it, one by one, each of the brothers was lost, presumed dead. And yet the wedding was still to go ahead. And with Abigail set to inherit the entire Belmore fortune once she came of age, people began to wonder whether the sailor was not a perpetrator, but a pawn. On the morning of the wedding, Abigail summoned the sailor to her chambers. "I don't love you," Abigail declared. "I never loved you." And before the guests gathered in the house, Abigail declared that she would marry another on that same evening. John Rackham, first officer of the Belmore Trading Company, would be her new groom. Except that didn't happen. That night, everyone in the house suddenly and mysteriously vanished. Perhaps it was the last revenge of the scorned sailor. In the house that night was a heart that would be broken, a victim who would be tricked, and a force that would unleash evil. But no one knows exactly who each was. If you want to find the treasure, Murphy, you'll have to find out.
You're telling me that all of that actually happened?
And so much more, Murphy. Mysteries you have yet to uncover.
Dr. Morey's performance was gripping, but it seemed like something out of the vaudeville shows I'd snuck into as a teenager. Grifters peddling magic spells, fortune-telling, and miracle elixirs. At least that's what I tried to tell myself. And the treasure, is that real too?
It is as real as you are, Murphy. And someone went to a lot of trouble hiding it.
Can you help me find it?
I can. If you can prove your dedication to the search, I will need you to retrieve something from inside the house. A small leather pouch called a gree-gree still lies inside Abigail Belmore's bedroom. We will need it if I am to help you. This will get you inside.
You're not gonna pull a rabbit out of your hat for your next trick, are you?
I do not do tricks, Murphy McCallan. You'll soon learn this. The Belmore estate lies at the end of the northeastern peninsula of Devil's Rock. Find that gree-gree and bring it back to me. I'll be here when you return. And Murphy, this ghost story, now it's your story too.
There was no use returning to the riverboat without the gree-gree. It was the taxidermied fish I'd taken from the riverboat, with a ripped seam opening up to the stuffing inside. I needed to think of something else. I couldn't do that. It was an old brass key to the front doors of Belmore Manor. I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. I peered into the tide. I couldn't do that. It was the door to a newspaper. Good evening, Ned.
Hello again, Mac.
You didn't tell me the Spirit Queen was a riverboat.
Oh, sure. That thing's been moored up in the bayou with her keel kissing the mud for years. Witch doctor lives aboard her now. Claims to sell all manner of hoodoo and voodoo. But to believe that, you need to be dumber than the Bachelor in New Orleans, throwing beads at the Sisters of Mercy.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
What do you think of my fish?
That's a whopper. Hang it on the scale and let's see what it weighs. Doubt it'll be Squib's record, though.
I hung the fish on the scales.
You caught a pincosa. They're the most delicious fish around here, especially grilled. But you'll never beat Squib's record.
Squib?
Jebediah Squibb, the Cajun catcher he calls himself. Last week at the Dead of the Docks, Squibb caught the heaviest pincosa on record. Got his photograph on the front page of the newspaper and everything. Now how am I going to rest while he brags and boasts about it every single night?
With its innards made of cotton and material scraps, the fish's weight was distinctly unimpressive. I had heard of the medical benefits of open air. The puppet show hadn't. The door was. I could see two. I'd seen some. Framed by trees and lit by moonlight, Belmore Manor stood imposingly in the still night air. Even without any lights on, it felt like something inside the house was calling me, or warning me. A large pond lay in front of the house, slowly being reclaimed by algae, weeds, and I considered wading into the pond. Water up to my waist, squelching my way through the reeds and mud, past frogs, bugs, and water snakes. Then I realized I had absolutely no reason to do that. A large pond lay in front of the house, slowly being reclaimed by algae, weeds, and who knew what else. The fish's ability to swim away was Belmore Manor stood proudly and enigmatically at the center of the estate. Who knew what had gone on inside its walls? From the outside, I couldn't spot any clues to the location of the Belmore treasure. They were the imposing front doors to Belmore Manor. I wondered how many people had entered the house this way, and how many never came back out again. I needed the key to open it. With a deep breath, I placed the key into the lock of the house I'd been thinking about for weeks and turned it. Hello? I don't know if I expected a reply, but with only an echo in response, it seemed like nobody was home. I hope that was just the wind. They were the imposing front doors of Bel. It wasn't time to leave. An orb appeared seemingly from nowhere, glowing and shimmering with energy, simultaneously captivating and terrifying. It was like it had a presence, an aura that I couldn't explain. My first instinct was to look for smoke and mirrors, but this illusion was right before my very eyes, one that I could reach out and touch. Huge paintings hung on the walls of the hall. It was a painting of Abigail Belmore, hauntingly beautiful. I remembered seeing reproductions of the paintings in the Merry and Macabre magazine I had. A marble fireplace sat between the two curved staircases, guarded on each side by stone lions. Without a flue, the fireplace seemed entirely decorative, and yet, standing in front of it, I could feel a breeze. Without a flue, that wasn't going to work. It was a painting of a gazebo overlooking the sea. It was a stone statue depicting two Greek deities of the sea, so skillfully carved it looked like the water droplets on their skin might drip away at any moment. The two sea deities stared at me with disapproving eyes. I didn't know what I could have done to disappoint a statue. I wondered how long it'd take to paint the huge paintings. It was a family portrait of all four Belmore siblings. The three brothers stood around their seated younger sister. It was a pair of decorated wooden doors. With neither of the doors appearing to open, I peered through the crack between them. I couldn't tell if I was imagining things, but it looked like shadows dancing. Flanking the staircases was a matching pair of doors leading deeper into the manor. The door didn't have a visible lock, but as much as I tried, it wouldn't open. Flanking the staircases was a... Like the other door, this door had no keyhole, yet still seemed to be locked too. A heavy trunk sat in the corner of the corridor. I tried to open the trunk, but in the darkness I only managed to fumble unsuccessfully with the latch. Clearly, the artist had managed to imbue the brushstrokes with something of the subject's personality. It was downright sinister. The portrait exuded an unsettling aura. I didn't know who it was, but I didn't like the way he looked back at me. The door was marked X, presumably the room of Xavier Belmore. The door was locked. The door was marked C. I guessed it was Cecil Belmore's bedroom. The door was locked. The door was marked Y, possibly the chambers of Yardley Belmore. The door was locked. Thick red curtains hung loosely in front of the circular window. There was nothing behind the curtains. This was strange. I didn't remember seeing any lights on when I was outside the house. Affixed to the wall were 3 servants' bells, used to call the staff to different rooms in the house. I couldn't ring the bells from the hallway. It was a door to an unknown room. The door was locked. It was a door to an unknown room. The door was locked. Thick red curtains. I looked behind the curtains, but there was nothing there. Walking into the room, I realized it must have been Abigail's bedroom. I was in the right place. Somewhere in this room was the Gree-Gree, and I needed to find it. A cord hung from the wall used to call the attention of the house staff. It was a grand 4-poster bed with a carving of a single rose on its canopy. The sheets lay flat on the bed, undisturbed for more than 30 years. The Gree-Gree wasn't going to be there. The sheets lay flat on the bed. It was a grand 4-poster bed with a carving of a single rose on its canopy. Above the fireplace hung individual portraits of 3 men. They must have been the bride's 3 brothers. The portraits hung tight to the wall and didn't reveal anything hidden behind them. It was a marble fireplace covered in dust. Lighting the fire may have warmed the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt standing there. A grate opened beneath the stove to the ash pan, designed to allow burned charcoal and ashes to be cleaned out. It was a marble fireplace covered in dust. Lighting the fire may have warmed the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt standing there. Lighting the fire may have... A sturdy iron poker hung from a hook by the fireplace. I took the poker from the hook.
Get out.
I hope that was my imagination. It was a strong metal poker with a narrow point at one end. I wedged the poker in the grate and with all my might, pulled. With the grate open, I could see the object that had caught the light. I picked up the object that had been glinting in the fireplace and discovered it was a jeweled brooch. It was an ornate brooch that had tarnished with age. What should have been a sparkling gem was now grimy and dull. The corner of the room held a dressing table with a large trifold mirror. I couldn't see anything special about the phonograph's reflection. It was best to leave the vase where it was. It was a beautiful vase waiting for beautiful flowers. It was the top of the bride's dresser. There was nothing I could do with the tabletop. The music box looked exquisite. The deeply varnished wood, grain still visible, was edged delicately with gold. The music box was locked with no visible keyhole, but a distinctive indent on the front looked like it might be the mechanism to open it, if I had the right key. The brooch fitted snugly into the indentation in the music box. With a small click, the music box opened and revealed the contents it had held untouched for more than 30 years. I couldn't see anything special about the phonograph in the corner of the room. It was a beautiful... Inside the music box, the small leather bag was just as the witch doctor had described. It was hard to imagine what could be so important about it.
You should not be here!
Wait, I can explain.
You don't belong here!
I don't mean any harm.
Get out! Get out!
With good fortune, the pond had broken my fall. It was a strange juxtaposition, wiggling goldfish out of my underwear as I tried to process the fact that I'd just been the victim of an attempted murder by a ghost bride. The stories were true, so that meant the treasure might be real as well. And now I had the Gree-Gree. It was time to return to the Spirit Queen.
Murphy, did you find it?
I saw her. I saw the bride. She tried to kill me.
I told you it was true. Now, do you have the Gree-Gree?
Yes, I found it.
Good. Good. Now, do you believe what I've been telling you?
I'm starting to. Why did she try to kill me?
There are some spirits that, even in death, do not wish to give up what they amassed in life. The question is, are you strong enough to persuade them?
I would be if they'd give me a chance to ask them.
Precisely. That will be our next step.
A manuscript for a voodoo spell? A spell to help me find the treasure?
A spell to reveal those who know where it is. There are many things on this island that have gone unseen. Stories that have been left unheard, at least by mortals. But I commune with realms beyond. Let me introduce you to a friend. Out of the shadows, the cursed and the damned, return now, my servants, to do my command!
I have returned to you, Master.
Loa, this gentleman wishes to find the lost treasure of Belmore Manor. Tell him how this can be done.
Only inhabitants of the house know where the treasure lies, their spirits still within its walls, trapped between life and death. To ask them, those spirits must be pulled back to the mortal realm.
And that is what our spell will do, Murphy. A summoning spell to unveil the ghost trapped within the house.
7 ingredients place inside, tie closed and then unseal. Within the focus what may hide, this spell will soon reveal.
Once you've collected all 7, we can summon the ghosts of Belmore Manor. Once we've summoned the ghosts, we can ask them exactly where the treasure was hidden. You have served me, Loa. Be gone. That, Murphy, is your goal. Find the 7 ingredients named in the voodoo manuscript, place them in the Gree-Gree, and return to the Spirit Queen. Are you up to the task?
I think so.
Excellent. Then there's just one thing left to do. The Gree-Gree that you carry is not yours. It was stolen from the spirits. And an artifact of voodoo will only work for its rightful owner. To be used, it cannot be stolen. It can only be bought or traded or inherited. Fortunately for you, the spirits and I are willing to make a trade for something symbolic of your spirit. The spirit that yearns to escape its humdrum life. If you want the Gree-Gree to be rightfully yours, what do you have to offer in exchange for it?
The witch doctor stared at me with intense, unblinking eyes, anticipating my next move. I didn't need to talk to the witch doctor yet. I needed an item to trade for the Gree-Gree. In the center of the room was a huge stone pool filled with swirling green water. Gazing into the spirit pool, I thought I could see formless faces gazing back at me. The riverboat was dotted with lit candles, just the ambience you need in a voodoo den. Taking some of the witch doctor's candles wasn't going to help me. Now wasn't the time to leave. I needed to find an item to trade for the Grigri. It was an ornate brooch. Would the spirits trade the Grigri for this?
This is no Mardi Gras fish fry, Murphy McCallan.
Would the spirits trade the Grigri for this?
A valuable brooch indeed, but I seek something that represents you, Murphy.
Would the spirits trade the Grigri for this?
A reminder of the world you wish to leave behind, but I'm afraid it has no value to me.
Would the spirits trade the Grigri for this?
I know far more about the house than what is on that fish wrap, Murphy McCallan.
It was a small leather pouch with a drawstring that I'd taken from the bride's bedroom. I wasn't going to be able to trade the Grigri for itself. Now wasn't the time. The witch doctor stared at me with I didn't need to talk. Gazing into the I didn't need to show him that again. What about this?
A pocket watch. A symbol of the life that doesn't satisfy you. A symbol of lost time. Dare you give it up?
I think I can do without it.
Then cast it into the spirit pool. The spirits have deemed it a satisfactory trade. The Grigri and its powers are now rightfully yours to wield. You are ready now, Murphy. Head out to the island and retrieve the ingredients we need. Then I will show you the final step of the spell.
How am I going to find what I need?
Everything I've ever needed for my voodoo spells, I've found here. It's as though this island draws the supernatural to it. The bayou, the beach, the town, the manor, all will help you in your search. Tell me, Murphy, have you visited the mill to the north, the fort to the south, the church at the island's heart? The island will lead you to that which you seek. I have no doubt about that.
How are the ghosts trapped within Belmore Manor?
The explosion is what sealed their fate. They exist now only as spirits, the form they should take in the spirit realm, and yet they remain here in the mortal realm. The ghosts are trapped in that house, unseen, unheard, and unable to interact with the world around them. This spell will change that.
How is the bride able to attack me when she's supposedly unseen and unheard?
Voodoo works best when attuned to emotion, and the strongest of those emotions can sometimes push beyond the known limits. She must have been very angry with you.
If I summon the spirits of the house, won't I also summon the bride again?
Very true, Murphy. Best be a little more persuasive this time.
What was the explosion that caused everyone to disappear?
It was a tearing in the very threshold between life and death, a chain reaction of spirit energy suddenly unleashed by the most violent of emotions. Just as the bride's anger allowed her to manifest in front of you this very evening, think of the rage that must have caused an entire household to explode and vanish.
Who was the creature that you talked to?
That is my Loa, the Loa of the mysteries, the invisibles, the messengers.
Is it a ghost?
No, they are the intermediaries between humans and the supernatural. There are two planes of existence, Murphy, the mortal realm and the spirit realm. Loa can move between them both. With my powers, I can command them when they do.
How did you learn voodoo?
I have always been adept with the mystic arts. Just as you dream of treasure, Murphy, I dream of power. I came to Devil's Rock many years ago, drawn by its voodoo energy, and no sooner than I arrived, the spirit realm began to reveal itself to me, pleading for me to be its master.
Why is this island such a focus of voodoo energy?
I suspect the answer to that question already lies in what you're seeking.
What's this riverboat we're aboard?
This is the Spirit Queen. It used to be a pleasure boat, plying the rivers around the island, a den of drinking and gambling. That's how I came to own the boat. A lucky game of chance. But between you and me, Murphy, it's a lot easier to win when you have spirits to control the roll of the dice.
It sounds like you cheated.
Fate was always gonna bring this boat to me. I just hurried it along.
Do you keep an alligator as a pet?
That's right. My dear old Mephistopheles. Blind as a bat, but with the smell of a bloodhound. Good thing he's chained up safely in the boiler room.
No, he isn't. He was out on the jetty when I was trying to get aboard.
Where is he now?
Swimming in the bayou.
Oh dear, not again.
I'm going to go and find the voodoo ingredients.
Hurry back.
With a bit of elbow grease, I levered up the window frame. Pressed against the inside wall was a dusty desk covered in spiderwebs, and to top it, one thing lay undisturbed, a small folded document which I picked up, along with an inadvertent eight-legged companion. Ugh! Ghost stories and haunted treasures I could handle, but spiders gave me the creeps. I jiggled the handle. There was nothing else. With the high tide, only the guideposts peeking above the wave. A bottle lay half buried in the sand, soon to be covered over by the swash of the waves. As I picked up the bottle, I anticipated what could be inside. A brine-stained treasure map, perhaps, or a scribbled plea from a castaway desperately awaiting rescue. Looking inside, I found it was empty. The only writing on it was the embossed glass letters of the Orangello Soda Company. It was an empty soda bottle I'd found on the beach. That did. It was a soda bottle I'd filled up with water. That wasn't going to... I needed to... It was a crumbling piece of chalk. It was a pair of feathers, both black. It was a small mound of gunpowder. It was a single coin made of silver. It was a bottle filled with rum. It was a fragment of bone. It was a handful of nails, once used to seal up a coffin. At the center of the manuscript was an empty circle with arrows pointing inward from each of the ingredients. It was marked The Focus. It was a manuscript that looked hundreds of years old, with the instructions to a spell that summoned things hidden within. It was a manuscript. At the center of the... The fishing net was worn and useless. Using it would have been like trying to catch soup with a sieve. The stories about Belmore Manor are true. I saw the ghost bride inside the house.
Blast it, Murphy. Don't say I didn't warn you. This island has had its fair share of the macabre. The best way to deal with it is to leave well enough alone. Why are you searching for that treasure anyway?
Well, it's my job. The state's claim on that money runs out at 8 a.m., and I'm supposed to find it.
You seem pretty passionate about something that's just for work. What are the odds you draw an assignment like that?
Well, I might have made my own luck there. They wouldn't normally authorize an investigation so close to the statute of limitations running out, especially on a 30-year-old cold case. But thrust a stack of forms in front of the boss 5 minutes before clocking off on a Friday afternoon, and he doesn't care what he's signing.
Let's just hope he wasn't signing your death warrant.
Most of my investigations don't amount to more than counting paperclips in a municipal building or going cross-eyed over receipt rolls in a courthouse. When I found that old case folder tucked behind the filing cabinet, its only lead a water-stained magazine talking about a real-life haunted house, how could I pass it up? I spoke with Dr. Moray. He thinks we can make contact with the ghosts.
Moray is a charlatan and a fool. Only got into hoodoo and voodoo a few years ago. Before that, he was an actor over at the Calliope Theater, and not a very good one. He's the only person I know who directed and starred in a one-person production of The Pirates of Penzance. And that's because all the rest of the cast dropped out rather than work with him. He's always been searching for respect and recognition. Who would have known he found it by living in the swamp and reeking of incense?
Don't you believe in voodoo?
I certainly do. I just don't think Moray's got any more control of it than a rooster has control of the sunrise. His understanding of voodoo amounts to whatever he's gleaned from one of those horror pictures Ventura Studios puts out at the movie palace. My mama used to know all about it. God rest her soul. Voodoo isn't some made-up Hollywood magic, Mac. Voodoo's a real religion. It's about community, about belonging, and about searching for something more than flesh and blood. It's not the snake oil he peddles.
What do you think happened at Belmore Manor?
Now there's a tale I don't like to tell.
Can I persuade you to tell it anyway?
I have a feeling I ain't gonna get any rest until I do. You know about Miss Belmore, the bride? Engaged to the sailor? Nah, the way I hear, Mr. Rackham was over the moon with her. Such an upstanding fellow. I won't have a bad word said against him. Now he realized that the sailor was going through terrible lengths to ensnare his bride, and Mr. Rackham tried to save her. I heard that the sailor cottoned on to this and tricked Rackham into giving the lady a gift. That's what made everything go topsy-turvy.
What was the gift?
There are places in the Caribbean that trade things more elusive than gold. Ungodly things.
Do you think the disappearance was caused by voodoo?
And that's what my mama used to say. If you're not careful, that stuff can go to your head.
No luck fishing?
Not a bite, Mac. The Pencosa fish just ain't snapping for me today. Shame, too, because I'm planning on firing up my grill later. And then the tastiest catch in these waters.
How do you catch a Pencosa fish?
With hours of patience and decades of practice. You ever wrestled the rod before?
Just the once. I went fishing on Lake Erie, but the only thing I caught was a cold. What do you do with the fish you catch?
A couple I save for myself, and the rest I sell to the Captain's Club. They fancy them up with lemon lobsters, slawfish, something or other. But everyone knows the best way to cook them is to grill them.
Why won't you hear a word against Mr. Rackham?
He gave me my first work on this island, right here on these docks. And I'm still here to this day. He may have worn a scowl, but he don't judge a banana by its peel with people like him, Mac. When I looked into his eyes, all I saw was ambition.
What work did you do?
Loading and unloading the ships that came in. Of course, they just don't do that anymore. Dead Nettle's a forgotten town. Maybe that's for the best.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
Hey, Ned, do you mind if I borrow your knife?
If you need it, Mac, just bring it back to me later tonight, would you? If I'm lucky with my catch, I'll be firing up the grill. You're invited to join me, of course.
It was a small but sharp fishing knife. I didn't need to cut that. I didn't need to cut that. The net was so worn that even if I had... Of all of the pages, it showed the beam.
Murphy McCallan, so you're still here. What have you been up to? Anything newsworthy?
That's none of your business. Don't think I've forgotten your trick with the telegram.
Hey, it's nothing personal. Your business is my business, and my business is news. I'm Evelyn Stoker, editor of the Juniper Parish Gazette. No misdeed left unshared, no drama left unmonetized. Come on, work with me here, McCallan. I need something juicy. Committed any crimes? Uncovered any affairs? Any deep, personal secrets to reveal?
The honest-to-God truth? No.
I need a good story. I can't let something minor like the truth stand in the way of that.
It was a pair of scissors left on the table after packaging the newspapers. I picked up the scissors. With her stunt at the bayou, I figured she owed me one. It was a pair of scissors from the newspaper office. I didn't... The fish was already ripped open along... A ball of twine, presumably used for bundling up newspapers, had been left on the table. I picked up the twine. Maybe she owed me two. It was a ball of rough twine. The twine would be more useful. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. The taxidermied fish was far beyond my haberdashery skills to fix it. It was a big, fancy printing press, which must have cost a fortune decades ago, but was now very much out of date.
Don't even think about it. The spring on that printing press looks like it's going to blow at any moment.
I couldn't do that. That didn't. That wasn't going to work. That didn't work. That wasn't going... That didn't work. On the floor was a large canister filled with dark black printer's ink. Around it, the floor was stained with ink splatters. I didn't want to get ink all over me trying to carry the canister around. That wasn't Nope. That didn't work. I didn't want to That wasn't going to work. That wasn't... Nope. The back wall of the newspaper office was filled with filing cabinets. From the labels on the front, they looked to be archived issues of the Juniper Parish Gazette.
Hey, you can't come back here.
Sorry. Hanging on a peg at the far side of the room was a battered flashbulb camera. There was no way I was going to get past that. Besides, I didn't know how to operate it. The editor was busy at work with spectacles perched on her nose, and the editor... Hi! What are you working on?
One of the most romantic articles this newspaper's ever seen. Francois Fogg, Dead Nettle's local pharmacist, is reuniting with his long-lost love after 14 years apart, thanks to this newspaper's personal ads column.
What a lovely story.
That's right. She mailed in a letter she wanted printed. Her former sweetheart saw it, and now they're on track to see each other again. Eventually.
Eventually?
Well, that's a bit of an administrative issue. In the letter we received, she told him to meet her in her Texas hometown of Magnolia. Due to a tiny typesetting error, he's now on a 6-week voyage to Mongolia. But doesn't it warm your heart how far people will go for love?
Don't you have more interesting stories to write about?
The crackpots this island calls a population wouldn't know something interesting if they paid for it. Which they hardly do. Believe me, I've tried to get juicier stories. Scouring the island, doorstop interviews, hiding under windows.
You eavesdrop on people through their windows?
It's called investigative reporting.
I'm doing some research on the treasure of Belmore Manor.
Have you found it?
Well, no, not yet. I've just started looking.
Then don't waste my time. Come back when you've got the goods.
You might not believe this, but I saw a ghost inside Belmore Manor.
You know what? You're right, McCallan. I don't believe it. Really? You've been on this island how long? And you're already starting to sound as loopy as a local.
Have you ever written an article on the disappearance at Belmore Manor?
What a waste of column inches. Leave it. That's my advice. There's no story in it.
No story?
Not one that anyone would believe. And I've got advertisers breathing down my neck.
What do you think went on?
Practically everyone on this island thinks there was some kind of sorcery involved. No one is looking at the reality. If I write up my research, no one on the island will believe me. If I write their wackadoodle theories, I'll be laughed out of the industry.
You can tell me what you've uncovered about Belmore Manor. Trust me, at this point, few things would surprise me.
I heard the Belmore Trading Company was losing revenue, its profits eaten up by who knows what ventures those brothers had going on. I've seen the records. The company was privately owned, sure, but when you've got pressure building and the sharks are circling, you've got to shore up your defenses. I think that's why the Belmores persuaded Abigail to marry John Rackham.
Marry someone she didn't love?
But he didn't love her either. He was just after the company, so he hires the sailor to seduce her, convince her there's more to life than Devil's Rock. And as soon as she marries Rackham, they split, never to see each other again. He inherits the lot, and she disappears with her lover boy sailor to who knows where.
But why do you think all the guests disappeared?
They bumped them off to cover their tracks. Either one of them could have been sunning it up in Sarasota ever since. But imagine me writing that into a piece of serious journalism.
Would you take my photograph?
Do you know how much the chemicals cost to develop those photographs? I'm on a limited budget here, McCallan. Unless you've done something notable, you're not getting into print.
Did you know Comptroller Grimes?
How could I forget him? The guy was a walking, talking migraine generator.
Surely you shouldn't speak of the dead like that.
Why not? I spoke plenty worse about him when he was alive. Anyway, I'm sure everything happens for a reason. And hopefully that reason is to increase my circulation numbers. Everything's connected, you know. Have you ever heard of the butterfly effect? I suspect it works for moths, too, because I can never get the damn things out of here. Some people say that if a man breaks wind in Alabama, it can cause a hurricane in Fiji.
I think I shared a train car with that guy on my way here. What's in those filing cabinets?
Past issues of the paper, going all the way back to 1858. Of course, things were a lot more interesting when Dead Nettle was thriving. People, ships, and cargo coming and going. Lots to report on back then. More than the dregs I have to dress up now.
Why did the ships stop coming to Dead Nettle?
The Belmore Trading Company was the heartbeat of this island. After the disappearance, there was no one left to run the company, and it all got sold off. When that folded, so did pretty much everything else.
Do you have any back issues featuring the Belmore Manor wedding?
We don't, I'm afraid. Most of the paper's directors were at the wedding, and disappeared along with everyone else. The newspaper had to close up shop for months while it was restaffed. This was back when the Gazette wasn't run by just one person.
I think I better be going.
Keep your eyes peeled for a story, McAllen. There are secrets on the island, and it's my job to run advertisements next to them.
I didn't think I needed to give that... I thought I'd... Could you take my photograph for this captain's license?
What do you think this is, a boudoir studio? Would you like a feather boa and a pair of high heels for your session? Don't waste my time. I only take photographs of people who are newsworthy.
I thought I'd keep... I didn't think... Shouldn't I have some right to privacy when it comes to my telegrams?
You know, a lot of my customers say that.
You've received other complaints about it?
No, but I've read them grumbling about it in their telegrams.
I didn't need... What do you think of this magazine?
Interesting. This is the type of lowest common denominator dross I should be putting out. Who needs fact-checking when you can blame things on the boogeyman?
What do you think of this manuscript I have?
Looks fake to me.
What do you mean? This is a genuine voodoo manuscript, hundreds of years old.
I know my paper. From offsets to cover stock, pulp to parchment. If you can print on it, I know about it. The manuscript may be old, European I'd say, but the ink on it, look at the splatters, the fade. That's within the last century at most. My guess is there used to be something underneath, and it's been covered over.
Is there any way to find out what used to be there?
I don't think so, McAllen. All we can say is that someone did a good job making sure that whatever it was isn't there anymore.
What do you think of this?
Nice purse, McAllen. Any money in it?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
The sign read... A paper sign hung on the front one side. The sign read...
Oh, my second customer of the night. I don't know if I can handle such a rush. Welcome, young man, to Doubloon's Jewelry. Oh, the riches to fill your breeches. Jewels, silver, gold, the finest things for you to behold. Whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
My name's Murphy McAllen.
Oh, a pleasure to meet you. My name's Jasper Crumb, owner and proprietor. Are you looking for something valuable while you're here on the island?
Funnily enough, I am.
Is there a special someone in your life? Looking for an apology gift, perhaps? I've sold more missed anniversary necklaces and drunken fumble earrings than I can count.
No, I don't need anything like that.
Then how about something for yourself? You look like a working man. Could I interest you in a pocket watch?
Actually, I had one up until about an hour ago. Traded it to a glowing green guy for a magic pouch. As the words left my lips, I realized I sounded like a character from Jack and the Beanstalk.
Pardon me?
I'm just here to browse.
Browse away, young man. I'll be here if you need me.
It was a large polishing machine used to buff up dull, tarnished jewelry. Even if I could reach it, it was probably better for the jeweler to operate equipment like that. It was an ornate display cabinet. The cabinet proudly displayed all manner of gold and silver creations, watches, necklaces, pendants, and more, all made in-house by the jeweler. It was an expensive-looking jeweler's microscope used to inspect gems and jewelry up close. There was no reason to use the microscope without something to magnify. While the microscope was meant for jewelry, I was confident Excuse me, would you be able to polish a brooch for me?
Let me take a look. Oh, well, 18-karat yellow gold, filigree wirework in a handcrafted floral motif, and round, brilliant cut ruby, if I'm not mistaken, made to fit a music box?
That's right. How did you know that?
I know my own handiwork anywhere. Now, how did you get a hold of it?
Oh, just a gift.
What a generous gift indeed. Well, we do offer free polishings on all items purchased here, so I'd be very happy to shine her up for you. Please, bear with me for a moment.
Robbing a jewelry store, the store's cash register sat on the counter. I wondered how long it had... It was an ornate display. Robbing a jewelry store... There was no way I could carry a... The neck of the box. That didn't work. Robbing a jewelry store. It was an ornate display cabinet. A small glass fishbowl sat on top of a cabinet, the goldfish inside swimming around happily. There was no way I could carry... Nope. I needed to... The poster read, "Free polishing on all purchases. Gemstones bought." I didn't need the poster. Robbing a jewelry store. It was an ornate display cabinet. It was a gold leaf-covered carving of what looked like a goose. I inspected the carving. Its woodworm-dotted surface and water-stained edges suggested it had once been much more than a decorative piece in a jewelry store. Nope. Nope. I needed... I could... That wasn't going to work. That did. The store's cash register sat on the counter. Robbing a jewelry store... There was no reason to use the microscope without something to magnify. I didn't need to. The jeweler was busy polishing the brooch I'd given it. The twine would be... I couldn't... I couldn't... I inspected... It was a gold leaf... Even if I could...
There we go, shining like a firefly's rear end. I'm afraid the clasp on the back has broken off. You weren't planning on wearing it soon, were you?
I wasn't planning on wearing it at all.
There's no shame in indulging yourself every once in a while. Lord knows I can appreciate the comfort and empowerment a pair of hosiery can bring. Anyway, we don't have any replacement clasps in stock, but I can put in an order. In the meantime, here's a button magnet that should hold it in place, as long as you're not too vigorous with it.
Thank you. It was the small round magnet I'd been given by the jeweler, meant to attach a brooch without piercing clothing. It was the ornate brooch I'd had cleaned at the jeweler's, now glimmering in the light. That didn't work. Hi. Good evening, Mr. Crumb.
How can I help you?
How's business tonight?
You're not a millionaire with an enraged fiancé, are you?
I'm not, no.
I didn't think so. Then business tonight is about as lively as a snail drinking decaf. The only other customer I had in here tonight was more interested in the provenance of fossils than the shiny stuff. Booked a private viewing, and then didn't buy anything. Can you believe it? The first time in weeks the shop gets a private viewing, and all they're interested in is bones.
You sell fossils, too?
I sell all the treasures of the earth. If it's under the ground and I can sell it, I'm interested.
I hear Burke and Hare had the same philosophy. What are you selling?
We specialize in jewelry and precious stones. Rings, necklaces, earrings, and brooches in this cabinet to my left. Gems, geodes, and fossils in this cabinet to my right. You'd be surprised at how much of an impact some stones can make. My family can tell you that. We also offer a free polishing service on all purchases from the shop. Just bring it in and we'll shine it up for you. Our little thank you to our loyal customers.
How do you know what jewelry was purchased here?
I handcraft everything this shop sells. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of our wares, Mr. McAllen, going back decades.
What's the most valuable thing in here?
I suppose that depends on how you value things, doesn't it?
In dollars and cents?
Yes, I used to value things that way. But a lack of business has a way of making you more philosophical about these things. Now I'd say the most valuable thing here is Granny.
Granny? Your grandmother is in here?
That's right. In the fishbowl. Granny is my goldfish.
You named your goldfish Granny?
Yes, it was the most wondrous thing. The same day my grandmother Bethesda died, I was out at the local fun fair, and I won this goldfish on the ring toss. When we got home, every time we mentioned Bethesda, that little fish jumped out of the water and back on in. We think Granny's passed on into that fish. What do you think?
I mean this with no disrespect, but I think that's the craziest thing I've come across tonight, and I had a ghost bride trying to kill me.
We all have our quirks.
But don't goldfish only live for a few years? If she was your grandmother, she must have died sometime around the middle of the last century.
Oh yes, that's right. Each time the goldfish dies, Granny's spirit hops into a new fish. We must be on Granny number 44 by now.
I'm looking for lost treasure.
I'd say you found it. Everything inside these four walls is a treasure, handmade to the finest quality.
I mean a specific treasure. The lost treasure of Belmore Manor.
Well, if you find it, bring it in here for an appraisal. I'll give you a good price for it. But that's a pretty big if, isn't it?
What do you know about Belmore Manor?
Oh, it's a tragedy what went on there. But I know what I think. Black magic.
Black magic?
That's right. While some of us make an honest living around these parts, there are others who are lured in by the darker depths of the sea.
Who do you think that was?
Well, it's simple, isn't it? Abigail used to stop by here all the time, taking a gander at the rings and the necklaces. She was a lovely young girl who always saw the best in people. And Mr. Rackham, he was a model for how to run a good business, honest and decisive. Now, that only leaves one person, doesn't it?
The sailor?
Exactly. I'd heard rumors about black magic going on inside Belmore Manor. I think he was casting his spell on Abigail, making her fall in love with him. Why else would someone as rich as her want to marry someone like him? He certainly couldn't afford the rings and necklaces that caught her eye. I think, come the night of the wedding, she wised up. That's why she decided to marry Mr. Rackham after all, a much more responsible choice for the company.
What's the carving on the front of your counter?
That is the genuine stone carving of the Golden Goose, the famous brigantine. I could trace my family's history on the island back hundreds of years, right back to the ship's owner, Captain Bartholomew Crumb. You've heard of him, I expect.
Captain Crumb, the vicious pirate? I read about him as a child.
One of the most successful in the Caribbean. That is, until, as the story goes, he got pursued by a ghost ship.
A ghost ship? Surely that can't be more than a legend.
Then how do you explain this? Without a single shot fired, every sailor aboard his ship fell down dead, victims of an evil pirate who wielded a black stone. Captain Crumb was the sole survivor. He escaped undetected in a rowboat, and after days at sea, made it to this very island. After that, he never went to sea again. Instead, he set up this shop with the one chest of jewels he'd managed to carry away. Some of the gems you see around here still date back to that final hoard.
A black stone killed the crew?
Well, so the story goes. I suppose it explains my family's obsession. Not just the gold and jewels that tempt us, but the wicked stones that threaten us.
Why did Captain Crumb come to Devil's Rock to set up his store?
This was his home port. Devil's Rock used to be quite the lawless island. Legend goes he used to hide his treasure along the southeastern coastline. The island is dotted with caves. Plenty of places to hide the loot.
I think I'll just look around for now.
I'm here if you need me.
There was no way I could carry a fishbowl full.
What a nice young man. Isn't he, Granny? I couldn't have put it better myself.
The courtyard echoed with the trickling noise of a small fountain. There was nothing in the fountain except a rim of moss and dirt that made it look like a stained toilet. That wasn't going to work. The bottle was all... That didn't work. I considered throwing my money in the fountain. Maybe it would make a wish come true, but then again, maybe there were more practical things I could do with it. Nope. The maitre d' stood behind a tall podium, peering down at a ledger in front of him. I glanced at the ledger on the podium. It was mostly empty, and the words I could see were written in such an unreadable scrawl that looked like a centipede had dipped its legs in ink and skittered across the page. The maitre d' stood behind the podium with his nose so far up in the air he could use it as a periscope, and more grease in his hair than deep-fried calamari. He seemed to be doing everything he could to pretend I wasn't there. Good evening. He looked past me like I was invisible, as though if he ignored me hard enough, there was a chance I'd disappear. I said good evening?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were talking to me.
There's no one else here.
Wishful thinking on my part. Have you taken a wrong turn, sir?
I'm just having a look around.
Well, make it a quick one, and I shall need to know your name.
Murphy McCallan, and who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
My name is Felix Greer, maitre d', bartender, and acting manager of the Captain's Club. When Mr. Perkins has the night off.
What is this place?
This, sir, is the Captain's Club, a private members club for current and retired sea and riverboat captains. We are highly exclusive. Are you a captain?
He asked with a smugness that told me he already knew the answer.
I thought not. Then may I recommend a swift exit? You'll find a convenient egress to your starboard side. If you like, I can give you a good swift kick in the right direction, sir. And don't feel a need to stop walking until your ankles get soggy.
I'm looking for the lost treasure of Belmore Manor.
Oh, goody! Another young adventurer seeking fame, fortune, or some combination of the two. Just the local color Dead Nettle has been lacking.
What do you know about the lost treasure?
Do you think you're living in a storybook? Weathered maps, talking parrots, X marks the spot? Grow up, you silly boy. Captaincy is a noble skill that doesn't need to be trivialized with childish tales of lost treasure.
You must have some thoughts on the disappearance.
On moonlit nights, when the waves crash against the rocks, the captains of this club trade yarns about this very mystery. Did you know Abigail Belmore's fiancé was a sailor who worked on the ships? Some of the old boys here even worked with him. They say he loved her, as true as a captain loves the sea. But she was a temptress, a siren. She scuttled that sailor's heart, consumed by a voodoo premonition that she had to fulfill. More beautiful than a mermaid, and twice as fishy.
What did she do?
After months of engagement, she broke it off and chose to marry an officer of the company instead, on their very wedding day.
Why did she do that?
The rumors I've heard are that they discovered something in the Caribbean, something wicked, something that consumed them and drove them to heinous acts. The Belmore brothers swore their crew to secrecy, and the men were loyal to their word. But the rot in the rope was that sister, Abigail. People say that whatever they discovered took hold of her. With the sailor's broken heart and the officer's resources, she was about to unleash something terrible, until the disappearance halted her evil plans.
Do you think that's true?
Of course not. It's all nonsense. But the captains do love to outperform each other with such tales on a dull evening.
What makes you think I'm not a captain?
For one thing, you lack the grizzle, the crustiness, the essential R of a captain.
How do I get those?
Years of exposure to saltwater and a sullen, uncooperative crew, I should think. Do you even have a boat?
Actually, I did have one earlier this evening, but an alligator fell on it. Admittedly, it was only 3 inches long.
It isn't the size that matters, sir. It's the motion of the ocean. Tell me, have you ever captained a three-rigger through a tropical typhoon? Have you ever run the rapids of the Mississippi without hitting a single reef? Wind in your sails, fire in your furnace, waves beneath your keel?
Have you?
Well, it's a little complicated.
In what way?
I get seasick.
Is there any way to prove I'm a captain?
You might show me your captain's license. As I'm sure you know, the state of Louisiana requires all captains of both river and sea to carry one. But don't try to foist off a fake on me. Last week, we had someone present a license with a photograph distinctly unlike their contemporary appearance. The photograph was clearly of someone a good deal older than them, with more facial hair, and most importantly, one less eye.
You know, I quite like being out at sea.
Oh, really, sir?
Bobbing along the ocean waves, up and down, like one of those roller coasters at Lunaland. Up and down and up and down.
If sir would please be quiet. Else I expect there'll be a few waves of something coming out of my mouth any moment.
Ned told me he sells fish to you. What do you serve here?
Captains.
Right, yes, I mean by way of food.
The Captain's Club serves a dazzling array of sea-sourced dishes, from our house special jambalaya to my personal favorite, Devil's Rock Pancoza, pan-seared with lobster slaw and citrus crawfish beer blanc. In all honesty, it's not very popular. Most of the clientele are absolutely sick of seafood by the time they get ashore. Just the sight of it makes them queasy.
What about drinks?
Listen, if you're from the Prohibition Bureau, we've cleared all of that up with Officer Moe. Fines were paid, items changed hands, and now we're clear.
I'm not from any Prohibition Bureau.
Then forget I said anything. The Captain's Club is strictly teetotal, in line with federal law. Now, if certain members wish to bring in their own medicinals, then we're happy to provide the accompanying aids. Ice, tonic, mixers, and the like, but we serve no alcohol on the premises.
Is the club busy tonight?
Well, we haven't opened yet, but if it's like last week, it'll be quite the lively soiree. I could barely keep up.
The members here like to have a good time?
That's right, sir. Both of them. This town sure isn't what it used to be.
What's happened to Dead Nettle?
Do you think you've wandered into the Tourist Information Center? I can assure you, you'll never meet a tourism official who dresses with this much panache. Stuart LePew, head of the Devil's Rock Historical Society, looks like a thrift store had a crisis of conscience and threw up on him.
I was just hoping to talk to someone so obviously knowledgeable about the area.
Well, yes, that is true. I am plagued with an encyclopedic knowledge of the locality. My concierge duties require it. I have a spiel.
Felix pushed out his chest like this was his moment in the limelight, his eyelids half closing as he performed before imagined crowds.
Welcome, hardy traveler, to our quaint port town of Dead Nettle. Once this town you see around you was a hub of commerce, a beacon for ships bravely navigating between America, Europe, and the Caribbean. With the unfortunate dissolution of the Belmore Trading Company, Our town has settled into a quieter life, perfect for the sailor ready to hang up their cap. We hope that you enjoy your time in our cozy town and perhaps explore some of the local sites here in Dead Nettle. Well,
Excuse me?
I was expecting applause.
I best be casting off.
Don't feel the need to rush back, sir.
It was a fancy elevator with a curious layer of dust.
You can't go up there. It's for members only. Members only.
On the tallest tower of the fort was a wrought iron Victorian lighthouse, clearly out of step with the fort's stone architecture. It was like seeing a pair of spectacles on Michelangelo's David. The lighthouse light was off. On the wall of the fort was a rusting metal plaque attributed to the Devil's Rock Historical Society. The plaque read, Fort de l'Amour, no public access. For further information, please contact the lighthouse keeper. The window looked into the church, if you could see through the decades of dust and grime. The inside of the church was silent and still. The church door was solid and understated, like much of the rest of the church. The church door was locked. Embedded into the stony hillside was a large, intricately carved crypt with a decorative geometric pattern on its stone doors. I couldn't see any way to open the crypt door. Not a doorknob, not a keyhole. Whoever sealed this up intended to seal it up for good. The graveyard was dotted with headstones, some old, some young, some legible, some not. I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for. I scanned. A shabby-looking coffin lay unceremoniously on the rickety table. A coffin sat upon a rickety-looking table with one leg shorter than the others. The coffin lid had been nailed down securely. I wasn't going to be able to open it. I tried to move the coffin, but the table was being held up sturdily. Where one of the table legs was broken, a jack was being used to prop it up, stopping the table from wobbling. It was a screw jack, the type I'd normally see being used to hold up a motor car when changing its tire. I scanned the headstones for... A rusty tin can sat on the ground. Its label read, Bloom's Canned Beef, family-sized. Appetizing. The tin was full of nothing but holes. A small pair of handheld bellows lay close to the stove on hand to stoke it. An antique stove burned quietly in the corner of the tumble-down shack. I didn't need to warm my hands on the stove. It was already a humid night, and the fire was more useful at keeping bugs away from the shack than keeping anyone toasty. The stove was... A scruffy-looking man was working away within the remnants of a shack. He looked like the kind of guy who would pass for a scarecrow if he stood still long enough. Hello?
Yeah! God darn it! Don't sneak up on people like that! You frighten the dying daylights out of me.
He looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. Sorry, you seem a little jumpy.
I thought you were that pesky little girl again.
A little girl? That doesn't seem like a reason to be scared.
She's a terror! One of these days she's gonna give me a heart attack. Last week, she showed up with a doctor's note she'd forged, saying a man I'd buried that day was just a very deep sleeper. 7 hours I was out here digging him back up, at my age.
And was he sleeping?
Dead as a dodo. Just like that little girl will be if I get my hands on her. Who are you, anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I've just arrived on the island.
Well, welcome, Mr. Murphy. I'm Edgar Kettle. Gravedigger, undertaker, coffin maker, and anything else that needs doing to keep this cemetery running.
I'm looking for the treasure of Belmore Manor.
Oh, a treasure hunter. Well, let me tell you something, young man. Don't even think about digging up my graveyard. There's no treasure buried here, and I'm already busy enough filling in the holes that are supposed to be here.
Do you know anything about the disappearance at Belmore Manor?
I think it's important to let the dead rest in peace.
But what if they're not in peace?
Well, you got me there. Listen, I think there's more to that story than meets the eye. You know the 3 brothers went missing, right? Well, if you ask me, I think Abigail Belmore was behind it. She was engaged to a sailor, but nobody like her would go for a commoner.
She might have loved him.
She could have loved somebody with a big bank account, too. I think she must have been using him, pretending to love him so he'd do her dirty work for her, bumping off her brothers. Then afterwards, she drops him and goes to marry the officer of the company. Fiendish.
Do you have any proof?
Yeah, just a feeling, that's all. But when you work with cadavers, you kinda get a 6th sense about things.
What do you think was behind the disappearance?
Well, the sailor must have found out he was being manipulated, right? Done something to get his revenge.
What do you think he did?
Nobody knows. He could have been working his way through those bodies like a madman. All we know is that everyone in that house disappeared. To tell you the truth, I'm quite relieved they did.
Why's that?
Because if they hadn't disappeared, it would have been this old fool who had to bury him. Saved me a lot of work.
Did you make this coffin?
I sure did. But this is no more than a pauper's coffin by anyone's standards. The finest the parish pension can buy. Lock them in lumber, leave them to slumber, that's what I say. This'll end up 5 feet under by the end of the night.
I thought it was supposed to be 6 feet.
You're not the one doing the digging. 5 feet means I get a tea break.
Have you got any spare coffin nails?
No, I don't have any to spare. I've got a backlog of bodies begging for burial. But does the parish increase my funding? Nope. The roof's leaking, my table's broken. I've used floorboards to build some of the coffins. Take my advice. Don't go into this line of work. Undertaking is a dying business.
Do you think I could fit inside the coffin?
Probably not. The gentleman inside might make it a bit of a squeeze.
You mean there's a dead guy inside there?
There better be. I can't afford to be burying empty coffins.
Was the little girl named Mallory Wisp by any chance?
That's her. The peril in a pinafore. She got the whole town thinking I was burying people prematurely. I walked past the school the other day, and they'd made up a jump rope chant about me.
Oh, what was the chant the school children made up about you?
Edgar, Edgar, crazy feller, just be careful, he don't get you. How many bodies did he strive to bury while they're still alive?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I wasn't looking for audience participation.
Sorry, I got carried away. Just like you with the burying. Have you ever accidentally buried someone who was still alive?
Has someone been making accusations again?
No, just making conversation.
Well, not that I know of. When you think about it, how would I know?
Shouts for help, desperate shaking of the coffin.
Look, I haven't sealed anyone up who was chatting with me, let's put it that way. I usually check for signs of life, but everyone takes shortcuts sometimes, don't they? I deserve some rest in peace, too.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Hopefully not the guy in the coffin.
Not funny.
I best be running along.
Don't drop dead. I don't want anything else on my to-do list.
The coffin lid had been nailed down securely. A mischievous idea began to form in my mind. Hey, I think the guy inside here might still be alive.
And why would you think something like that?
The coffin was just shaking around. Maybe you should open it up.
Well, I didn't see it move.
The gravedigger had me in a conundrum. I could hardly start shaking it right in front of his eyes.
And unless the body inside starts jiggling around, I'm not opening up that coffin.
I couldn't do that. That didn't work. That wasn't going to work. I tied the twine to the uneven table and took up a hiding spot behind a nearby wall. It was time to wake the dead. Hello? Hello? Why is it so dark in here?
Huh? Who's that?
I'm stuck! Help! Help!
Mallory, if that's you again.
Get me out of this thing!
Oh no, not again. Mister, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I was told... Mister? Oh, God darn it! Next time I see that girl, I'm gonna have a peewee-sized coffin all ready for her. A few hours locked in one of those should adjust her sense of humor.
The rusty tin now contained the used nails the gravedigger had pried from the coffin. I picked up the handful of discarded coffin nails from the tin. It was a handful of crooked... That did... Nope. That wasn't going to work. That didn't work. Nope. 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 I needed to think of something. I could... Searching the dead man's body was not something I wanted to do. I'd never seen a dead body before. Searching the... I could... That didn't work. The gravedigger... The gravedigger... I didn't need... I scanned...
Hurry up with the barrels, Morris. We gotta get these unloaded before anyone sees us.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Musket? I don't think we should be using a church as our hiding place.
You're not being paid to think, Morris. You carry those barrels in here and let me worry about the theological implications. This place has been abandoned for decades. There's nobody around.
Nobody living, maybe. What if there's ghosts, boss?
Darn it, Morris. If brains was dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. Now get unloading. And keep an eye out for anyone snooping around.
What if someone catches us?
If anyone asks, we're the new clergy. We tell them these barrels are full of communion wine.
I thought we was rum runners, not wine runners, boss.
Communion rum, then.
Ah, gotcha.
Remember, St. Juniper's Church is a place to get closer to God. And if anyone questions our alibi, we make sure that happens.
The pair of rum runners looked like the human personifications of the dish and the spoon from Hey Diddle Diddle. The gangly spoon bossing around the rotund dish as it carried barrels effortlessly from the jalopy and into the church. As it turned out, nursery rhyme characters become a lot more intimidating once they have revolvers. A pile of barrels rested precariously in the jalopy. It didn't take a detective to realize that these contained illicit alcohol that would have been jumped on by the Prohibition Bureau, or a frat house. The barrels were far too heavy for me to lift, though that gorilla of a rum runner had been picking them up like they were cotton balls. Nope. That wasn't going to... That wasn't going... That didn't work. The noise of smashing barrels definitely would have alerted the rum runners. A pile of barrels rested. It didn't take it or a frat. An old jalopy was parked up outside the church, its flatbed filled with barrels. The jalopy door was locked. How ironic that the rum runners would take care not to be the target of criminality. An old jalopy was parked up outside. The car's horn was attached to the side of the jalopy. The barrels were far too... That didn't work. That wasn't go... I could see the shadows of the rum runners moving around inside the church, but I didn't want to get too close in case they saw me too. Wandering happily into the high... The barrels were far too heavy for me to lift, though that gorilla of a rum runner had been picking them up like they were cotton balls. I couldn't do that. The jalopy door was locked. How ironic that the rum runners would take care... I didn't need to do any mechanics. That wasn't going... I couldn't... If the rum runners caught me breaking into their getaway car, I'd end up bundled up inside one of their barrels. Besides, from what I could see through the window, there was nothing worth taking. The car's horn was attached to the side of the jalopy. I needed to think of something. Nope. That wasn't going to work. That wasn't going to work. I needed to think of something else. Wandering happily into the hideout of a pair of mobsters wasn't going to be a smart move.
Cluck, cluck, buck, 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 cluck.
I tried to persuade the chicken to come outside, but clearly I was out of cluck. It was a ramshackle chicken coop with infrequent clucks emanating from within. A pile of rotting wood lay at the side of the path. The wood was old and rotting. It wasn't going to be of any use. And who knew what critters might have made their homes inside the pile? The mill incorporated a wooden water wheel that turned in the current of the water channel, presumably driving some kind of gear inside. Despite its obvious age, the water wheel was still turning. I couldn't get near it, and that was probably a good thing if I didn't want to get dragged under by the current. The inside of the lumber mill smelled like sawdust and grease. Judging from the overgrown weeds, it clearly hadn't been used in a long time, and yet the lights remained on. A handheld auger was slotted into a tool shelf on the wall. I picked up the auger from the tool shelf. It was a small metal tool used for drilling holes by hand. I didn't want to make a hole in that. In the middle of the room was a large sawmill. The conveyor belt would have carried logs up to the blade, cutting them in two. I looked over the machine, but I couldn't find a way to turn it on, if it even still worked. Despite the age of the mill, the buzzsaw still looked sharp and scary. I didn't want to touch it. I hadn't seen something with that many scary-looking teeth since Old Lady Malloy's German Shepherd got loose on my 10th birthday. Nope. That wasn't going to work. A series of hatches ran along the back wall of the mill. The hatches were locked. From their shape, I deduced they were for storing lumber, and I wasn't in need of any 2x4s. Lubricating the beam so it rotated smoothly was a thick glob of grease. If I touched the grease with my bare hands, I'd be spending hours trying to wash it off. That wasn't going to work. Nope. 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 That wasn't going to. A large round beam rotated slowly in the center of the room. The beam looked to be driven by the water wheel outside. For the multitude of wires fanning out from the top, it was presumably hooked up to a generator. On the wall hung old saw blades, undisturbed since the mill was last in operation. The saw blades were rusted, dull, and would surely have precipitated the need for a tetanus shot. Each of the electric cables in the room emanated from a metal panel by the upstairs door. The electrical safety of the panel looked questionable. I wasn't going to touch it. I couldn't. Nope. That didn't work. The door had no indication of what lay on the other side. I guessed it might be an office. I tried the door, but it was locked. The beach was dotted by tide pools, partly filled with seawater. A fishing net had been stretched. The fisherman's rod sat on the edge of the dock, its line undisturbed as it bobbed in the water. I had more important things to do than fish. I decided to leave Ned to his fishing. I thought I'd keep that to myself. I didn't need to show him that. I didn't thought I'd... Would you like this?
That's all right, Mac.
I decided... What do you think of this?
Looks like the license is missing a photograph.
I didn't need to show him that. What do you think of this magazine?
Is this what got you interested in the Belmore treasure?
That's right. This is all I could find about it.
Just remember, don't believe everything you read.
There was nothing I... What do you think of this manuscript? I think it's voodoo.
Is this what Moret's having you hunt down?
Does it have any meaning to you?
Well, I know some of those symbols, but the way they're put together, they don't make any sense to me. And I wager they don't make any sense to someone familiar with real voodoo either.
You're saying it's fake?
Why don't you find out when you put in the last ingredient? If that's what you're doing on this island, maybe I shouldn't be so worried after all.
What do you think of this?
How'd you get a hold of a Gree, Murphy? You be careful with that. Only somebody who knows what they're doing should be in charge of one of those.
To make use of that, I needed something to weigh. I didn't need to... Nope. I didn't need to... Nope. I need... Nope. The clothesline was decidedly out of reach, even for a person who wanted to steal someone's freshly... Nope. A fishing net had been stretched... The fishing net was worn and useless. Using it would have been like trying to catch soup with a sieve. That wasn't going... The net was so worn that even if I had... I thought better of... I could...
Anything to report?
I'm keeping my eyes open.
Don't even think about it.
Nope. On the floor was a large canister filled with dark black printer's ink. Around it, the floor was stained with ink splatters. I didn't... Nope. That didn't... Nope. I didn't... I thought I'd keep... I didn't think... I didn't think I need... I didn't...
Yes?
Hi! I've got a story for you. A big one. There are rum runners at the old church.
Keep your voice down, Motormouth. Do you want us to end up in the obituaries?
I thought you wanted a real scoop for the Gazette.
I do, just not one that gets me on the wrong side of the mob in the process. Pigeon elected mayor, cow does the high jump. Those are the types of stories that get eyes on the front pages.
But I thought journalists had a duty towards truth, justice, and society.
Where'd you get that poppycock idea? My duty is towards the circulation numbers. And while I'd love a shocker of a story, I'd rather not become the story, if you catch my drift.
I think I better be going.
I've got my eye on you, McAllen.
There was no... Besides, I didn't know how to
Hey!
Sorry! The courtyard echoed with the trickling noise of a small fountain. There was nothing in the fountain except... The courtyard echoed... The bottle was already... That didn't work. I couldn't do... I had nothing else to say to Felix, and I doubted he had anything to say to me.
Welcome back!
I had nothing else to ask him. Even if I could... Could you polish my brooch?
Hand her over.
I inspected the carving, its woodworm-dotted surface. Nope. I couldn't do that. There was no way I could carry a fishbowl. That wasn't going to... That wasn't going... That wasn't going to work. I didn't need to look... That wasn't... Robbing a jewelry store really wasn't my style.
Here you go.
Thank you. I considered climbing the water tower, but and there was nothing else of it. Afraid sack. With the gator disposed of, I turned my attention to the sack hanging from the crane. There was no apparent way to open it, but by the feel of it, it seemed to be filled with some kind of grain. I cut into the sack with the knife, revealing it to be full of corn. The sack was now cut open. I took the corn from the sack. It was a handful of dried corn. Nope. I scattered the corn on the path. Mere seconds later, it attracted the attention of the curious chicken. Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, it was a ram. The small chicken I'd lured out of the chicken. I was glad nobody had seen that. I may have known how to handle a chicken drumstick, but wrestling the living version was altogether different. I'd seen cowboys lassoing cattle at the summer rodeo before, but trying to do the same with parcel twine and a chicken would have been ridiculous. If the chicken didn't want me to touch it, perhaps a blast of air could do the trick. Loose feathers from the chicken lay on the path. I'd bothered the chicken. It was a handful of white chicken feathers. It was a pair of feathers, both black.
Anything to report?
I'm keeping... Delicately, I dipped the feathers into the canister of ink. When they emerged, they were dyed jet black. It was a handful of chicken feathers I dyed black. It was a small leather pouch with a... Currently, it was... I placed the feathers into the gree-gree. It was a pair of feathers. I placed the coffin nails in the gree-gree. I placed the dime into the gree-gree. That would work as the silver coin. It was a single penny, the last money I had left to my name. A table and chairs sat inside the gazebo, an echo of better days. From the patina of rust, it was clear the patio set hadn't been used in decades. From the patina, a horseshoe hung above the threshold of the gazebo, supposedly a symbol of good luck. Ouch! So much for good luck. I picked up the horseshoe that had assaulted me. It was heavy, as the bump on my head attested. It was the full moon. I didn't think I'd ever seen it glow so brightly before. Gazing up at the glowing moon, it reminded me of a poem I could recite by heart, even if I couldn't remember where I'd first heard it. From way up high, the moon can spy beyond where eyesight delves, but with some time, the maritime can see those sights themselves. It was a heavy iron horseshoe. I couldn't do. Nope. That wasn't going. I needed to. With the ripped seam as an opening, I placed the horseshoe inside the taxidermy fish. Now it was heavy.
Mac, does that say what I think it does? You been holding back on me. That breaks Scribb's record.
McAllen! How does it feel to have decimated the town record in your first few hours on the island?
How did you hear about this so fast?
It's my job to know about things fast. Now, I'm asking the questions here. Where'd you get the fish, McAllen?
Well, it was a mighty battle on the southern coast. Its fins strong as a motor, its mouth as fierce as a tiger's. I paused dramatically to allow my fishing prowess to wash over them.
What rod did you use?
Wooden one?
I mean, what make?
You know, I didn't use a rod.
You caught the fish without a rod?
It was more one-on-one. Mono, fisho.
You wrestled a fish?
And I won.
Well, as much as it pains me to say it, you're the cover story in the next edition of the Juniper Parish Gazette. And this is why I'm not getting a Pulitzer.
I've got to hand it to you, Mac. That fish is a whopper. I don't know how you got it, but as long as it keeps Squid quiet at the porch party tomorrow, I ain't complaining.
I'd had enough of Karen. I decided to leave.
Murphy! Have you seen the cover of the evening edition? I think we caught your personality perfectly in that photograph. Naive, simple, unsophisticated. Makes it all the more surprising that you actually accomplished something.
I wonder if I should have it framed.
That'll cost you.
A new edition of the local newspaper sat on the desk with a disturbing inclusion. My face right on the front page.
Hey! Those cost money, you know.
But it has my photograph on it.
The Do Not Serve board down at Spinelli's bar has my photograph on it. But that doesn't mean I can just pick it up and walk out with it, does it?
I'd like to buy a newspaper.
Finally, I get something out of you loitering in here. That'll be 1 cent, please.
I picked up the newspaper. The fewer people that saw it, the better. Carefully, I cut my photograph out of the newspaper. It was the photograph of myself I'd cut out of the newspaper. I wish I'd posed better. I was going to need something adhesive to stick it in with. Evelyn seemed busy, and I didn't have anything else to ask her.
Anything to report?
I didn't want to... A rusty tin can sat on the ground. I needed to... Hello, Edgar.
Yeah!
Do you know there are a couple of gentlemen up by the church?
Rum runners, they are. Dealing with them is not in my job description. As long as they don't mix up the stiffs I'm burying with the stiff drinks they're smuggling, I'm keeping my nose out. Curiosity killed the cat, you know, and I really miss Mittens.
Who is it you're burying?
This is Theodore Grimes. He was the
comptroller for Juniper Parish?
That's right. You knew him?
We were supposed to have a meeting. Clearly he's going to miss it.
Sure is. Now he's the late comptroller Grimes.
I'd best be running along.
Goodbye.
I'd never seen a dead body before. So this was Comptroller Grimes, the man I was supposed to meet for my lodging, stipend, and authority papers. Something told me he didn't have them on him. Now that I'd looked upon the lifeless face of Comptroller, I scanned the headstone. I didn't need to warm my hands on the stove. It was already a humid night, and the fire was more useful at keeping bugs away from... An antique stove burned... I scanned the headstone. I scanned the... I scanned... I couldn't see any way to open the crypt. Whoever sealed... I couldn't... Wandering happily. That wasn't going... The barrels were far too heavy for me to lift, though that... Using the auger, I drilled a small hole in the barrel, and out poured rum. Poured out the water, then began to fill the bottle with the rum pouring from the barrel. Relief washed over me at the realization that I'd done it without getting caught by the two rum runners.
Hey, Musket! There's someone out here!
Or so I thought.
Hey, fella, what do you think you're doing snooping around here? This is our church, you know, and it's closed.
I'm just here to do some praying. Mainly praying that I get out of this situation without a puncture wound.
He's being a wise guy, Musket.
Time to fill him full of lead.
But boss, it's bad luck to bump someone off in a churchyard.
Now, where'd you hear a nonsensical thing like that?
I thought churches was hallowed ground, where sin and immorality would face supernatural punishment in this world or the next.
Where do you get this stuff from? I told you, I do the thinking in this partnership.
It was a soda bottle that I'd filled up with rum. I poured the rum into the gree-gree. It was an empty soda bottle I'd found on the beach. An old carriage wheel sat discarded in the grass. The wheel was too heavy to move. That wasn't It was a small metal tool. A barrel hung from a rope marked in stenciled writing, molasses. The barrel dangled from the rope like a piñata, but having this burst over my head would be the first step in getting tarred and feathered. A cow skull was mounted on the frame as a macabre decoration. The cow skull was out of reach. A length of rope dangled a barrel in front of the carriage house's hatch. The other end was tied off on the handle of the side door. The knot was tied so tightly I couldn't loosen it. A length of rope dangled a barrel in front of the carriage house's hatch. To the right of the carriage house's main doors was a smaller pedestrian entrance. The handle turned, but the door was restrained by the taut rope tied to it. From its other end dangled a heavy barrel full of molasses. 2 large doors marked the entrance to the building, wide enough for the grandest of carriages. The doors were firmly locked from the inside. The barrel had smashed on the ground, revealing its dark, syrupy sweet contents. Molasses. I wasn't going to touch with the items I was borrowing across the island. Some may have said I had sticky fingers, but this would have made it a little bit too literal. I touched the back of the photograph to the molasses. Thanks to the stickiness of the molasses, the photograph adhered nicely to the captain's license. A cow skull was... I reached up to the cow skull and dislocated its grisly jaw. There was nothing else It was a jawbone from the cow skull. I placed the jawbone into the gree-gree. Looking out over the tranquility of the gardens, its magnolias lit by moonlight, nothing could take my attention away from the macabre sight dangling from the oak tree. A hanged skeleton, its wedding suit little more than tattered rags clinging to bone, and its skull seemingly watching me with hollow, unblinking eyes. An eternal groom without a bride. A dying tree stood next to the balcony, its branches devoid of leaves, its bark flaking away. The stark trunk of the tree didn't offer any possibility of climbing it. A skeleton, clothed in wedding attire, hung by the neck from a branch of the tree. Glinting in the moonlight was a wedding ring it still held clasped in its bony fingers. The skeleton hung high up in the tree, swaying with each slight breeze. Even from down on the ground, I felt disturbingly close to it. From the ground, I didn't have a clear view through the balcony doors, but that didn't stop me from knowing the dark magic that went on beyond that broken glass. The balcony was broken where I'd been thrown out of Abigail's bedroom. I went to open the door into Belmore Manor, but the key was gone. I was sure I'd left it in the lock. I considered wading into the pond. Then I realized the plaque read, Fort de l'Amour. I filled the bottle with water from the fountain. I had nothing else to say to feel it. My credentials.
You're telling me you are a captain?
I trust it's all in order.
I thought you said your name was Murphy McCallan.
That's right.
Then why does this say Captain Knott?
It's a pseudonym for marketing purposes. You've got to stand out nowadays. A cool name's a good way to do that. You didn't think Captain Hook was called Hook before the hand incident, did you? What would the odds of that have been?
Look, Sonny, the bylaws of this club only allow the club manager to verify a captain's license. And Mr. Perkins is enjoying his backgammon soiree with Mrs. Perkins and the ladies this evening, with strict instructions not to be disturbed. So I'll accept this for tonight, but try this again tomorrow night and it'll be another story. Now, with that said, a warm and hearty welcome to the Captain's Club. We sincerely hope you make use of and enjoy our facilities, and do please let me know if I can be of any assistance at all. We don't open for another hour, but if you'd like, you can head up now to acquaint yourself.
I waited for the doors of the elevator to open, but nothing happened.
If you wish to use the elevator, I'm afraid to tell you it's broken. You'll have to endure the stairs.
Fair enough. While I was trapped on Devil's Rock, a map of the world wasn't going to be much use to me. A painted globe stood at the top of the stairs. The pinpricks across its surface implied it had either been used to plot out perilous voyages across the ocean waves or served as a replacement dartboard. Nope. The room was dominated by a large wooden billiard table, its hand-carved Baroque cabinet presenting a sharp contrast to the faded and ripped baize that topped it. I considered playing a game, but the lack of balls and cues was going to be a roadblock. A cube of billiard chalk was left on the rim of the table. I picked up the cube of billiard chalk from the edge of the table. I placed the chalk into the gree-gree. An elegant glass-paneled cabinet stood against the wall, holding billiards equipment and a sparkling trophy in the shape of an 8-ball. The cabinet was locked. There was a small electric switch on the wall. The switch seemed to control the ceiling fans. The ceiling fans were off. The ceiling fans were off. The ceiling fan. That wasn't go. I needed to think of. I couldn't do. I considered playing it. It was a door leading out on. The door was locked. The ceiling fans were on. I needed the ceiling fans. That wasn't going. I couldn't do. The cabinet was locked. I had nothing else to say. The plaque read,
You've returned. Have you found all the...
Not yet. I'm going... Blocking my entrance into the fort was a sturdy iron gate. I jiggled the gate, but it wasn't going to open. If pirates and the colonial powers of Western Europe weren't able to get into the fort uninvited, I wasn't about to either. A barrel marked gunpowder was being rocked by the cat perched on top of him. The cat was staring at the lantern, mesmerized by the light. On the wall, an electric lantern glowed brightly. There wasn't anything to do with the lantern. Here, kitty, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. It was no use. That cat was clearly more entranced by shiny things than the stranger outside the gate. I could have tried squeezing my arms through the bars, but I already knew the barrel was too far away to reach. A coat of arms was carved in stone above the staircase. The coat of arms depicted 4 lions surrounding a central flower, topped by a medieval tower. The cat seemed too entranced by the light to notice me dangling a ball of twine out for it. I didn't need to... The cat wasn't going to be in... I didn't need to blow on that. The cat wasn't going... I didn't need to... That wasn't... Houdini might have been able to use the button magnet to manipulate the mechanism inside the lock and open it. I wasn't Houdini. That didn't work. The metal gate was far too strong. That wasn't going... The cat wasn't... Even with the poker, With the newly polished brooch gleaming, I angled it towards the lantern, catching the light and reflecting a red beam on the wall. I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder. I placed the gunpowder into the gree-gree. I'd done it. All 7 ingredients for the summoning spell. Now I needed to head back to the Spirit Queen.
I thought I'd find you out here, Macallan.
Evelyn! Lovely to see you out in the bayou again.
This'll be the last time, Macallan, I'm not your secretary. I don't know what you're up to out here, but I'll figure it out soon enough. But for now, let's hurry it up. These shoes are alligator skin, and I don't want the local fauna recognizing an old friend. Another telegram came through for you, marked urgent. Kip said you might be out here.
My boss again?
Got it in 1.
Macallan, report back immediately. Received word Grimes is deceased. Lack of resources has made this a waste of time. And I've cottoned onto your little stunt with the Friday signatures. When you get back here, sorting mail is gonna be the least of your worries. Sid Sinclair, Sinclair Auditing Company.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. On a night when I'd just seen a ghost, this telegram was almost more unbelievable. There was more to the Belmore story than I could have ever imagined. Now I was being pulled away to a job I didn't want to work, and a life I didn't want to live. Maybe it was time to do something a little foolish. Do I still have that prepaid reply?
Sure do. What do you want it to say?
Tell him I quit. I couldn't believe what I'd done. I'd quit my job and opened the first chapter in my own adventure. But without a job, I didn't have a salary. Without a salary, I wouldn't have a place to live. And it suddenly became more important than ever that I find that treasure. For me this time.
Murphy, have you found all 7 ingredients?
I have.
Wonderful! Now it is time for the final step. Out of the darkness, the sadness, the fear, I command you, my servant, now to appear.
I have returned, Master. What is your desire?
The ingredients have been gathered. The final step of the spell is ready. The focus.
The focus of the spell is whatever you are casting it upon. Belmore Manor is where the ghosts reside. An image of Belmore Manor is what you must use to direct the spell.
Murphy, do you have an image of Belmore Manor we can use? Yes, Murphy, that will work. Place it inside the gree-gree as the final ingredient.
I folded the magazine cover and placed it inside the gree-gree.
The spell is ready. Finally, the ghosts will be free again. Open the gree-gree, Murphy, and that will cast the spell.
With some trepidation, I took the gree-gree from my pocket and with a deep breath, opened it.
At last, I am free.
Servant, what's happening?
I was never your servant.
I am your master. You shall do my bidding, I command you.
Foolish mortal, you have served your purpose. No longer do I need to manifest as an ephemeral specter. Now my true spirit form is freed.
Loa, do as I say.
You are of no more use to me.
I wasn't sure what I'd just seen, but the voodoo fire raging all around me was all too real. I needed to get out, and fast. Glowing green flames filled the riverboat. I needed to get out. I wasn't going to be able to put the flames out with my bare hands. As I opened my eyes, I realized I had no idea where I was. Hello? Hello? This wasn't good. I checked my hands and still seemed to be flesh and blood. What's happening? Where am I?
Welcome back to Belmore Manor, Murphy McCallum. We didn't expect to see you again so soon.
What's going on? Am I dead?
Don't be so overdramatic, Murphy. You're still very much alive. But you're the only person in the house that is. I'm afraid your actions have caused a good bit of trouble for us inhabitants of the house.
What's happened?
Let's see if you can figure it out. We're about to play a song, and Murphy McCallum, this one is for you. All right, all you Belmore Manor ghosts and ghouls, let's take it to a place where voodoo rules. Know what you've done. A house of spirits, but we know of one with evil intentions, and now no preventions to harm their evil scheme. You're now implicated in this complicated supernatural dream. You got the spell, now the deed is done. Evil's free, the plan has just begun. Without your detection, we'll have no protection from the Machiavelli. solve the mystery. The lover, the boy, the devil, oh God. Questions surrounded in doubt. The officer, bride, the sailor, or guide, Murphy. Can you figure it out? Can you figure it out? The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now, who is the lover?
I think the bride was the lover.
A girl in love and a dream to wed. But does she know what cannot be said? Are the people around her just there to confound her? A love that must end with them dead. A sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now, who is the
I think the sailor was the pawn.
A sailor forced into a wicked deal, a bride to woo, a heart to steal, a sinister threat if he ever should get found out that his love isn't real. Wicked spirits in evil rebel, tell us now, who is the devil?
I think the officer was the devil.
The Belmore fortune, his work has grown. He wants that work all to be his own. If the bride was away, then the fortune will stay. Choose the riches to be his alone. Murphy tried, but it wasn't right. The real story might give you a fright. You gave your best guess, but it's not a success in these paranormal days. We'll re-sing a song, try to see where you're wrong. Try again while your hopes still remain. Broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now, who is the lover?
I think the sailor was the lover.
Someone in love and their love is true. Is it return? What is there to do? They're caught in the middle of baffling riddles. Is love what can carry them through? A sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now, who is the pawn?
I think the officer was the pawn.
A man of knowledge and a wish to mend. The one he helps, but are they really friends? Take all that he knows and then leave him just woes. And so what are the sirens' true ends? Wicked spirits in evil rebel, tell us now, who is the devil?
I think the bride was the devil.
Beauty to those in her spell, but with a wish to drag them all to hell. Serving the voodoo, the evil has come through. Just like them, she's doomed as well. Murphy tried, but it wasn't right. The real story might give you a fright. You gave your best guess, but it's not a success in these paranormal days. We'll re-sing a song, try to see where you're wrong. Try again while your hopes still remain. The broken heart another. Tell us now who is the lover.
I think the officer was the lover.
A man of wealth, but the thing that he needs, he has a heart like any human bleeds. Is his wife only known by the dollars he's grown? His heart overlooked for his deeds. Sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the pawn.
I think the sailor was the pawn.
A sailor let down a hideous track. His heart now twisted for a vile attack. She convinced him to kill, and he loves her still. What's his fate when love's not given back? Wicked spirited, evil rebel. Tell us now who is the devil.
I think the bride was the devil.
Fortune with the brothers gone. The foolish sailor, her love for him are kind. She'll marry the man who can keep with her plan. For her heart, it's gold, that's the one. Murphy tried, but it wasn't right. The real story might give you a fright. You gave your best guess, but it's not a success in these paranormal days. We'll re-sing a song. Try to see where you're wrong. Try again while your hope still remains. The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now who is the
I think the bride was the lover.
Dream to wed, but does she know what cannot be said? Are the people around her just that to confound her? A love that must end with them dead. A sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the pawn.
I think the officer was the pawn.
With her charm and skill, trick to give just what would bring her ill. His lover now hexed, so what to do next? He's the one who released what will kill. Wicked spirited, evil rebel. Tell us now who is the devil.
I think the sailor was the devil.
But now a curse begun. If he can't have her, then no one can. He feels he deceived, now she won't be reprieved. 3 hearts broken, all part of a plan. Murphy tried, but it wasn't right. The real story might give you a fright. You gave your best guess, but it's not a success in these paranormal days. We'll re-sing a song. Try to see where you're wrong. Try again while your hope still remains. The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now who is the lover.
I think the bride was the lover.
A girl in love and a dream to wed, but does she know what cannot be said? Are the people around her just that to confound her? A love that must end with them dead. Sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the
I think the sailor was the pawn.
A sailor forced into a wicked deal, a bride to woo, a heart to steal, a sinister threat if he ever should get found out that his love isn't real. Wicked spirits in evil rebel, tell us now who is the devil.
I think the
his work has grown. He wants that work all to be his own. If the bride was away, then the fortune will stay. Choose the riches to be his alone. Murphy tried, but it wasn't right. The real story might give you a fright. You gave your best guess, but it's not a success in these paranormal days. We'll re-sing a song, try to see where you're wrong. Try again while your hope still remains. The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now who is the
I think the sailor was the lover.
Someone in love and their love is true. Is it return? What is there to do? They're caught in the middle of baffling riddles. Is love what can carry them through? Sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the pawn?
I think the bride was the pawn.
But in some evil curse, immersed in voodoo and things perverse. She cannot protest and her mind's not possessed by things that only get worse. Wicked spirits in evil rebel, tell us now who is the devil.
I think the officer was the devil.
Control, black magic powers got things he stole. But maybe it's setback, but he's gonna get back, and we'll worry that goes now. Let's go. Maybe you listened and now you've done it. You took a gamble and you have won it. A bride in a sail and a sailor's farewell, and an officer pulling the strings. A house that's filled with voodoo, and yes, we know like you do. To fix it, we'll take some strange things. To test it, we ask you questions 3. You do clues and solve the mystery. The officer, bride, and the sailor all died. Questions surrounded in doubt. The lover, the pawn, the devil upon Murphy, you figured it out. And there's too much. The foolish boss find treasures trapped in hidden vaults. You may think you are done, but it's all just begun. It's time for the ghostly debut. So say trick or treat, 'cause there's a goal to defeat. Hey Murphy, we hope that you do. Or guess what? You'll have to lie to pterodactyl.
I was back in Belmore Manor, and although it was better than being dead, I didn't know what was awaiting me. They were the imposing I'm sure I left this door unlocked. At the center of the manuscript was
Who wanders to this ghostly trick? The prey that prays it will be quick. Do not blame that final try, for once he's in, he's sure to die.
another ghost. Oh, this can't be good.
Welcome back to Belmore Manor, Mr. McAllen. My name is Cordelia Lockett. I do hope I haven't scared you.
To be honest, I've had my fill of ghosts for today. Perhaps I should be running along.
I'm afraid you'll need to come with me. There is someone you need to meet.
Who?
Miss Belmore.
You know, I don't think that would be such a great idea. We met twice already this evening, and I don't think she's taken much of a liking to me. What with throwing me off a balcony and pulling me into a spirit pool. Attempt to kill me once? Shame on you. Attempt to kill me twice? Shame on me, you know? I'll just go. It'll be like I was never here.
It's too late for that, Mr. McAllen. I really must insist.
What have I gotten myself into?
Miss Belmore, Mr. McAllen is here to see you.
I don't see anyone. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Belmore. I wasn't trying to steal from you. I didn't know anybody was still here. And then I've gotten deeper into things than I expected, and Miss Belmore? Why isn't she saying anything? Why is she crying?
This is all terribly exciting, isn't it? I'm afraid there's much more to this than you realize, Mr. McAllen.
Can she even hear me?
I don't think so, but keep trying to talk to her anyway.
What happened to her?
I can tell you all that I know, if you're brave enough to hear it.
I hope I am.
I was there on that night, all those years ago. And it wasn't Miss Belmore who was to blame. The morning of the wedding, Mr. Rackham left a gift on Miss Belmore's dresser. A small leather pouch with strange beads and strange markings. I shouldn't have been looking, but I saw her open it. It was black magic. Everyone had heard the rumours about Mr. Rackham, but I saw it with my own eyes. Miss Belmore panicked. She threw the pouch into her music box, slammed down the lid to lock it, and threw the brooch into the fireplace. But it was too late. She was losing herself. I could see it in her eyes. Minutes later, she asked me to bring her fiancé to her room. It's bad luck to see the groom before the ceremony. She told him she didn't love him, but I don't think it was her speaking. He begged, he pleaded, his heart broke in two. He was devastated. I saw him head up the staircase to the balcony overlooking the garden. But oh dear, I didn't know what he was going to do. That evening, her wedding to that evil Mr. Rackham began, but it didn't go the way he had planned. Just before Miss Belmore's lips formed the words, "I do," I could see the forces battling inside her. The real love within her resisting the forged compulsion of Mr. Rackham's curse, staring into eyes that were not those of her true love. And that battle of good and evil exploded. Just like that, everyone in the house was gone, trapping us as ghosts to remain here forever. For more than 30 years she's been like this, her mind trapped in an eternal battle between the true love in her heart and the evil magic trying to control her. More than 30 years of never-ending heartbreak. And while Miss Belmore is trapped in torment, do you realize what you've done? You've summoned all the ghosts in the house, including Mr. Rackham, that manipulator, that occultist, that devil, the cause of Miss Belmore's suffering. He's once again free to pursue his evil deeds, because you released him.
If Abigail is under a spell, how is she able to attempt to kill me twice?
Well, it's never happened before. Maybe she's losing the fight against Mr. Rackham's curse, and the evil inside her is growing more powerful. Oh dear, it's almost too terrible to think about, isn't it?
Why is Rackham doing all this? What does he want?
He's after the same thing you are. The Belmore treasure, but he's willing to do a lot more to get it, and he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. I'd say he's a lot more committed than you are.
I have to do something. How can we stop him?
I'm afraid I don't rightly know, but Miss Belmore might. She managed to break out of the spell once, just at the moment of the explosion, when Mr. Rackham tried to carry out the wedding. Perhaps if you take her back to that moment, she might be able to break out of it again. To do that, you'll need to create a love antidote to Mr. Rackham's curse.
How can I create a love antidote?
Look in the mirror. In this reflection, she's as happy as she was on the morning of her wedding. And look, there in front of her, 4 wedding mementos and the echoed music of the wedding march, each one a touchstone of that final happy time. If you could gather those 5 things, perhaps we might bring her back to the moment she escaped the spell, even if just for a moment. There's something else you should know. Mrs. Craddock, the housekeeper, has announced that all wedding preparations are to resume upon the orders of Mr. Rackham. He plans to repeat the wedding tonight. You don't have long.
But what if I break her out of the spell and she is evil now?
I think you'll just have to take that risk.
Maybe I should go. Try to find someone who knows more about this.
Oh, don't you know? You're just as trapped within this house as any of us ghosts. Try the windows, try the doors. We all have 1,000 times. But it's no use. If you want to escape, she's your only hope.
That can't be true. I haven't died. I can't be trapped here forever like you.
In moonlight's glow, a spectral cell, and whispers of an eerie spell. No one hears his silent shout, for once he's in, he can't get out.
No amount of force or technique or desperate longing would open the door. Cordelia was right. I was trapped. And as I looked around at the house that held me, I felt both dead and alive at the same time. Both awake and in a dream, or a nightmare. The only way I could possibly free myself was to gather the 5 items to awaken the Ghost Bride, perhaps giving her a third and final opportunity to kill me.
Hold it right there. The dance is about to begin. I shall deal with you afterwards. The skill, the movement, the passion. It certainly gets the blood pumping. Now then, do you have an invitation?
An invitation?
To the waltz. This celebration is only for wedding guests. We have all manner of help running around the house who certainly aren't invited to the festivities. Imagine the smell. If you want to come in, you'll need to retrieve it. Rules are rules, and it's my job to enforce them. I am Mrs. Elaine Craddock, housekeeper of Belmore Manor. Who are you, anyway?
Murphy McCallan. I'm just a visitor.
Evidently.
The lady stood there with a face like a dribbling teapot. She exuded all the warmth of a cup of English tea that had been left out for a week.
Stop right there, young man. Only guests with invitations are allowed to watch the waltz.
The wedding guests had gathered around the dance floor waiting for the next waltz to start. They stood with that distinctly stiff restraint that seemed to afflict all the upper classes. 4 pairs of dancers had taken their places on the dance floor. The centerpiece of the dance floor was an elaborate wedding cake, sitting on a wheeled cart and towering over the dancers around it. 4 pairs of dancers. Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Oh, are you still here?
You need to stop the wedding.
I shall do no such thing. The preparations have begun on the order of Mr. Rackham himself, and I shall see to it personally that his wishes are carried out.
But he wasn't the original groom. He's an imposter.
Another word like that, and I shall have you escorted out of the house.
Good luck trying. I seem to be rather supernaturally stuck here.
Mr. Rackham is a fine man. Motivated, determined, ambitious, rich, and roguishly delectable. Precisely the type of person a well-to-do debutante like Miss Belmore should be marrying.
Not if she doesn't love him.
Love is not important amongst families of blue blood. What matters is lineage, inheritance, and continuity. That last-minute change of heart she had last time was the best decision she ever made. She'll be far better off with Mr. Rackham than she would be with a sailor.
She sputtered the word with such disgust I half expected her to scrub herself clean afterwards.
I mean, really, what was he going to do for her? Fetch her a fish supper, clear the decks, and sing the sailor's hornpipe? Do you get a funny feeling when your wealth keeps on depleting you should never marry sailors when your funds run low?
There are some who think Rackham has duplicitous intentions.
The green-eyed monster. Mr. Rackham is exactly what is needed to get this household back on the straight and narrow.
What do you mean?
I don't like to speak ill of the dead.
Especially now that you're one of them?
Indeed. But I'm afraid that the Belmore brothers were becoming increasingly unusual before their disappearances. Their interests veered away from the economic and turned towards the esoteric. And now look where we are.
You think the Belmore brothers caused you all to be trapped in the house?
Perhaps not directly, but their decisions certainly led to it. To find out the Belmore brothers were inviting sinners into this house when I gave this household the best years of my life.
And the best years of your afterlife now.
I am a servant to serving, but even I have limits.
Please, could you let me in to see the waltz?
Certainly not.
You know, you're the second person tonight that won't let me in somewhere. I'm beginning to take this personally.
The guests at this wedding are titans of industry and jewels of the aristocracy. Industrialists from Chicago, magnates from Philadelphia, dukes from England. And you are?
A now unemployed auditor from Yonkers.
Precisely.
How long have you worked at Belmore Manor?
I've been here since the final finial finished off the cupola. Before even the Belmores themselves moved in, I was getting this house ready for them. It is a position I was bred for. I may not have blue blood, but I should think it's at least a shade of plum. I spent 17 years at some of the most prestigious all-girls schools, you see, followed by training in Blenheim Palace for 3 years and subsequent coveted positions with some of the finest families in England.
Well, I'm glad you managed to escape all that and come here.
I can quote you Mrs. Beaton's book of household management in my sleep.
It was an interesting offer, but I couldn't think of any situation where I'd need that, short of terminal insomnia. You must know Belmore Manor quite well.
Like the back of my hand. Built between 1885 and 1888 in a mixture of antebellum and Victorian styles, and designed by the Belmore brothers themselves. Until, of course, they disappeared after living here only a year.
Why did they decide to build it on Devil's Rock?
Well, the island is exceptionally well placed for trade between the United States, Europe, and the Caribbean. When the Belmore brothers were looking to relocate, it was Mr. Rackham who recommended Devil's Rock. It's just a pity about the name.
You speak very highly of Mr. Rackham.
The Belmore brothers may have had expertise in exploration, innovation, and public relations, but it was Mr. Rackham that pulled those 3 threads together into the beautiful business tapestry that benefits us all.
Do you know anything about the treasure of Belmore Manor?
The stuff of whimsy. The Belmore family had their capital invested in stocks and bonds, not hoarded in a heap like some fairy tale dragon. And don't even think about snooping around the house looking for anything, or I shall have you removed from the premises. If anyone would know of a secret treasure hidden in this house, it would be me.
Thank you for your help.
Goodbye.
You, boy! Are you one of the staff? Is the wedding ready to begin?
Ready to begin? Goodness gracious, but I haven't found my Bible.
Sorry, I'm just a guest too. I don't think the wedding's happening until later tonight. Or not at all, if everything went to plan.
Just enough time for another drink, then.
I'd previously seen small pots hung in fireplaces like this contained water in order to humidify the room, especially when tobacco was being smoked. In this case, however, the pot was empty. The trophy room was warmed by the fireplace. The vicar had a face pulled so tight it looked like he was sucking on a sour lemon. His haughtiness suggested he was the kind of vicar who would criticize St. Peter for letting too many people through the gates. 4 animal heads protruded from the wall like those painted boards you'd push your head through for a photograph at the seaside. After my escapades with the fish and its hidden horseshoe, I had had quite enough of taxidermied animals. Good evening.
Hello, my child.
Oh, don't get him going again.
And what is your name?
Murphy McCallan.
Hello, Murphy. I am Father Foskett, spiritual shepherd of St. Juniper's Parish. Have you seen the good book?
I'm not the most religious person, but I have read parts.
No, I mean that rather more literally. I've lost my Bible and have no idea where I put it. Have you seen it?
I haven't, I'm afraid.
Pity.
Are you here for the wedding?
I am officiating the wedding. With everything that's gone on in the house, we must thank God we have someone like me to keep us on a righteous path.
I've been told that Abigail Belmore doesn't really want to marry Rackham. You need to call the wedding off.
We shall stick to the system, young Mr. McCallan. Objections should be heard during the ceremony, not before, when all parties may articulate their feelings on the matter. These things are greater than you and I, you know. Until then, we must treat the wedding as the joyous occasion it is.
What do you think of Abigail Belmore?
A little headstrong, in my opinion, but a lovely young lady. I baptized her, you know. She grabbed my nose as I held her over the font, right up the left nostril. Wouldn't let go until her brothers distracted her with a teddy bear. Still, She's a very caring girl.
Just not to ecclesiastical noses. Is St. Juniper's your church?
That's right, young man. A beacon of godliness on an otherwise spiritually desolate isle.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think St. Juniper's been taken over by rum runners.
Criminals? In my church? Good God! They must be removed immediately.
Let's not be too hasty. They sound like my type of gentleman. That's the type of church I can see myself attending.
I could do with less of your opinions, thank you. Many things can be preserved in alcohol, Colonel. Dignity is not one of them.
I'm not the most well-read on religion, but shouldn't you be in heaven now?
Gold standard question, my boy.
Well, I'll admit this isn't what I expected.
Perhaps the good book has some missing passages.
I think we can do without your theological input, Colonel.
Is there a way to fix it?
Well, that's precisely what I'm doing, young man, as we speak.
It looks like you're just sitting in an armchair.
You don't see the metaphorical cogs whirring around in my head, the tick and the tock of the thanatological matters in my mind. To the layman, I might appear to be just sitting in an armchair, but in reality, I am studying the Bible, or at least I would be, if I hadn't lost it.
You've lost it, all right.
Do you think it might be voodoo keeping you here?
Voodoo is nothing but mumbo-jumbo misdirection. I fear we may be in limbo. Some devilish force has interrupted the supernatural order of things.
I think Rackham might be practicing black magic.
That is an extraordinary accusation. I refuse to hear another word of it. He is a God-fearing man who always attends the sailor services, and he has donated generously to the church. And my vacation fund. The culprit here is that awful sailor Abigail was going to marry. It is precisely because Miss Belmore's marriage to Mr. John Rackham was interrupted that we are still here. And why we must continue the wedding as planned tonight. It shall be our way out.
I best be heading off.
God be with you.
The colonel sat awkwardly in his chair like an upright sack of potatoes. By the twinkle in his eye, he was either completely unaware of the vicar's disapproving scowl or reveling in it. Good evening.
Good evening, my boy. I'm afraid you'll have to speak up. Old army injury, you see. Care to join me for a drink?
Colonel Bloom, how many times must I warn you about your predilection for hard drinking?
It's not hard drinking. It's very easy. What do you say, my boy? You care for a nip?
I probably shouldn't. I'm a little preoccupied at the moment.
Well, don't go saving it for the toast. You'll be waiting decades.
See? This is what I was talking about. This is the kind of ungracious, ungentlemanly behavior that will spell your doom, Colonel.
Stop trying to threaten me with eternal damnation, Foskett. If it was going to happen, it would have happened by now. I'm pretty sure I'm dead at this moment, and I don't see any evidence of women playing harps. Just you harping on at me.
Did you see much action in the army?
I killed 4 men.
From food poisoning, Colonel Bloom's title is an honorary one for services to catering.
The Cattle King is what they called me. I own farms from New Orleans to Tallahassee. Beef, leather, dairy. It was a roaring trade.
Or at least a mooing one.
Those cows, they were my army. I tell you, everything a man needs can be provided by a good troop of cows.
Herd of cows.
Of course I've heard of cows. I was just talking about them.
What are you drinking, Colonel?
Good hearty rum. It'll put fire on your chest and hair in your belly. You wait.
And perhaps it is time to consider whether you have drunk too much of it, Colonel. Or perhaps give it up altogether.
I could easily give up alcohol. I've already done it hundreds of times.
I think you'll find the time between one glass and the next does not count as teetotalism. Perhaps we should be grateful to the Lord that your glass remains empty.
Are you looking forward to the wedding?
I'm looking forward to it being over. In my opinion, being stood up at the altar for 33 years is a pretty bad sign. Not what strong relationships are made of.
And you should know, Colonel. You've only had hundreds of them.
Do you think the bride and groom should be together?
That Rackham's a slimy character, and no mistake. Oh, by God, he's a good businessman. Trickier than a magician's rabbit that's gotten stuck on a particularly difficult crossword puzzle. But all that don't amount to a hill of beans if you're not enjoying life. I don't know whether to hate the guy or envy him.
Both are sins, I think you'll find, Colonel.
And not even the best ones. Do you know what's wrong with society nowadays, Murphy? Drink, guns, and women. There's just not enough time for them all.
Have you ever married, Colonel?
Oh, yes. I've been married for 47 years.
Yes, but to 9 different women.
It still counts.
His shortest marriage was 2 days, and that's only because they couldn't find him to serve the annulment papers.
I ended up in a bordello in East Nevada with half the members of the Albuquerque Militia Marching Band. Best honeymoon I've been on. Some lovely girls.
Lord forgive him, for he knows not what he does.
That's not what the girls were telling me.
Do excuse me. I'll be back.
At your leisure, my boy. I have nowhere to go and nothing to do.
Idle hands are the devil's playthings.
Try idling your mouth for a change, you old curmudgeon.
It was a lone glass sitting on the coffee table. It certainly hadn't been holding coffee. The empty glass was best An ornamental vase sat on the cabinet. My entire life savings were probably worth less than that piece of porcelain. I picked up the vase. From the delicate porcelain and hand-painted ornamentation, it looked like it must have been worth a fortune. Ming Dynasty, perhaps?
Foskett, why is that young man picking up that chamber pot?
I have absolutely no idea.
Or perhaps not. It was an old chamber pot, hopefully thoroughly cleaned. That didn't. Nope. Stepping through the doorway, I found myself in an ethereal black void that stretched in every direction. Draped in green fog, all I could see were staircases floating in all directions, and in the center, an eternally ticking clock.
Is that little whippersnapper playing on the staircases again?
No, it's not him this time. But how that wayward whelp's mother allows him to run riot through that cursed room baffles me. When it comes to Sebastian Pock, I think King Herod might have had a point.
That is an insult to my honor. I didn't know you had any honor left to insult.
Boys, you don't want to be fighting over little old me.
Tallulah, this man is nothing but a scoundrel. Then you, brother, are a no-good fraud.
It was a devilish carving of a satyr, half man, half goat, holding a shield. It was one of a pair of carvings positioned on either side of the room. That wasn't going to... The bookshelves were filled with tomes on every subject I could imagine. Astronomy to music, numerology to zoology, each with faded spines and dusty covers. I wondered if the shelves held any books on battling ghostly curses, but that seemed a little too niche. It was a wooden cabinet covered in small drawers used to find specific books throughout the vast library. I didn't need to search for a book right now. I already felt like I was in one. The twins scowled at each other. Their energy was as strained as the strings on a banjo. At any moment, it felt like one of them could snap. Hello.
Beat it, bud.
Hello.
Beat it.
The twins scowled at any moment. Hi there.
Keep walking. I don't have time to waste on you.
The bookshelves were filled with... It was a small mahogany table. Now wasn't the time to rearrange the furniture. The debutante oozed southern charm as sweet as peach pie, if that pie contained a secret dose of cyanide. Good evening, miss.
Oh, another fine young gentleman.
My name's Murphy McCallan. Pleased to meet you all.
Back off, Peanut. Yeah, keep walking. We were talking to the lady first.
Now, boys, we must be welcoming to our new friend. My name is Tallulah LaRue. I expect you've heard of me. My daddy owns the LaRue Oil Exchange. We're the richest family this side of the Mississippi.
But don't be getting any ideas. Tallulah, don't you think this gentleman is a little beneath you? He looks so poor, he probably waves a popsicle around and calls it air conditioning.
Let's not be rude to him just because he's less fortunate. You boys be welcoming and introduce yourselves.
If we must. I am Humphrey Tallulah. And I am Orville Tallulah of the Tallulah Textiles Company.
I think you made the pants I'm wearing. What's that in your hand, Miss LaRue?
This is my invitation to the wedding. It allows me to bring one guest with me, but I seem to have made a teensy tiny mistake. I've invited both boys all the way out here to Devil's Rock when I can only take one of them into the wedding. Now both of these fine fellows are here and want to attend with me, and I just don't know who I should pick.
You mean you two don't have an invitation?
We may not know the Belmores, but we do know this southern magnolia before us. We were brought to Devil's Rock by passion.
I was brought to Devil's Rock by taxi. If you're not using the invitation, perhaps I could take it off your hands?
I don't think so, knucklehead. Miss LaRue is going to need that invitation for when I accompany her. Over my dead body? Have you seen yourself? You're already dead.
These two gentlemen seem pretty heated.
I just hope it doesn't come to blows. I'd be happy to marry either of these gentlemen one day, if only I could choose between them.
If you did end up marrying one of them, would that make your name Tallulah Tallulah?
That's right, and my middle name is Beulah. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
How are you going to decide who to take to the waltz, Miss LaRue?
I just don't know if I could decide. I think I'll have to leave it to the boys to decide for me.
Choose me, Tallulah. I'm the one who inherited our family's good looks, I assure you. Good looks? Your reflection hides when you walk past a mirror. I have the southern elegance she desires. Elegance? You have all the elegance of a drunken pelican. I believe the lady would be better suited for a man of my sophistication. Sophistication? You have all the sophistication of a rodeo clown. It's my bravery that she needs. Bravery? You'd run away from a June bug. If you think yourself so brave, then we must put it to the test. Brother, I challenge you to a duel. Not if I challenge you first.
Gee, I wouldn't want a duel to take place because of little old me. But if that's how things have to be, let's get the guns on the table, boys.
McCallan, you shall be the adjudicator.
I shall?
I'm glad you've agreed.
What exactly does that entail?
In order for the duel to be fair, an independent third party must load the pistols and declare the victor.
But I've never loaded a pistol before.
Don't worry, McCallan. A donkey with a lobotomy could do it. You have at least half a chance.
The instructions read, powder, shot, ramrod, aim, fire. One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols. I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. I didn't need... The button magnet was exactly the right size for the barrel of each pistol, but it would have become a bullet itself if I'd loaded it inside. The button without the shot must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous. Without the twins catching on, I ran the button magnet across the mound of bullets and saw they began to wobble. The shot must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous. Stealthily, I took the button magnet from my pocket and affixed it to the end of the ramrod. With its small size, it could barely be spotted. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod. When the ramrod emerged, the magnet I'd attached brought the shot with it. With the prestidigitation of a magician, I dropped it discreetly back into the shot tub. To anyone else, the pistols appeared to be properly loaded.
No pussyfooting around here, boys. I want to see some action. If you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire!
You missed. You missed too.
You both missed. Are you sure the pistol's fired?
I don't see any bullet holes. The pistols must not have been loaded properly.
Come on, Murphy, this is important. We're not playing games here.
My mistake. I'll load them correctly next time. It seemed that without bullet holes, my sabotage wasn't going to work. Hello.
Beat it, bud.
Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What a wonderful idea! Boys, guns on the table. Murphy, load 'em up.
Not yet, McCall.
One at a time, I poured... That didn't work. That didn't. I did.
No.
I then. That wasn't going to. Finally, I.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire!
You missed. You missed too.
You both missed. Are you sure the pistol's fired?
I don't see any bullet holes. The pistols must not have been loaded properly.
Come on, Murphy, this is important. We're not playing games here.
My mistake. I'll load them correctly next time. It seemed that without bullet holes, my sabotage wasn't going to work. Inspired by the pistol duel, a plan began to form in my head. With 2 wooden carvings on either side of the room, I could bore a rough hole in each of them. My, look at the carving. All wooden and carved and wooden. Yes, these certainly are some of the most carved pieces of wood I've ever had the privilege of seeing. When I was finished, they looked passably like bullet holes. The shield now had what looked... It was one of a pair of... Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What a wonderful idea! Boys, guns on the table. Murphy, load 'em up.
Not yet.
One at a time. Then, finally,
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire!
I'm not hit. Well, neither am I.
You both missed. Are you sure the pistol's fired?
Look, there's a bullet hole in the carving. And in the carving over there.
So what does that mean? Who lost?
Looks like you both did.
Then who's going to accompany Miss LaRue?
I think the lady's words were, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
But we both missed.
He's right. If you're both losers, I can't take either of you to the wedding. I'm not dating a man that can't shoot straight.
Tallulah, we can talk about this. Give us another chance.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up. Here, Murphy. You can have this. I won't be needing it anymore.
It was an invitation to the waltz in the Belmore Manor ballroom. It was a yellow parasol resting against the chaise longue. Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening outside. You have no use for it, but I'm sure I can be of help to you if the weather turns sour.
Miss LaRue...
but I'm sure I can...
Good evening, Miss LaRue.
Why, hello again, Murphy.
Were you friends with Abigail Belmore?
Friends may be a bit of an exaggeration, but I'd seen her around at the debutante balls. Before she got engaged to that sailor. I mean, really, what was she thinking?
You don't think they should have gotten engaged?
What's the point? Mr. Rackham was an improvement. I do love the powerful.
I best be running.
Ta-ta for now.
Hi there.
Keep walking.
Walking into the cellar, I was hit by the pungent smell of rotting wood and mildew. 3 decades without upkeep hadn't been kind to this section of the house, and it was now knee-deep in floodwater. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty. Wine racks adorned each wall of the cellar. Belmore Manor must have been quite the spirited place once upon a time. Decades of abandonment had taken their toll. Knowing the type of animals that lived in the murky water on this island, there was no way I was stepping into the floodwater. It was an electric machine used to raise and lower barrels from the floor of the cellar to a hatch up at ground level. I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. Wine racks adorned each wall of the cellar. It was a switch that appeared to control the barrel lift. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. It seemed the barrel lift lacked power. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. It seemed the barrel lift lacked power. The fuse box was affixed to the wall. With all the damp in the cellar, I questioned how safe it was. The label read, ground. Lightning rods. Electrograph. Barrel lift. Orrery track. Theater rotation. Magnetic carriage. I couldn't do anything with it. The wire had corroded into the fuse. That wasn't going to work. I took the handful of candles from on top of the fuse box. It was a handful of black candles. Shockingly, I didn't want to. It was the wire from the lightning rods plugged firmly into the ground socket. The wire had corroded into the fuse box. Shockingly, I didn't want to risk electrocution by cutting the wire. Ground. A grand piano took center stage in the room, vigorously hammered away at by the pianist. My piano repertoire consisted only of a few bars of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and I thought it best not to inflict that upon anyone. The pianist looked like he could play the piano with his eyes closed, mainly because he was playing the piano with his eyes closed. The Belmore family's monogram was etched in gold on the shield. The shield was out of reach, but I didn't plan on jousting with any knights that day anyway. It was a battered suitcase that I deduced belonged to the pianist. The pianist wouldn't have been happy with me rifling through his belongings. Without knowing what it was, I didn't want to break it. I wondered if the pianist knew more about it. A machine I didn't recognize sat on the table next to the piano. Good evening. My name is Murphy McAllen.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Ezra Hughes is the name. Pianist for hire is the game. Got any events coming up that you can use a pianist at? I do weddings, christenings, bar mitzvahs, funerals.
You're still hustling for work? Isn't being a ghost an impediment?
Hey, when you're self-employed, you've got to keep that next paycheck coming in.
But you're trapped in the house.
Well, I admit I'm not normally based here, but Belmore Manor makes a lovely venue.
How's the gig?
It's the gig of a lifetime. Quite literally. I just didn't realize how short that lifetime would be. Still, I should be making out like a bandit at the end of it.
Why's that?
My contract says I charge overtime at time and a half. So far, we're 30-something years past my original end time.
Is there much to spend your money on when you're dead?
They say you can't take it with you, but I don't seem to be going anywhere at the moment, so why not find out?
You don't seem to have much of an audience.
Most have gone through to the ballroom for the waltz. Still, at least it means I don't have the Southern Belle from Hell hovering over me.
When you say Southern Belle from Hell, do you mean Tallulah?
That's her, the Black Widow of the Bayou.
What's wrong with her?
Well, she has a reputation, doesn't she?
A reputation for what?
Murder.
Tallulah is a murderess?
Now don't be getting me caught up in a slander suit, but behind those demure, blush cheeks is the mind of an absolute psychopath. She's been engaged 3 times. Each of her fiancés died in ridiculous circumstances.
Did she murder them for money?
That can't even be the motive. You'd think she'd go ahead and marry them, so all their worldly goods become each other's, right? But her family's already got more money than honeybees got buzz. And she finishes them off before they've even booked a venue. I think she just does it for the thrill.
Someone should really tell her about wing walking. Are you local to Devil's Rock?
No, New Orleans born and bred. Hard to grow up in the Big Easy and not fall in love with this music. Street performers in the French Quarter, brass bands on the balconies, parades at Mardi Gras. It's in the air down there.
So what brought you here?
Work. Figured I'd play a few gigs, make some cash. Next thing I know, I'm caught up in more drama than a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta.
Where did you find musical work here on Devil's Rock?
I got a full season contract down at the Calliope Theater. It was pure luck, really. The original pianist broke his arm.
How?
Before the renovation, that place was falling apart. 14 people in the audience watched as the stage gave out right in the middle of Claire de Lune. Pianist and piano falling straight to the floor into the basement.
Ouch.
Physically, he was fine. Emotionally, devastated for months.
Sounds like he went through a bad stage. Yardley Belmore was a performer too, wasn't he?
And more. Writer, director, producer, philanthropist. He's the one that bought the Calliope, fixed her up, and hired me. Once he came on board, that place got put on real shows.
Real shows?
Yeah. Before Yardley put up the funds, they were so broke they had to rely on sponsorships. The final year, Bon Tom Bakery funded everything. With conditions.
Conditions?
The shows had to be on brand. Before Yardley put a stop to it, we were looking at 3 Shakespeare plays that season. Romeo and Baguette, A Midsummer Night's Cream Cake, and Much Ado About Muffins.
Do you know what happened to Yardley Belmore?
I haven't a clue. But you know what? I think I was one of the final people to see him alive.
Oh, really?
He came down to the Calliope to offer me this gig for the wedding, and I overheard him talking to someone backstage after I had finished rehearsing.
What were they talking about?
Well, after Yardley scrapped the baked goods from Romeo and Juliet, he was after ideas to bring something new to the story. This fella was telling him about a place he'd found, an actual crypt. Such a missed opportunity, really. Can you imagine? Romeo and Juliet's tragic finale, played out in a Capulet tomb, the star-crossed lovers' final doomed moments in a real-life, honest-to-God crypt. The last thing I heard was them setting a date to check it out. And then, well, after that, no one ever saw him again.
Do you know who the man he was talking to was?
Rackham, I think you call him. Don't know where his interest in the theater came from all of a sudden. I'd never seen him in any performances.
Do you know where I could get some wedding music?
I take request. It's part of my contract for the wedding. What are you after?
I need some wedding music to play to Abigail Belmore, upstairs in her bedroom.
I might be able to move people with my music, Murphy, but there's no chance I can move this piano up to the 2nd floor.
What's the machine next to your piano?
That's my ticket out of hustling, a phonograph recorder. I'm going to compose and record a hit song, something that'll sweep the nation like those guys on Tin Pan Alley. I can record and release a song all across the country, and people will be able to hear me live in their living room.
But you're not live, or living.
That'll be how I market myself. Anthems by apparitions, hymns by haunts. The magazines won't give you the time of day if you don't have some way of standing out. If I'm dead, it's better to be composing than decomposing.
How does the machine work?
You just put in a blank record and press record. There's an old one still in there if you want it. It's too worn for me to use anymore. The records have a thin layer of black wax on the outside, and the machine records the sound as grooves in the wax. Keep an ear out for me in a year's time.
I should get going.
See you around, Murphy.
Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening outside. You have no use for it, but I'm sure...
I took the record from the recording machine. With its outer coating worn away with age, it wasn't in a state to record onto. It was a cylindrical record for making sound recordings, covered in a thin layer of black wax. This one... The candle wax looked like it might work as a replacement coating for the record, if I could find a way to apply it. Nope. My piano to use the record. The wooden sign had the quaint charm of a handmade woodcraft, if it wasn't for the skull and crossbones painted on it. The macabre warning was definitely serving a purpose where it was. I decided to leave it there. Of all the plants in the conservatory, there was only one rose.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not?
You're still flesh and blood, aren't you?
That's right.
Nothing to be ashamed of. But you'll end up see-through blue like me if one of those thorns nicks you. And don't try cutting them. Even so much as a snap, and it releases a toxin so deadly you'll be on the ground within 3 minutes. Certainly keeps things exciting, doesn't it?
That didn't work. I'd already been warned. Weaving throughout the conservatory was an overgrown mass of intimidating-looking thorns. I'd already been warned. I couldn't get the rose while those thorns. Cutting the thorns would have released a toxin. I could. Nope. That didn't. The plants seemed to have developed a mind of their own, spilling out of their flower beds and pots until they filled the conservatory like string lights on a Gothic Christmas tree.
Watch out for that vine down there. That bugger was trying to make a break for it earlier.
Oh, okay. Will do. I didn't have the slightest idea what the gardener was warning me about, but like a snake coiling around its prey, it soon became apparent. Help! Help!
What's all the fuss about?
This vine's got me, it won't let go!
Oh, she likes you, she does.
Well, the sentiment isn't mutual.
I've never seen the plant so attached to someone before.
That's exactly the problem. Its hold was getting tighter. I needed to get away before I was dragged into the flower beds. The scissors wouldn't fit.
Well, you didn't need to do that. I wasn't planning on doing the pruning till tomorrow.
What was that?
Just a Devil's Rock creeper. Oh, they do seem to have gotten a lot more active since I was last tending the garden, though.
First, the animals on this island had tried to eat me. Now, I was finding out the plants wanted a nibble too. Examining the overgrowth felt more like being in a zoo than an arboretum. I didn't want to get any closer. The fountain dominated the room like the queen on a chessboard, but this queen had been dethroned decades ago. The fountain had long run dry and the cracked, dusty basin was empty. Terracotta pots dotted the conservatory, each one cracked and crumbling in a different way. I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot, despite the gardener's best efforts. It was an ornately crafted metal statue of a Maharaja prince, with one hand outstretched and the other clasping a scroll case. I couldn't see anything I could do with the statue. That wasn't going to work. The gardener's hunched frame and soil-stained overalls made him look like a gnome that had wandered out of a storybook. He appeared more comfortable with the company of plants than people. What a relief for the people. Good evening.
Pleasure to meet you, young man. I'm Rupert Riddle. I'm the gardener for the Belmore Estate. And whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
Murphy McCallan, pleased to meet you.
Do excuse the state of the conservatory. After 30-odd years without so much as a pruning or watering, it's taken on a mind of its own. Don't be telling the Horticultural Society or I'll be having my golden trowel taken off me.
You've won awards for your gardening?
Oh yes. This conservatory is rather famous. Welcome, Murphy, to the Poison Garden.
Poison? Why would the Belmore brothers want a poison garden?
Academic interests, prestige, and morbid curiosity, I should think. Master Cecil liked to study them. Master Xavier used to collect them on his expeditions. And Master Yardley, well, he just liked the theatricality of it all.
Isn't it dangerous?
Well, it all depends on how you use it, doesn't it? A few berries of deadly nightshade could kill a person, or cure their headache. Hemlock killed Socrates, but I used it to treat my arthritis. These plants may be dangerous, but that's because they're powerful and mysterious.
From medicine to murder.
Exactly. The power to heal and the power to kill. That's what makes them so interesting.
Remind me never to get on the bad side of a florist. What's the secret to growing your garden?
Plants need the same things as you and me, they do. Food, water, sunlight, and someone to chitter-chatter with.
You talk to your plants?
And sing.
What kinds of songs do poisonous plants like?
Vaudeville, mainly. Tarara-boom-de-ay always goes down a treat. Tarara-boom-de-ay, I'm with plants all the day. To sing's the only way to grow my shrub display. Vegetation brings elation to me.
That's quite an accent you've got. Where are you from?
Jolly old England, just outside Bristol. God's own country. The green and pleasant land where my love of horticulture bloomed. I caught the gardening bug at an early age, you see. Histoplasmosis. I was in hospital for 8 months, all told. But trapped in those 4 white clean antiseptic walls, staring at a pot of plastic philodendrons, why, it just grew my love of all things botanical.
Why did you move to Devil's Rock?
I came over with the Belmores, didn't I? Got myself a little cottage on the edge of the estate near the mausoleum. Bugger if I can get to it now, though. Shame, too.
Why's that? Do you miss home?
Oh, I think I left the gas on. Wouldn't want an accident now, would I? Could be the death of me.
What are you working on at the moment?
I suppose I ought to be pushing up daisies. But death isn't going to stop these green fingers. So I'm getting right back into it where I left off, tending to these plants. It's not quite the same as it used to be, I must admit.
How so?
I suppose, being dead now, they've lost some of their allure. It used to be that one prick of the finger, one wipe of the nose, one accidental inhalation of a seed, and that would be the end of it. Things just aren't as exciting anymore.
Will you be attending the wedding?
Me? Get an invitation? I'm not sure overalls would meet the dress code. But it's a good thing, too. I wouldn't trust that Rackham with a hosepipe on a hot day.
Why not?
Well, it's not like me to tell tales. But it wasn't long before the Belmore brothers started to disappear that Rackham was in here asking about the poison plants. Very suspicious timing, if you ask me.
You think he murdered them?
I couldn't possibly say.
I need a bouquet. Can you help me?
I'm a gardener, not a flower arranger, Murphy.
Is there anything in here I can take without it killing me?
I'm afraid the only non-poisonous plants were those down in Abigail's flower bed. She had her own little area that I used to help her with. There's only that one flower that stayed alive in the whole conservatory. Funny that.
What's funny about it?
That's the same flower bed Abigail used for her bouquet the night things went awry.
That'll be perfect. Is there a way to get rid of the thorns?
Oh, certainly. A good drenching with alcohol should kill 'em off.
Who's the statue of?
Oh, him. He's from an old Indian fable the Belmores used to have read to them as children. It was a gift Cecil Belmore gave his brothers a couple of years before he disappeared. Quite the conversation piece.
What was the statue's story about?
A young Maharaja prince who sold his kingdom for a single coin, all so he could use it to save the love of his life.
How romantic.
I suppose, if you're into that sort of thing.
Thanks for your time.
Before you go, you wouldn't do me a favour, would you?
What kind of favor?
Well, I was just wondering how that flesh and blood thing is working out for you.
Excuse me?
It's just, and I don't mean to impose, but my eternal frustration is that I have 187 different ways to die in this conservatory, but I was never able to test any of them out. Now that we've all discovered death isn't quite so conclusive, I was wondering if you'd want to help out.
Help out how?
Well, we could test out some of the plants on you.
They'd kill me!
Fingers crossed.
The dainty old man's eyes glowed with unrestrained excitement at the mention of murder. His dottery demeanor offered a complete contrast to his apparently homicidal tendencies. He was like a tortoise holding a machine gun.
Now, don't make such a drama out of it. We could put it in a nice pie and maybe some herbal tea. I know the recipe for a lovely cobbler.
Definitely not. Let's cross that possibility out right now.
I was only asking. Maybe let me know if you change your mind.
I had nothing. I thought I'd leave it. It was a family portrait of all 4 Belmore siblings. The 3 brothers stood around their seated younger sister. Huge paintings hung on the walls of the hall. Without a flue, the fireplace seemed entirely decorative, and yet, standing in front of it, I could feel a breeze. Nope. Nope. I remembered seeing reproductions of the paintings in the Merry and Macabre magazine I had. It was a painting of the gazebo I recognized from the cliff top. It was a stone statue depicting 2 Greek deities of the sea, so skillfully carved it looked like the water droplets on their skin might drip away at any moment. The 2 sea deities stared at me with disapproving eyes. I didn't know what I could have done to disappoint a statue. I wondered how long it had taken to paint the... It was a painting of Abigail Belmore, hauntingly beautiful. Gazing into the portrait's eyes sent a shudder through me, and I realized it must have been a portrait of Rackham. His eyes looked back, almost as if he were scowling right at me. A heavy trunk sat in the corner of the corridor.
Haha, the look on your face.
What are you doing? Oh, you could have scared me to death.
Imagine how cool that would be.
I don't think I'd be very happy about that.
Baby. Who are you anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I'm a guest. Who are you?
I'm Sebastian Pock.
The little boy puffed out his chest with a grin that would make the Cheshire Cat jealous. What were you doing in the trunk?
Playing hide and seek. That stuffy old vicar challenged me to a game and hasn't found me in more than 33 years.
Don't you know it's dangerous to shut yourself up in places like that? You could have gotten locked in.
Well, it's funny you say that, actually. I think the latch closed on me while I was inside. Still, what's the worst that could happen? I'm already dead.
What are you looking so pleased about?
I'll have a new toy to play with later tonight. A brand new Guggenhose Model 5 wind-up tin boat. I'm going to play with it in the bathtub down the hall.
That's funny. I know a little girl who accidentally got one of those for her birthday today.
Yeah, funny that.
The boy pulled an expression that made him look slicker than a politician in an oil spill. You've been in that chest for 33 years?
On and off. That's got to make me a hide-and-seek champion. This house is amazing for it. Before I climbed in the chest, I must have explored every room in the house. The ones that aren't locked, at least.
You haven't seen the Belmore treasure while you've been exploring, have you?
There's a treasure here, like pirate treasure.
That's what the stories say.
And you believe them? I thought kids were supposed to be the gullible ones. I don't think it exists.
Why not?
Because if it did, I would have found it by now.
I heard some of the other ghosts talking about a boy playing in the staircase room. That was you, wasn't it?
Sure was. How did you know?
In truth, the description of wayward whelp was the giveaway. But as long as Sebastian knew something I didn't, I needed to contain my annoyance. Lucky guess. Do you know how to get through the staircase room?
Oh, sure. I know every route in this house. You've got to be as good at hide and seek as I am. I bet I could beat you without even leaving this room.
Sebastian, I really need to get through the staircase room. Could you tell me how to do it?
Well, are you any good at hide and seek?
Excuse me?
Because I could tell you how to get through the staircase room. If you can beat me, hider or seeker, I'd beat you at either.
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and count 5 Mississippis. I won't even leave the room.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come. Are you behind the curtain?
Too easy. I just wish this was more of a challenge.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and...
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not?
Boo! Better luck next time. And
there was nothing behind. The chest wasn't locked. That didn't. Hello, Sebastian.
back for...
You must be cheating.
How could I cheat?
I don't know, you're a ghost. Can't you dematerialize or something?
This isn't a bedtime story, you know. I may be a ghost, but I still touch things just like you.
This is a long shot, but do you know Mallory Wisp?
Sure, I know Princess Stink.
She was getting a tin boat too.
I know. I swapped over the pages in the toy catalogue, so she ordered the wrong thing. She'll get fed up with it, and I'll get to play with it instead.
Well, that wasn't a nice thing to do.
Nice guys finish last. That's what my father says.
How are you and Mallory able to talk? You're a ghost and she's...
A flesh bag.
Right.
A blood pumper, an air guzzler, a bone puppet, a muscle wriggler.
Hey, I get the idea. How come you can talk to her?
Children aren't so close-minded, I guess. Plus, she's the only person brave enough to come up to the house.
Are you here for the wedding?
Do you think I dress like this for fun? I look ridiculous.
I thought you might be the mayor of Munchkinland.
My mum made me dress like this. What's your excuse?
Do you know the man in the portrait behind you?
I don't want to look at it. Gives me the creeps.
It's John Rackham, isn't it?
Shh! Mum says we're not allowed to say his name.
What do you know about Rackham?
I don't want to talk about it.
You know something, don't you?
I can't tell you. I'd get in trouble.
I won't say a word.
Cross your heart and hope to die?
That's ironic, given the circumstances, but sure.
We came to the house a few months before the wedding was supposed to happen. My dad's a lawyer for the Belmore Trading Company. A real important one. But oh boy, is that stuff boring. I was sneaking around, you know, just exploring the house. And I saw him, that man. He was talking to one of the Mr. Belmores. The one that wore the white coat.
Cecil Belmore, the scientist?
Yeah, he said he was going to his laboratory, but where it was hidden was a secret. I thought I could follow him.
Did you have any luck?
Not really, because I wasn't the first. That man, he was following him too. in secret. I kind of got too scared to keep going once I saw him.
What scared you?
I saw something. The scary man was carrying.
What was he carrying?
A dagger.
You hide, I'll seek.
Great.
1 miss, 2, 3, 4, 5 miss. Ready or not, here.
Boo! Again? You're just...
Gazing into the portrait, clearly the artist had managed. Hello, Sub.
Back for...
You seek, I'll...
You're on!
I was far too big to fit behind the curtain. Hiding inside a locked chest might have been fine for a ghost, but as long as I cherished staying alive, I wasn't climbing inside it. Gazing into the... The door was locked. The door was locked. The door was locked. Affixed to the wall were 3 servants' bells. I couldn't ring the bells from the hallway. The maid folded the blankets with a wicked smile and eyes like saucers. I knew her body had a tenuous hold on the world around us, but it seemed like her mind was going the same way. Crisp, clean sheets were stacked up on the cart. I didn't need to move the cart. The maid's cart stood in the corner of the corridor, piled high with freshly washed sheets. Crisp, clean sheets. I didn't need to move the cart. At the corner of the cart, a feather duster hung on a small hook.
You can't have that. I might be needing it later.
Hey, Cordelia.
Oh, hello again, Mr. McCallan. Have you made the love antidote yet?
I'm working on it, even though I'm still not sure it's a good idea. Do you know why I can't leave Belmore Manor?
We ghosts have been trapped here ever since the explosion, but I don't know why someone still living would be unable to leave.
I was able to get out the last time I was here, even if it was via the balcony and into the pond. I don't want to try that again.
Something must be keeping you here now. Better hope it's not Mr. Rackham.
Did you say there were rumors that John Rackham used black magic?
Oh yes, all of the staff talked about it, even if we daren't mention it to the family. Crates and boxes delivered in the night, hidden from prying eyes, but not hidden well enough. We see what happens in this house. We hear the whispers in the night. We know.
Do you think the Belmore treasure is here in the house?
If it is, I've never seen it. But it is a big house. There are rooms I've never been in. Rooms I was forbidden to enter. Who knows what's in them?
The skeleton hanging from the tree outside. That's the sailor, isn't it?
What's left of him? I do hope it's a mess I don't have to tidy up.
Isn't the sailor's ghost trapped in the house too?
Oh no! He killed himself hours before the curse took hold. He will have long since passed over to the spirit realm. Lucky escape, some might say.
He was lucky to be so distraught he committed suicide?
It's better than being trapped in this house for eternity.
How did Abigail and the sailor meet?
It was aboard one of the Belmore ships. Miss Belmore was never one to be caged up inside the house, always wanting to go away on her brother's voyages. But they were a good deal older than her, and very protective after they all lost their parents. So she made a plan to stow away.
Did she manage to do it?
No, she was caught mere hours before the ships left port from Deadnettle, covered over in spare sail.
Who discovered her?
That young sailor. I don't think she was best pleased that he had to tell her brothers, and he did, but she didn't hold it against him. Instead, he told her of the voyages on each return to Deadnettle, and as the months progressed, she took more and more of a liking to him. I suppose fate will always bring two soulmates together, even when they least expect it.
And that's how they fell in love.
The young sailor promised that one day they would explore the world together. But until that day arrived, he would carry her in his heart on every voyage he undertook. He carved a wooden compass, split it into 2 pieces, and they each carried one, promising that despite their time apart, the necklace would be reunited once they were back together. How romantic.
How did the Belmore's parents die?
A shipwreck off the southeastern coast. 28 perished, with just 1 survivor.
Who was the survivor?
Why, it was Mr. Rackham.
Where do these doors behind me go?
The middle door goes up to the cupola, but the key's been lost ever since Master Cecil died. There's not much up there from what I remember, just old sheets, linens and lace.
And the door on the right?
That's where the parlor witch lives.
Did you say a witch lives in the house?
Oh yes, didn't you know? Mr. Rackham isn't the only one said to delve into the supernatural. Perhaps poor little Abigail was just an innocent, caught in the middle of Mr. Rackham's and her brother's dark dealings.
Who is she? Is she still there now?
I should think so. The Belmores brought her to the house not long before they disappeared, though after moving into the house, she was never seen again. No one ever goes in, and no one ever comes out. I don't even think Mrs. Craddock can get in there.
Do you know what happened to the Belmore brothers?
That certainly is a mystery, isn't it? But I'm afraid I don't know. My duties were to help Miss Belmore, while Mrs. Craddock dealt with the masters.
Although what?
I did see Master Xavier on the day he died.
What was Xavier doing on the day he died?
Preparing for an expedition. He'd been given a birthday present not long before, an old pirate map of Devil's Rock that he'd hung over the fireplace in his bedroom. And on the map, marked in red, an X marks the spot.
Pirate treasure? On Devil's Rock?
I doubt the treasure even came into it. A cove on Devil's Rock, where no one has stepped foot in over 100 years. That'd be like a moth to a flame for Master Xavier. He left before dawn, and then never came back.
Who gave him the present?
I expect you can guess.
Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. It gets pretty boring after 30 years trapped here. You're much more exciting to watch.
It was a door to an... The door was locked. The door was locked. I looked behind the curtains, but there was nothing there. Now wasn't the time for a nap.
Coming! Miss Belmore, did you ring for me?
With the maid distracted, I was free to take the feather duster. I didn't need to move the cart. I can see... It was a feather duster made out of ragged black ostrich feathers. I didn't need to I didn't have time for. There was nothing left in the ashpan. Lighting the fire may have warmed the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt standing there. I thought that Abigail would prefer them to stay where they were. The bride sat slumped in her chair, crying forlornly. She seemed completely unaware of anything around her. Excuse me, Miss Belmore? It was no use. She was in such a deep trance I doubted if she knew I was standing only feet away from her. As I concentrated on the phonograph in the mirror, it began to sound like I could hear its music through the reflection itself. It was the wedding march. It was an untouched slice of wedding cake. There was nothing I could do with the tabletop. It was a simple gold ring. It was a bridal veil made of delicate, intricately woven lace. The contrast between the bride and her reflection was clear. While the bride in front of me buried her face in sadness, her reflection was clearly at the dawn of the happiest day of her life. If only she knew what was to come. It was best to leave the vase where it was. It was a beautiful bouquet of roses. I couldn't. I didn't. It was an old phonograph used for playing music, but its horn was missing. The phonograph horn had snapped off the machine when I was flung out of the balcony doors. Nope. It was a decorative wrought iron railing spanning the height of the balcony. Whoa! As I rounded the corner of the balcony, I saw that the walkway had dropped away, the mortar crumbling after decades of neglect. The ground was a long way down. I assessed whether the railing would be safe to climb. With the slippery ironwork and crumbling masonry, the answer was obviously no, but I didn't have the luxury of safety. Here goes nothing. Hauling myself onto the roof from the ornamental railings, I realized there was no easy path to get higher. The roof tiles ranged from loose and dangerous to soggy and dangerous. Either way, I wasn't going to be able to climb them. A piece of rusted drain pipe had detached from the roof. From down on the balcony, the drain pipe was unreachable. A toolbox had been abandoned on the balcony roof. From the state of the balcony, it didn't look like it had been used. As I approached the lightning rod, I started to feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. That was a close one. Fortunately, the lightning bolt had hit the lightning rod instead of me, breaking it from its socket and sending the rod tumbling to the ground below. It was the now empty socket where the lightning rod had once stood. A cable from the lightning rod spanned a gap between the balconies before running down the side of the house to the ground. It was the cupola, the highest point of Belmore Manor, with windows looking out in each direction. I couldn't see an easy way up to the cupola. It was an iron weather vane in the shape of a mermaid. There was no way to reach the weather vane, but despite that, I noticed something curious. No matter which way the wind blew, the weather vane stayed fixed in position. It looked like someone had already intended to start fixing the roof. I looked inside the toolbox and took the only thing it held, a rusty old pair of pliers. It was an old pair of pliers, I couldn't do. That wasn't going. That didn't work. That didn't work. That wasn't. I needed to think of something. There was nothing I could do with the empty socket. I definitely didn't have the natural balance needed to walk across the cable unaided. I didn't want to.
Hey, where'd you go? You're meant to hide somewhere in this room. That still counts as a win for me, you know.
The door was locked. The door was locked. The door was locked. Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a
You hide.
Great.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Mrs. Ready or not?
Boo! Too easy.
The trunk was empty. A heavy trunk sat in the. It was empty. Nope. That didn't work. That didn't. Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a
You hide. 1, Mississippi. 2, 3, 4, 5, Mississippi. Ready or not? Are you behind the curtain?
Boo! Better luck.
You know, it's funny, I completely forgot I had the invitation on me the whole time. It's these vest pockets. They're much bigger than they look. Seriously, you wouldn't believe the number of things I've been carrying around with me tonight.
You have an invitation?
It'd be rude not to show my face.
Are you absolutely sure about that? I'm sure our guests could survive without beholding the sight of your singular visage. You see, as the housekeeper, it is my job to ensure that only guests of the highest class are in attendance.
How kind of you to think so highly of me.
Look, just don't try burping the alphabet or announcing when you're going to the lavatory.
The lady stood there. Good evening, Mrs.
Oh.
When you talk about sinners in the house, do you mean the parlor witch?
Don't even mention her. Why the Belmores thought to bring her into this house is beyond me. Oh, thank goodness we have Father Foskett trapped with us to keep this house holy.
Where is the parlor witch?
Now don't go seeking her out. You'll only regret it. We barely ever see her, but she's up there in one of the locked rooms, tainting the entire household. I found some of her black candles one day, you know. Who knows what she did with them? Voodoo spells and magic rituals. I confiscated them and put them on top of the fuse box in the cellar. At least if there's a power surge, they can do some good for a change.
I've heard Rackham deals in the occult as well.
What poppycock! Mr. Rackham is a good, honest, hard-working man. The cure for the ailments of this house. The witch is why we are cursed to remain here. And it is why a good, honest marriage between Mr. Rackham and Miss Belmore will finally allow us to move on. Just as I wish to do with this entire subject of conversation.
Thank you for your help.
Goodbye.
The dancers were too far away to talk to.
Please keep clear of the dance floor.
Walking around the upstairs mezzanine, I found myself in a small balcony overlooking the dance floor, where a tabletop of placards had been set out. At the side, a board marked dance steps looked like it would hold the placards in a chosen order, directing the dance below. All I had to do was set it up, then ring the bell. I couldn't reach the wedding cake from... They were too... That wouldn't work. The dance... That wouldn't work. The dancers moved around the dance floor like clockwork soldiers, directed by the moves on the board, and with their movements, the cart holding the wedding cake could be pushed around too. The board had 8 slots into which there was already There was already. Heading down from the mezzanine, I saw what I was after. The cake cart had been pushed off the dance floor and into reach. I couldn't cut a slice out of the wedding cake. While Mrs. Craddock rubbed her temples, I had a moment of opportunity. I knew I wasn't supposed to cut the cake if I wasn't the groom, but these were unusual circumstances. It was a slice of wedding cake from a wedding that I needed to stop.
Did you just touch the wedding cake?
Certainly not. I was just admiring it.
I should hope so. If I catch you with so much as a crumb on your fingers, you will be in serious trouble.
I placed the wedding cake on the dresser. There were 4 items left. The trunk was empty. I need... That didn't work. The chest was... It was empty. That could work, but I needed to make sure the boy couldn't see me do it. Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a re...
You seek...
You're on! Ready or not, here I come. Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard. Maybe I should hide next time.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a re...
You hide, I'll...
Great.
1 miss, 2 misses, 3 miss, 4, 5 misses. Ready or not? I wonder who's behind this curtain.
What? How'd you find me?
Maybe you're not the best at this after all.
You cheated. You tied that string to me.
Don't be a sore loser. You never specified in the rules that it wasn't allowed. Now about that route through the staircase room.
Grown-ups are tricky. Here, this'll tell you how to do it. Cheetah, cheetah, pumpkin eater.
I almost felt bad. Almost. Because when I looked at the document, I was sure I'd been swindled. What I'd been given wasn't a blueprint of the house, but a wedding schedule scribbled on in colored crayon. It was a wedding schedule for this evening, but the printed times had been What do you think of this wedding schedule?
Let's see if it all gets done. Who knows what things will be like in the morning?
I couldn't ring the bell. I didn't think. I decided to keep the feather. I didn't. What do you think of this chamber pot?
Oh my, I had to clean that. The Colonel certainly made good use of it.
Have you seen this brooch before?
Isn't that Miss Belmore's?
Yes, I'm just borrowing it.
I hope you asked first.
I thought I didn't. That wasn't going. I did. What do you think of this magazine?
A ghost story about this very house. How exciting.
What do you think of this manuscript?
Is that how you brought us back? Fancy doing exactly what Mr. Rackham wanted.
What do you think of this?
That was Mr. Rackham's gift to Miss Belmore. Be very careful with it, Mr. McCallan.
Nope. The brooch may have belonged to Abigail, but... Nope. I need... That did... Without a flue, the fire... I need... That didn't... What do you think of this wedding schedule?
I think it is an awful lot of work for me to do in one night.
I didn't think... What do you think of this feather duster?
Are you volunteering to help clean the house?
Oh, I'm a bit busy.
Of course you are.
I didn't... What do you think of this chamber pot?
Goodness me, that isn't the pot I gave the Colonel, is it?
I think it might be.
Well, take it back to him immediately. He's vomited across the floorboards twice already. Mrs. Timson slipped in it and nearly broke her neck.
I thought I'd keep... I didn't think she'd... Look, I'm a very accomplished captain.
Come back to me once you're an admiral. I've already had my fair share of trouble from captains.
What do you think of this magazine?
How dare they depict Belmore Manor in such an uncouth way? I put a good deal of work into keeping this house shipshape and shiny. Perhaps a meeting with Mr. Pox Sr. and his law officers is in order to stop such slander.
What do you think of this manuscript?
What is that? A recipe of some sort?
If it is, I know I wouldn't need it. What do you think of this?
It is not to my taste.
No amount of force is going to open the door.
Did I hear gunshots through there? It's like being back at Alameda during the war.
What happened there? A battle?
No, my second wedding. The father of the bride didn't appreciate me canoodling with the maid of honor and got all the locals to run me out of town. Talk about a shotgun wedding.
I dropped the candles into the empty pot hanging in the fireplace. They soon began to melt and bubble. Double, double, toil and trouble.
Goodness gracious! That isn't more satanic sorcery, is it?
I'm sorry, I was just quoting Macbeth.
Well, don't.
The pot contained melted wax. Carefully, I dipped the record into the molten candle wax. Once pulled out, the thin layer of wax rapidly cooled, leaving me with a blank, reset record. The pot was practically empty again, with only a few drops of... That didn't... Good evening, Father Foskett.
Hello again, my child.
Have you two gentlemen known each other long?
Gentleman's a stretch.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Foskett.
But yes, we've known each other since we were teenagers. We used to be roommates in college. But while I focused on my studies, the Colonel here focused on extracurriculars. I made it my duty to keep him on the straight and narrow path.
And thankfully, you haven't done a very good job of it.
I've heard there's a witch in the house.
I'm afraid you've heard correctly. A terrible lapse in judgment on the part of the Belmore brothers, I'm afraid. And now look at what's happened.
Who is she?
I don't rightly know, but she must have something to do with this evil state we find ourselves in.
I went to the Paula witch once. Asked her to get in touch with an old college friend of mine, Chucklin' Chuck Monroe.
Playing at witchcraft? Why am I not surprised?
Did it work?
We tried using a spirit board to reach him, but all that came out was unreadable conglomerations of letters. Absolute nonsense.
So she couldn't really contact the dead?
Oh, she might have made contact with him just fine. Chucklin' Chuck was severely dyslexic, so there's really no way to tell.
Where does that staircase room go?
That room is a place of sin.
What happened in there?
When Miss Belmore spurned her original fiancé, that is the route he took to the garden balcony where he hanged himself.
That's terrible.
A terrible sin. Belmore Manor has evil magic coursing through it. I lay at least partial blame on that deplorable act. That room is filled with nothing but impassable evil. It is as though the house itself refuses passage to the bewitched balcony.
Do you know how I can get through the staircase room?
Certainly not. If you had any sense, you would stay out of there. The only person I've seen messing about in there is the page boy. I know that the Lord sends things to challenge us, but even the devil himself would take up early retirement if made to babysit that little monster. Goodness knows where he's gone now, though. I suppose we should all thank God for the respite.
I found Sebastian upstairs in a trunk.
Oh, Lord protect us! The latch must have popped back open.
I best be heading off.
God be with you.
I thought I'd keep... Why was this chamber pot on the sideboard?
I think that's a question you'll need to ask the Colonel.
I didn't think... What do you think of this magazine?
It is the good book you should be reading, my child, not those ungodly stories.
What do you think of this manuscript?
Why don't you look at some more wholesome artwork? The Creation of Adam by Michelangelo, perhaps. Although I do wish he'd put some underpants on.
What do you think of this?
Is that voodoo nonsense? I should like it removed from my presence immediately.
I had nothing else to say to... It was a lone glass sitting on the coffee table. It certainly hadn't been holding coffee. The empty glass was best left where it was. I thought I'd... Why was this chamber pot on the sideboard?
I might have had just a few too many drinks before we all disappeared. Now, Mrs. Craddock kindly left that there in case I should feel the need to throw up.
Did you?
Oh, so many times. Oh, thankfully, the hangover hasn't lasted 30 years.
I didn't... What do you think of this?
Oh, you're a sea captain.
Sort of.
You don't know Colonel Gill, do you? The Shrimp King?
Never heard of him.
Good thing, too. Almost took half my business before his shrimp boats mysteriously sank back in '92.
What do you think of this magazine?
I don't spend my time reading, boy. Far too many other things to keep me busy.
What do you think of this manuscript?
I have absolutely no idea what that is.
What do you think of this?
Oh, now that's some nice quality leather you've got there.
After my escapades with the... I couldn't reach the... The shield now had what looked like a... The debutante oozed southern charm. Now what? Good evening, Miss LaRue.
Why, hello again, Murphy.
Where did the Talagula twins head off to?
Who cares? What a pair of duds they turned out to be. Say, Murphy, you wouldn't happen to be romantically unattached, would you?
Tallulah looked at me like she was homing in on her next prey. She was a killer combination of brains, beauty, and a psychopathic lack of empathy. You know, I'm really not looking for anything like that right now.
Pity.
I heard you've been engaged before, Tallulah?
Only a few times. What can I say? I'm just unlucky when it comes to love.
Who was your first fiancé?
Buford T. Vanderbilt, the Silver Fingers of the Silver Lakes. Played the banjo every day except Tuesday, and would serenade me as I stood on the plantation balcony, until he was found with banjo wire around his neck, garroted by his own instrument. Do you know when banjo songs sound their best?
I don't think I do.
When they're over.
Who was your second fiancé?
Chuck Charleston III, famed alligator wrestler. That is, until he overdosed on cough medicine an hour before his wrestling show and fell asleep on the riverbank. Ended up as 16 separate pieces inside the gator's belly. That alligator never developed a cough, though.
Who was your third fiancé?
Thaddeus Winthrop Jr., The maestro of Mardi Gras held the biggest fireworks display this side of Montgomery. But who knows what his suit was washed in, because one stray spark and the man was up in flames like a creme brulee. Talk about going out with a bang. Now I've just got to keep an eye out for who'll be the next object of my affections.
I best be running along.
Ta-ta for now.
Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening out.
Didn't you see the lightning?
A parasol's to protect you from the sun, silly. Carry this out in a lightning storm and you might... Actually, go right ahead and take it. You have fun.
The glint in her eye sent a shiver through me. It was a fancy yellow parasol with a bamboo handle and an embroidered cotton canopy. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. The wire had corroded into... I pulled at the wire with the pliers and managed to dislodge it from the fuse box. Electrograph. Barrel lift. I hooked up the lightning rod wire to the socket, but with the lightning rod broken, I wasn't going to get any power. Ground. Orrery track. Theater rotation. Magnetic carriage. Knowing the type of animals that lived in the murky water, I flipped the switch, but the wine racks were largely bare. I placed the freshly reset record back on the recording machine. Excuse me, Ezra, could you play the wedding march?
A request? Sure thing, Murphy.
Thank you very much. I clicked off the machine and picked up the newly recorded record. It was an old chamber pot, hopefully. I placed the record into the phonograph. Still, without a horn, it wasn't going to play. I couldn't. That didn't work. I couldn't. That didn't. From down on the balcony, the cable. Nope. As a child, I'd once watched a traveling circus act calling himself the Great Balancerio amble his way across a high wire with only a parasol to keep him steady. With absolutely zero practice and infinitely more chance of death, it was now my turn to try it. Oh well, here goes. Whoa, oh, whoa, whoa! That was a close one. While I may have lost the parasol, I did have one thing on Balancerio. I accomplished my stunt without having to wear a leotard. The drain pipe had twisted and now pointed straight up to the sky, empty of everything but moss. The drain pipe... I didn't need to... No. Nope. I did. I could. There was no way to reach the weather vane, no matter. It was a marble bust. The face reminded me of a man I used to buy milk from. From the neck up, he looked like an Italian nobleman. From the neck down, he'd wear denim dungarees and nothing else. It probably wasn't the same guy. The face reminded me of The entire cupola was riddled with spider webs. I wouldn't say I have many phobias, but spiders are definitely one of them. And after hearing about the size of the spiders living in the bayou, I wasn't about to start touching the spider webs with my bare hands. It was a storage trunk, left undisturbed for decades. As I placed my hands on the trunk, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Spiders. Dozens of them. I may have been battling supernatural forces of evil, but the forces of evil didn't have 8 legs, fangs, and the ability to jump on me. I needed to clear the spider webs away if I was going to get into that trunk. Using the feather duster, I began sweeping away the spiders and their webs from a relatively safe distance. I wouldn't say, and after hearing about... Now that it was free of spiders, I opened the trunk. Searching through the trunk, I found blankets, bedding, tablecloths, and tucked up in the corner, a delicate lace veil. It was an ornate wedding. It was a wooden globe, very clearly decaying from years of exposure to the moist Louisianan air. The globe looked more decorative than functional, like a chihuahua with a bow tie. A telescope was pointed out the open window, looking out over the bayou. Looking through the telescope, all I could see was a blur. I soon realized why. A telescope without a lens wasn't going to be much use. I thought it best to leave. I placed the veil on the dresser. There were 3 items left. I flipped the switch. I unplugged the wire. I hooked up the lightning rod wire to the socket, but with the magnetic I hooked up the lightning rod wire to the socket, but with the I unplugged the wire. I hooked up. I had nothing else to. That wasn't going to. That was. It was a feather duster made out of ragged black ostrich feathers, now covered in the remnants of spider webs. I didn't have time. I didn't need to. I didn't have time for. I was back where I started. Something was telling me I was still on the right track. I passed through each door just as the times on the schedule had told me, but maybe there was more to being spun around than I realized. It was a wedding schedule. There was no... head still spinning, I passed through the final door of the staircase room with the realization that I'd followed the final steps of a dead man. A skeleton, clothed in wedding, glinting in the moonlight, was a wet. I'd never been in love, yet seeing the drastic measures the sailor had resorted to, I felt his pain all too viscerally. The happiest day of his life became the day his true love rejected him. It must have broken him. A skeleton, glinting in the moon. This must have been the skeleton of the sailor. It was a gold wedding ring. The sailor's skeleton still clasped. With some unease, I took the ring, promising the skeleton I'd return it to the woman who loved him. It was the wedding band I'd taken from the hanged skeleton. I placed the ring on the dresser. There were 2 items left. The phonograph horn had snapped. From down on the balcony, I'd already risked my neck. I did. It was the cupola. I did. From down on, there was nothing else. There was nothing I. A cable from the lightning rod. Nope. With a spark of inspiration that worried even me, I decided to test whether I could improvise a replacement for the lightning rod, breaking all manner of building codes in the process. With a surge of electricity from the lightning strike, the barrel lift came to life, disappearing into the water, then rising up to the hatch above. So this was how they loaded barrels in and out of the cellar. I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. I flipped the switch and the barrel lift ground to a halt. It was an electric machine used to raise a... I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. Knowing the type of... I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. I needed... I flipped the switch and the barrel lift ground to a halt. With extraordinary fortune, the porcelain chamber pot fitted neatly into the decorative ironwork of the barrel lift. It was the chamber pot I found. Delicately... I was onto something. That didn't work. I flipped the switch and the barrel lift started up again. Held by the barrel lift, the chamber pod plunged beneath the surface, scooping up the murky floodwater, then carrying it to the ground level hatch above. With time, the jury-rig machine began bailing the cellar like a sailor trying to save a sinking dinghy. Now that I had my contraption working, I thought I'd leave the barrel lift running, just in case the cellar started to flood again. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty. The wine rack... It was a hand truck, used for shuffling the barrels around the cellar. There was nothing large that I needed to move. The cellar was lined with barrel after barrel. The Belmores must have known how to party. All of the smaller barrels I could see were rotted and empty. It was a Brobdingnagian barrel that put all the other barrels to shame. I turned the spigot and rum began to pour out. If I wanted some, I needed something to carry it in. With the bottle positioned beneath it, I turned the spigot. The grotesque face began spewing out rum like it was 2 a.m. on Bourbon Street. There was nothing large. It was a soda bottle that I'd filled. I emptied the rum onto the thorns and waited. There was only one rose left. Delicately, I cut the stem and picked up the last rose in the house. It was a beautiful Ouch! I had nothing else. I couldn't see anything. I need... I didn't... The fountain had long... I placed the rose in the vase. There was just one item left. I didn't... Nope. That didn't... The door was locked. The face reminded me from the net. It probably wasn't. There was no. Looking through the telescope, I soon realized. The door was locked. I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work. That wasn't going. To use the recording machine. The pianist wouldn't. That wasn't going to. I thought I'd. My piano. The piano. I didn't need another. I refilled the bottle, but as the rum neared its neck, the flow turned to dribbles. That must have been the last of it. Can I top you off, Colonel?
Oh, excellent. What do you have there?
Belmore rum, aged 33 years.
Wonderful. Fill her up. I must prefer rum to that hoity-toity champagne they serve. Rum is a man's drink. I'll save this for the toast later.
Do you think that's a good idea, Colonel?
I certainly do. You know, Foskett, I've had about enough of your sanctimonious prattling. I try to sit here and enjoy myself, and all I hear is the droning of a long-winded clergyman.
I'm not droning. You just don't like to face the truth. My sanctimonious prattling, as you so ungratefully call it, is all that stands between your unrighteous life and a subsequent consignment to the fiery gates.
You know, that must be it. It's a revelation, an epiphany. All these years I've been thinking I've been in limbo, wondering why I haven't moved on to the pearly gates or the raging fires, and now I've realized.
What have you realized?
I must be in hell right now, and listening to you is my torture. Well, that's it. I can't bear any more. There! Now I can't hear a word you say.
Infantile.
Well, I should certainly hope she does. Leave it there, boy. I'm saving it for the toast.
The Colonel's ear trumpet lay on the floor, slightly dented. There was nothing. With a bit of improvisation, I have fixed the ear trumpet to the phonograph in place of the broken horn. That fixed the phonograph, and with all the other wedding items ready on the dresser, it was time to start it playing. Abigail, if you can hear me, try to come back to your final happy moment. I began to feel a change in the room. The air not quite so still, the shadows not quite so dark, and the bride not quite so distant. I just hoped I'd made a wise decision.
You cannot be allowed to do this. I will stop you. At any cost, I will stop you. I'm free. You came back.
Please don't try to kill me a third time.
Don't worry, Murphy McAllen. I'm not here to do that.
I think I might have caused all of this, but I can explain everything.
I'm afraid to say I think you might be right, but at least there's a chance we can do something to fix it. If only... Oh no. He's coming.
Who's coming?
Rackham, you need to hide. If we're going to fix this, he can't know where you are. Quickly, out on the balcony.
Abigail, where is he?
Where is who?
Don't play dumb with me, little girl. I know about your little game on the riverboat. I know that you've brought that mortal into the house. Where is he?
You know, I haven't seen him.
I know you're lying to me, Abigail, but it makes no matter. There's nothing any mortal can do to stop my plans. The wedding will take place tonight, and this time, you're going to say I do.
I'll never marry you, Rackham.
I'm afraid you won't have a choice.
I've broken free of your spell before. I can do it again.
I'm not so sure that's true. The love spell will take hold again, and every minute you spend broken out of it drains you more and more from ever breaking out of it again. Soon the spell will take hold of you forever, and then you will marry me. The Belmore treasure will be mine.
No.
You had your chance, Abigail. You chose that nightmare, and after tonight, you'll never be able to leave it again.
What a creep.
Abigail, is it safe?
Of course not, but we don't have the luxury of waiting. Come with me, Murphy. I have a plan, and there are some things you really need to know.
Grand Hall. Why are we back here?
I suppose you have some questions for me, Murphy McAllen?
Just a few. This trip to Devil's Rock isn't going anything like I planned. So, Abigail. May I call you Abigail? Why did you try to kill me? Come to think of it, why did you try to kill me twice? Were you under Rackham's evil spell when you threw me from the balcony and dragged me into the spirit pool?
No, that was me. It took a lot of energy to escape the spell. Those were the only times I've ever managed to do it. But it needed to be done.
So you tried to kill me on purpose?
I wasn't trying to kill you, Murphy. When you came into the house, I knew what you were trying to do. Summoning the ghosts. And in doing that, you'd free Rackham. I was trying to stop you, to save everybody.
I was the threat?
And pulling you into the spirit pool? Once you'd done that damned foolish deed, I knew we needed you in the house to fix it. So I brought you here. I was never trying to kill you.
Oh, I see. I guess we had a slight misunderstanding. What were those faces I saw through the broken glass?
Those are the faces I've seen every minute of every hour of every day for the last 33 years. Those are his punishment. I don't know how he does it, but it's like he can control your dreams and your nightmares. He can manifest images in your mind that don't exist, no matter how much you want to stop them.
Nightmares? So he's the one that the locals have seen wandering the house.
He was the only one who could, but until now, he could never leave the house, only manifest projections of himself beyond the estate.
Like appearing to Dr. Moray as a Loa?
That's right. Rackham was never a Loa, but he knew Moray would fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. And now look what it's led to.
You're free now. You can stop Rackham.
No, Murphy, Rackham's magic is strong. You may have broken the spell for now, but what he said was true. I don't know how long I can hold out before the curse takes hold of me again, but it will happen. I can already hear them laughing.
What are we going to do?
I have a plan, but I need you to carry it out for me. You need to finish what you started, Murphy. You need to find the treasure of Belmore Manor. Rackham's looking for it too. You'll need to get there first.
What's so important about the treasure?
What do you think the treasure is, Murphy?
$13 million? Unaccounted for and unclaimed?
No, Murphy. The treasure is much more insidious than that. $13 million is just what my brothers spent trying to contain it. Listen carefully. I need you to know something. Do you want to know what the treasure of Belmore Manor really is? My brothers meant the world to me, and I missed them dearly every time they sailed away into the Caribbean. On one fateful voyage, they'd anchored in a lagoon to replenish supplies. There was a man there, so thin and weak he looked like a skeleton. He beckoned them along the beach, led them into a cave, and showed them an unfathomable pile of gold, coins, goblets, jewelry, the riches of 1,000 looted ships, topped by a wooden coffin. That coffin held a treasure more valuable than the rest put together. The skeletal man saw a shell from the beach in the hand of my eldest brother and offered to make a trade, for he knew that the item within the coffin could not be given away. It could only be bought or traded or inherited. The deal done, my brothers loaded up their ship and set sail for the nearest port. But when the dockhands opened the coffin, they fled and refused to return. Inside was a black stone that seemed to glow green from within. The locals knew a legend of a terrifying pirate captain who wielded such a black stone, able to make any who resisted his demands collapse dead before him. But that had been 2 centuries ago. Surely the pirate captain should have been long dead. My brothers put so much into researching the stone, scouring the Caribbean, conducting scientific experiments, meeting experts of the occult. And it all led to one terrible discovery. The coffin stone was a cursed artifact, able to destroy a person's spirit and steal the remaining years of their life for the stone's possessor. That pirate captain, who had ransacked ships by stealing the life of anyone who dared to oppose him, was now cursed to live out every year he stole, withering and weakening without dying. My brothers sealed the stone in a vault beneath Belmore Manor. 3 keys were required to open it. My brothers each took one, vowing never to allow the stone to work its evil power. But one person disagreed. He had seen the stone and knew what it could do. The ship's first officer, Rackham. And now, he'll stop at nothing to get it, murdering my brothers, enslaving me, and killing you.
This isn't quite the treasure I expected to find.
Murphy, the treasure isn't $13 million. All that money went into researching the stone and then sealing it away where no one would find it. This fireplace is the entrance to the vault where it's hidden. You see the keyholes concealed in the mantle? We'll need my brother's keys to open it.
And I guess finding the keys is where I come in? What if we just leave it sealed up? Hide the keys so Rackham can never find it?
He will find it. I don't know how long it will take, but eventually he'll find it. And I won't be able to resist the curse for that long. I need you to find those keys tonight, before the wedding.
How do I even start looking for your brothers?
You need to speak to Madame Planchette. She helped my brothers years ago, and now she might be able to help us too.
Who's Madame Planchette?
An old friend of the family my brothers brought to our house to help them. Some people call her the Parlor Witch.
What will Rackham do if he gets control of the coffin stone?
Rackham fears the judgment of death more than anything. The stone will allow him to return to flesh and blood and remain here in the mortal realm for as long as he keeps taking people's lives.
He'll keep murdering people?
Exactly. And it's easy to know his first targets. Once he has the stone, there's an entire household of lives right here, ready for him to steal, including yours and mine.
He can steal life from ghosts?
The explosion may have interrupted things, but the spirits here still hold the years of life they're owed. They may never be able to use them, but Rackham will.
This house really needs its wiring looked into.
Oh no.
What's wrong?
The spell. It's coming over me again. Listen, as much as it frightens me to say it, I think Rackham might be right. Everything I do is making it harder for me to resist the spell. I don't know if I'll be able to break out of it again. I need you to do this for me, Murphy.
I will, just tell me what to do.
Madame Planchette will be the first step of 3 journeys you'll need to undertake. 1 for each of my brothers, each finished only by reclaiming their key and placing it in this fireplace.
I won't stop until I've done it, Abigail. I will beat Rackham to the treasure.
For all our sakes, I hope you're right.
I was on my own again, and baffled by the situation I'd gotten myself into. The $13 million, the whole reason I traveled to the island and then quit my job, was gone. I had every desire to wait until sunrise and get that taxi back off the island just like I'd planned. Free of magic, free of ghosts, and free of the very real possibility that I'd be joining them. But heck, plans change. And now there was someone I needed to see.
May I help you?
Excuse my intrusion. Abigail Belmore told me to find you. She said you may be able to help me find her brothers.
Murphy McCallan, come in, come in. Sit yourself down and let me introduce myself. I am Madame Planchette, psychic medium, soothsayer of the supernatural, forecaster of fortunes. And you're the one who caused all these troubles. Am I right?
Things kinda got away from me.
And now, we need to get them under control. Now, how precisely can I help you?
The man in the portrait was standing on a stage holding a cup and saucer. The man in the portrait was standing in front of a globe. The man in the portrait was seated at a desk with papers in his hand. I need to talk to Abigail's 3 brothers. Can we cast a summoning spell again to speak to their ghosts?
I'm afraid not, Murphy. The ghosts of Belmore Manor could only be summoned because our spirits were trapped here and hadn't moved on to the spirit realm. The Belmore brothers were murdered months before the wedding. Each has long since moved on, however reluctantly. It's very rare for someone to come back from the other side. It can happen, but I don't think there is much chance of that here.
How can we make contact with the 3 brothers?
We need to conduct a seance for each of the brothers, a way to contact them in the spirit realm and learn how and where they were killed. But each spirit is attuned differently. I will need you to gather some objects in order to contact them.
What do we need to contact Yardley Belmore?
Yardley was a man of leisure, accustomed to the finer things in life. As his portrait shows, we must read tea leaves to contact him. You must bring me a used teacup.
What do we need to contact Xavier Belmore?
Xavier was a man of the world, a traveler across the globe. As in his portrait, it is a globe that we will need to contact him, but one made of glass, a crystal ball.
What do we need to contact Cecil Belmore?
Cecil was a man of letters, skilled with the written word. Like the papers you see in his portrait, to contact him, you must bring me a spirit board, a sheet of letters through which Cecil may communicate.
How can I find those seance items when I can't even leave the house? I don't even know what's trapping me here.
That would be Abigail.
Abigail is keeping me trapped in the house?
She was. A last desperate act to keep you here and free her from Rackham's curse. Return to the front doors, Murphy, and they will now open for you. Scour the island, search the manor, and bring those 3 items back to me, and we can begin to locate the 3 brothers.
I'll start looking right away.
Good luck. And hurry. Rackham will soon know what you're trying to do. And unlike the other ghosts here, his powers are no longer confined to the house. Just one more thing before you go. I have something that may help you.
A necklace? What can I do with this?
Return it to whom it belongs. Now go. You do not have much time, and yet the mysteries of our entire island await.
It was time to test what Madame Planchette had told me, and see if I really could leave the house. So it was true. Right now I was living my very own ghost story, with a household of people who needed my help and a villainous phantom who had to be stopped. With Belmore Manor unlocked, the entirety of the house and island were now mine to explore. Somewhere out there were the Belmore Brothers' 3 keys. My first task, to gather a crystal ball, a spirit board, and some tea leaves. It was a handmade necklace of a wooden compass broken in 2. The stark trunk of the tree didn't offer any possible. The parasol had landed decidedly out of reach. The cow skull was out of reach, high up on the gable. There was nothing else I could take from the animal skull. The parasol. The molasses was far too thick and I didn't have time. That wasn't going.
Oh, it's you again.
Mallory, what are you doing here on the Belmore estate? I thought all the locals were too scared to wander around here.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm having a tea party for my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
How cute. And what are you talking about with your new doll?
Our strategy for conquering mortal civilization.
Right.
It's rude not to introduce yourself, you know.
Mallory, have you been practicing ventriloquism?
Are you calling me a dummy?
You can talk?
I'm a head. Talking is one of the few things I can specialize in.
I didn't know that.
You didn't ask. My name, now that you're listening, is Sir Edward Teddington, or as Miss Wisp here calls me,
Shrunken Ted.
You're not doing very much tea drinking at your tea party.
I couldn't get a handle on the physiology of it. No arms, hands, or esophagus makes this a little trickier than it used to be.
And I am drinking it. Watch.
Not a fan?
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
But an important one to acquire. Tea was the fuel of the British Empire.
Then maybe it would be better in a gas tank.
Mallory was handling the teacup with the tentativeness of a toddler being given castor oil. May I have a cup of tea?
Nope.
Now, Mallory, what were we saying about manners?
Oh, yes, right. How do I put this delicately? I'm afraid this is a private engagement exclusively for the Sisterhood of Darkness.
Precisely. Remember, we may be planning on enveloping the world with a new totalitarian empire led by yourself as queen, but that's no reason to be impolite. Manners cost nothing. However, in this case, it is a private engagement.
Could I have your teacup if you're not drinking it?
I am drinking it! Well, I would if it didn't taste so bitter.
Mallory, you shouldn't be inside the Belmore estate. Don't you know about the disappeared wedding?
You're asking a little girl about murder, black magic, and broken hearts?
Sorry, I don't want to give you nightmares.
Are you kidding me? I love this stuff! I wrote a paper on it last semester that prompted a parent-teacher intervention.
Haven't you seen the Phantom?
The grumpy guy in the tall hat? Yeah, I've seen him through the windows of the house.
Doesn't he give you nightmares?
Sure does, but those are the kind of dreams I like.
Do you know Sebastian Bach?
Unfortunately.
Why didn't you tell me?
I did.
Okay, yes, you did, but didn't you think it was worth mentioning he was a ghost?
I didn't think you'd be interested. Most grown-ups just don't believe me.
So you can see ghosts?
Ugh, I wish I couldn't. Most of them don't shut up, wailing through the windows all the time. Sebastian's the worst, the booger-brained bighead. Thinks he knows everything.
But the ghosts weren't visible until I cast the summoning spell.
To you, maybe. I mean, they're a lot more visible now. They were just shadowy, glowy things before.
The fact that I conducted an occult spell seemed to be lost on her. Knowing what I did about her, she probably did the same every day before breakfast. It was Sebastian that made you get the tin boat. He altered the toy catalog.
I knew it! Well, that's it. He's going to the top of the hit list once I'm queen of the universe. If you see him, tell him Pock's in for a shock.
So, Ted, that whole time I was carrying you around in my pocket...
Picking me up and stuffing me inside your vest without even a good evening? That's the living for you nowadays. Rude.
I'm very sorry. I've just never encountered a shrunken head that could talk to me before.
Maybe you have, and you just never introduced yourself.
I suppose, but I can't go around introducing myself to every inanimate object that I'm carrying on the off chance that they're supernaturally possessed, can I?
Did you just call me an object? That's objectification right there.
How did you end up as a shrunken head, Ted?
Can you believe this, Mallory? Asking about physical impairments just as brazenly as you like.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was a sore subject.
Well, I'll tell you anyway. Me and the old boys were embarking on a race to the Caribbean, known as the Coconut Rally. 14 days, 14 islands, with only what you can carry on your back to sustain you. It was all going so well, until day 9, when I was told to seek out a tribe of pygmies. Perhaps I got a bit lost.
because the village I found was populated by villagers of average height.
Didn't that clue you in that you were in the wrong place?
I thought maybe they were just exceptionally tall pygmies. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, you know. They were a very welcoming people, filling me up on pork and bananas, a nice hot bath in a pot they hung over the fire. But it turns out they held a different philosophy when it comes to head placement and proportion. Still, no use grumbling. That's not the British way. Stiff upper lip. That's what we need.
Ted, how did you end up on Devil's Rock?
I was brought back here on a merchant ship by a strange man in a top hat who settled on me as a souvenir. Can you believe it? The indignity of being swapped and saying I was only worth 2 chickens.
I'd say at least 3.
Exactly!
And now you're helping a little girl take over the world, Ted?
Look, I was a little late getting in on the British Empire, and now its height has passed me by. I don't want to miss out again. This is my opportunity to get my foot on the ladder of a new attempt.
More like...
Very funny. You know, I have other interests too. You really need to get to know me as a person. I'm very well-rounded.
Of course you're round. You're just ahead.
The jokes just keep coming, don't they?
Well, I'll leave you two to your plans.
Long live the sisterhood!
The teapot was empty. It was a small teaspoon for the tea party. Do you mind if I take this?
Good idea. You can be my butler.
It was a small silver teaspoon.
Then we bribe the kindergarteners and use them for espionage.
Shh, shh, shh. He's back.
While Mallory looked like a little girl playing Let's Pretend, I was entirely convinced her dictatorial ambitions were nothing less than sincere. Mallory's teacup sat undisturbed in front of her. She stared at it with a scowl that implied its choice of flavor was a personal slight.
Hey, leave that alone. I'm drinking it.
I thought you didn't like it.
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
I didn't need to interrupt. I considered wading into the pond, water up to my waist, then I realized the tide was still high as I returned to the Causeway Beach, while the sands were now the purlieu of a rather strange gentleman jabbing at the rocks with a walking stick. The book was just one of an assortment of items set up on a folding table, apparently useful in the beachcomber's searching. I glanced at the book's cover and was more than surprised to read the title, Dunstan the Dinosaur, above a drawing of a bulbous yellow triceratops walking on 2 legs and wearing a bowler hat. I glanced at the book. The beachcomber's vacuum flask stood on the table. All that combing would wear anyone out. I picked up the vacuum flask from the portable table. It was an empty vacuum flask, used to insulate drinks so they stayed hot or cold. The wiry man was diligently searching the beach, looking like the awkward love child of Sherlock Holmes and a praying mantis. The bottle I was carrying would be a better choice for that. I didn't need to keep it hot or cold.
Careful where you step. Look, another one.
Another what?
A pebble. Don't step on them.
There are pebbles all over this beach. There's not many places I can stand that don't have them.
But they could be important.
My name's Murphy McCallan. Nice to meet you.
Oh, yes. Hello. Pleased to meet you. I'm Muffy Carlyle.
Wait, I think I've heard of you. Doesn't your family run a banking firm in New York?
That's the one. Are you familiar with the Carlisle Provincial Accounts and Joint Stock Corporation?
Actually, the reason I remembered you was because I was amazed the owner had a son named Muffy.
It's a nickname. Nanny gave it to me because my ears were always cold.
What's so important about the pebbles?
It's not the pebbles themselves. It's what's inside them.
What's inside the pebbles?
Dinosaurs.
I'm sorry. I think I'm missing something here. You think there are dinosaurs living inside the rocks?
Not living. They're extinct. So I've been told. But skulls, bones, fossils.
Oh, you're a fossil hunter?
That's right. But this beach seems terrible for them.
Why is this beach terrible for fossil hunting?
Too many people wandering across here. The place has been picked dry. I need somewhere secluded. A beach no one ever goes to. Are you from around here? Do you know anywhere like that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, do let me know if you find anywhere. I'd pay a pretty penny to go somewhere with potential.
Have you found many fossils before?
Only one. It was in our flower garden. The summer house, actually.
Fascinating. Where did you find it?
In a plant pot.
A plant pot? Shouldn't it have been in the ground?
Yes. Nanny told me she planted it there for me to find. Couldn't stand the look of disappointment on my face.
Oh, this was when you were a child.
No, last week.
What's that book over there on the table?
That's my research text, all about dinosaurs.
A paleontology textbook?
No, Dunstan the Dinosaur. A thrilling series of books for the young reader. And the reader who is young at heart. My favorite is Dunstan and the Mysterious Meteor from Mars.
Have you been out here long?
Just a couple of hours. Rufus dropped me off just after supper.
Dropped you off? But the causeway is flooded over.
I didn't come via the causeway. I got here on the yacht.
You have a boat?
The Plucky Plesiosaur. I named it myself.
Do you work for your father's company too?
That's right. I'm Executive Director of New Initiatives.
And what exactly does that entail?
Oh, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But Papa does say it requires me to be out of the office as much as humanly possible. Muffy, he tells me, if I have to see your face around here, I'll end up moving to Tibet and joining a monastery. So even if I'm not sure exactly what my job is, clearly it is very important.
Well, good luck with your search.
I'll never give up. That's the dinosaur way.
I glanced at the book's cover. Life continued on in Dead Nettle, its citizens oblivious to the supernatural struggle happening on the far side of the island. Even with their predilection for local legend, I doubted they'd believe me if I told them. The fishing net was warm.
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I didn't think I'd be seeing you again, Mac. I thought you'd be swimming back to the mainland. Or, well, swimming with the fishes. How's the auditing going?
Well, I quit my job.
You quit? I thought that was the whole reason you were here in the first place.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Why you doing this, Mac? Don't you have a family you need to get back to? Away from the ghost stories?
I don't have any family. I never have. I was found.
Found?
As a baby, I was left on the doorstep of an orphanage with just a blanket and a piece of paper with my name on it. Growing up, I always felt alone, like I was missing someone who loved me. The last orphanage I was in was above a bookstore called Eerie Echoes, and I used to pick up the dime novels that got thrown out at the end of each month. My favorites were always the scary ones.
Why did you like the scary stories so much?
I felt like if I could read the scariest story I could find, it would make my life at the time seem a little less scary by comparison.
That's heartbreaking, Mac.
But that's why I'm still here. I always wanted to be in one of those stories, and now I am. I don't have much of a past, but this is a chance to make myself a future.
Well, I hope you find what you're searching for. But don't say I didn't warn you.
I think I might know what happened at Belmore Manor on the night of the disappearance.
I've told you, Mac. I don't want to hear no more about it.
But I think I know who the Phantom is.
Murphy, don't even say the name. I've seen that aberration once, and that was enough. I saw those faces laughing at me every night for months. I won't go through that again.
Ned's fear was real. I can only imagine what 3 decades of those faces would do to a person. Do you remember the Belmore Trading Company ever unloading a coffin at these docks?
You know, now that you mention it, that does ring a bell. Yeah, back when I first started out, the Belmore's flagship, the SS Mysterium, came back into port a few days late, and Mr. Rackham rustled up a bunch of us roustabouts to help unload it, way earlier than we usually be out. Yeah, I remember that morning. It's almost as much as the bonus pay we got for the early hours.
Did you find out what was in it?
I don't think we paid it much mind. It was rare, but people did die at sea back in those days. Although saying that, they'd usually be buried at sea too. I don't remember any fanfare about it, but it must have been someone important in there.
Or something. Still fishing?
You won't believe this, Mac. Squibb's record was ruled invalid. He was overheard down at Spinelli's bar boasting about how he put ball bearings inside the Pengoza to make it heavier. Can you believe the nerve of some people?
The despicable things they'll do.
It means I'm right behind you, buddy. Just one lucky catch, and I'll be bumping you down to second place.
Is that a grill you've got there, Ned?
14 hours out here would give anyone an appetite. I'm not giving up just yet, but it'll be supper time soon. You're welcome to join me.
Do you miss working on the docks?
I wouldn't give up fishing for it, but I have good memories of those times. Good, honest teamwork. Working outdoors, singing shanties, and swapping stories. Though to be honest, some of the tales they tell may have been a little exaggerated.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
I had more important... I'd had enough of caring. I decided to... It was a small metal grill currently unlit, just big enough for one fish. I had more important things to... The billboard poster was peeling away to reveal layers of advertising. Of all of the papers pinned to the board, it showed the beaming...
Oh, what a piece of junk! So much as a nudge and the whole thing locks up. Work, damn you!
That almost hit me.
Almost isn't good enough. A few inches over and we could have had a lovely headline about a gory workplace accident. I'm the only one allowed behind the desk, McAllen.
Sorry.
Are you serious? Maybe if I put that there.
Without a third spring, the printing press appeared to be unbalanced and had jammed in place.
This happens right now, just what I need. Are you serious? Hands off, McAllen. This is delicate business.
On the floor was a log. Around it, Evelyn was pulling at the jammed printing press with all her might, and with zero success. There was no way I was... Besides,
Are you serious?
what seems to be the problem?
The till coil snapped off and almost had my eye out.
Your eye?
Can you believe it? I try to get a story that's fit to print and instead the printing press has a fit. Why can't I get one of those electric machines like they've got at the New Orleans Post?
Can I help fix it?
The press needs a new coil, but the only manufacturer is an 82-year-old machinist in Boise, Idaho. Getting a replacement will take weeks.
Can I help fix it?
Maybe, if you can magic up a new coil.
The printing press... That wasn't going to fix... Can I help?
Maybe.
clothesline was decidedly...
Oh, look who's returned.
Good evening, Felix.
Remind me, did you say your name was Captain Knott?
My pseudonym, that's right, for marketing purposes.
Because I've been doing some research in the club archives, and it seems as though we already had a Captain Knott as a member about 10 years ago.
That would be my father, Captain Knott Sr. I'll pass on a hello next time I see him.
42 years as a captain, sailed each of the 7 seas.
That's the one. More at home on the waves.
It says in the records that he's deceased.
Might be harder than expected to pass on that hello, actually.
Drowned, apparently.
A mighty struggle.
While taking a bath.
Mainly a struggle with the plug, really.
Look, I'm on to you, Sonny. When Mr. Perkins gets back tomorrow, we'll be having an investigation. Captain Knott, or not a captain.
And until then?
Enjoy the club.
It was a plate of complimentary matchbooks.
These are complimentary matchbooks for members only.
I am a member.
Oh, yes. How silly of me to forget.
It was a small matchbook with the logo of the Captain's Club printed on the front. Hello again, Felix.
Hello again, sir.
How's the club tonight?
Buzzing.
That lively, huh?
No, I mean I just had to remove a wasp nest from the gentleman's lavatory.
Is the elevator still not fixed?
It hasn't been fixed for the last 7 months. I doubt it will miraculously start working for you tonight.
How did it break, anyway?
The city council rented out the whole club one day for a meeting to discuss a new town seal. Some sort of insignia representing Dead Nettle's history and culture. Unfortunately, the mayor misunderstood the brief and showed up with a seal of the aquatic type. 2 fins, whiskers, a little tricorn hat, and the moniker Captain Snoops. Took the entire council to wrestle him back into the elevator and get him down to the docks. And it overloaded the motor. And do you know what the real cherry on top was? He got the animal wrong. Captain Snoops was a sea lion, not a seal.
What's the difference?
An I, an O, and an N.
I best be casting off.
Farewell, Captain.
It was a fancy elevator with a curious... I didn't need to do that again. Avast, mateys! Shiver me timbers! 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, me hearties. Yo-ho!
What on earth are you talking about?
I think your lighthouse might have lured in a lewd mood.
I thought you were captains. Isn't this how captains talk?
Not outside a Treasure Island novel. Do you expect us to carry parrots on our shoulders, too?
I tried that once in my life, and all I got was excrement down the back of my blazer.
Oh, right. A painted globe stood at the top of the stairs. The pinpricks across its surface implied it had either been used to plot out perilous voyages across the ocean waves or served as a replacement dartboard. While I was trapped on Devil's Rock, a map... The lighthouse keeper slumped in his chair, his face as weathered as the coastline he should have been illuminating. Good evening.
It's about time you got here. I've been waiting for you.
You have?
Darn right. Give me another sarsaparilla and be quick about it.
No, I'm not a waiter.
You're a captain? They keep getting younger and younger. Do they give you a free pair of floaties with your license nowadays?
Are you a captain?
I was, a long time ago. Captain Cuthbert Moot's the name. Now I'm the island's lighthouse keeper.
How come you're not captaining anymore?
I had a bit of a bump with a lighthouse.
If only lighthouses had some way of warning you they were there. The lighthouse keeper's nostrils huffed like a bull about to charge at a matador.
After I crashed the ship, I lost my job with the Belmore Trading Company. What's more, I was taken off the Belmore wedding guest list. Life's been one disappointment after another ever since. I used to be a king of the waves. Now I'm a bigger wreck than my ship.
How did you not see the lighthouse?
I was busy at the time. What are you, the captaincy board?
but you managed to keep your captain's license?
In a manner of speaking, the captaincy board has a sense of irony. After I crashed into the lighthouse, they made me take the job of lighthouse keeper to maintain my credentials.
Then shouldn't you be at the fort if you're the lighthouse keeper?
Yeah, it's a dreary place, and there's a damn fleabag cat there that won't leave me alone. Anyway, it's a clear night. If the fog comes in, I'll switch the light on. Otherwise, I'm staying right here.
What's wrong with the cat?
Blacktail, you see these scratch marks on my nose? The damn thing jumps for my head every time the badge on my hat catches the light.
You worked for the Belmore Trading Company?
Once upon a time, I was the captain of the SS Mysterium, flagship of the Belmore Trading Company fleet. I've captained more ocean voyages than you've taken baths. I might look like I should be hawking fish sticks at a market stall, but back then, I was at the top of my game, enjoying the finer things in life. Caviar in the finest restaurants, champagne at the finest resorts, dressing in the finest tuxedos. Oh, one little bump threw my whole career down the plug hole.
I take it the Captain's Club doesn't compare.
It did once upon a time. This place used to be a model of a club. Now the only thing it'd be modeling would be a cardigan and a girdle.
So you weren't invited to the Belmore wedding?
No, I was snubbed. Years of captaining their flagship, and then I get forgotten like a dirty sock. I tried to convince Mrs. Craddock to add me to the list, but she's got a heart colder than a penguin's behind.
I was invited to the Belmore wedding.
What? You never told me that.
You never asked. Yeah, not a direct invitation from the Belmores, but I was invited as a +1.
Who invited you?
A little lady named Tallulah LaRue.
Why didn't you go?
Because she scared the hell out of me.
Isn't it lucky that you didn't go to the Belmore wedding?
Lucky? How by Neptune's beard could you call that lucky?
Because the whole wedding disappeared. Their lives were stolen from them, their souls trapped in a tormented house for eternity. If you'd have been there, you'd have disappeared too.
Oh, it just would have been nice to feel included, that's all.
Is there a way into the fort?
Not without the key, and I'm the one in charge of that. Do you know the reason for the big walls, the sturdy gates, the barrels of gunpowder, and the big boomy cannons? To keep people out!
Can you turn on the lighthouse beacon?
I don't know if you know how lighthouses work, but they only need to be lit up when visibility is low. As far as I can tell, it's a clear night, so until I see fog pouring through that window, I'm not doing a thing.
I better be off.
So long.
The ceiling fans were on. The trophy was a solid metal sphere in the shape of a billiard ball.
That trophy belongs to the club champion, and as I'm club champion, I'm telling you, hands off.
The stocky man stood over the billiard table, wielding his cue like a staff, his eyes assessing the green baize battlefield in front of him. The room was dominated by a large wooden The billiard table was already occupied. Good evening. My name's Murphy McCallan.
Good evening, Captain McCallan. Captain Gifford Pemberley at your service. That's right, I expect you've heard of me. Master of the Mississippi, tamer of the Tennessee, cuddler of the Colorado. Care to hit the table with me?
I'll join you in a game. What are we playing?
Billiards.
Should I set her up?
It is set up. This isn't American billiards, boy. We're playing English billiards. A fine game which requires only 3 balls. A white for me, a yellow for you, and a red we share.
I haven't heard of English billiards before.
I learned it when I toured the gambling halls of London back in 1922. It's a game with far more depth and skill than pool or snooker. Points are awarded not just for potting, but by the flair with which strikes are accomplished. More points can be earned with a fanciful shot than by a simple pocketing.
So I'm not trying to get the balls in the little holes?
Look, I think we might be a bit out of your depth with this. Why don't we keep it simple? The winner is the one who can bounce the red ball off the cushions the most times.
I can do that.
Then let's play. I'm afraid it'll have to be with dry cues. For some reason, the billiard chalk's gone missing.
I wonder how that happened.
sevens! Something to be proud of. Threes. Too bad, Captain McCallan. It seems my standing as champion of the Captain's Club continues.
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallan.
That's a very nice trophy in the corner.
Well, it didn't start out as a trophy. We needed something spherical, so we just gilded a cannonball from over at Fort de la Moor. Polished up like a trombone in a marching band. A lot of elbow grease went into that shine, and currently these wrists have enough lubrication for a 12-lane bowling alley.
Are you saying that's your trophy?
That's right, boy. Champion billiards player of the Captain's Club. Keeps the other captains on their toes. Or peg leg in the case of Wooden Willie.
Surely he can't like being called that.
Too true. I think his peg leg is actually ceramic, but then the alliteration doesn't work.
Are you a famous riverboat captain?
You haven't heard of me?
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of experience with riverboats.
Don't tell me you're one of those jelly-legged sea captains.
Jelly-legged? At least we sea captains do proper sailing, with charts, by the stars, across vast seas and oceans, hundreds of miles from land. You riverboat captains only have two directions, upriver or downriver.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't understand the perils of the riverways. I got my start in Baton Rouge. All I needed to do was teach the Mississippi that I was its master. If it wasn't going to do as it was told, it would get a damn good spanking until it fell in line.
Have you been a member of the Captain's Club long?
I'd say so. I got my license when I was 25. When my uncle Augustus passed away, I sold his gumbo restaurant and purchased a diamond of a riverboat. I ran pleasure cruises up the waterways of Devil's Rock for years.
Are you still a captain?
Technically, but it's hard to put into practice when you no longer have a boat.
What happened?
I got a little overconfident drinking whiskey and gambled my riverboat away years ago. My wife left me because she said I had a gambling addiction, but I still think I can win her back.
Were you the former captain of the Spirit Queen?
That's the one, dear boy.
So you must be interested in ghosts.
I beg your pardon?
Having named your riverboat the Spirit Queen.
It's not named after ghosts, boy. It's named after bourbon, gin, tequila, whiskey. Those are the spirits that haunt me.
Are you going to patch things up with Mrs. Pemberley?
Oh, I'm trying. I had a bouquet of flowers delivered to her this morning.
Is there a florist in Dead Nettle?
No, I just took them out of that window box over by Moot. Don't tell Felix, or they'll end up on my tab.
I'd like a rematch at English billiards.
Thinking you can beat? Threes. Too bad, Captain McCallan. It seems my standing as champion of the Captain's Club continues.
The room was dominated. Jacking up the corner of the table would have potted the ball quickly, but it wouldn't have made the ball bounce off the sides. I could.
That trophy, and as I...
It was an ornate iron window box. Unlike the others, this one had no flowers in it. Empty of flowers, I could see that the window box was securely attached to the club's masonry. I needed to... I could... Nope. Nope. That didn't work. That wasn't going... I couldn't do... The puppet show hadn't started yet.
Welcome back!
There was no way I could carry a fish. If I wanted it, the goldfish was going to need a new home first. The neck of the bottle was far too narrow for the pudgy little goldfish to swim through. The neck of the bottle... I did... Nope. The cabinet... Even second-hand, I would have had to save for years to afford any of them. I didn't need the poster. The cabinet was filled with precious jewels, geodes, and fossils next to a small sign that read, Treasures of the Earth. It was an ornate display cabinet. The store's cash register sat on the counter. I wondered how long it had been since it was last used. It was a gold leaf-covered carving of what looked like a goose. I inspected the carving. Its woodworm-dotted surface and water-stained edges suggested it had once been much more than a decorative piece in a jewelry store. Robbing a jewelry store. Good evening, Mr. Crumb.
How can I help you?
How come you're working so late?
Well, the wife's gone to visit her cousin Winnie for a few days. And if I stayed in my bedroom, I'd just start going loopy.
I'm looking for 3 keys.
No, unless they're the gem-encrusted keys to a lady's heart, I don't think I can help you. I'm a jeweler, not a locksmith.
Have you heard of something called the Coffin Stone? Jasper's eyes grew to double their size with a look of both excitement and fear.
How do you know about that?
I'm starting to think it's real.
I thought you didn't believe my tale about the ghost ship.
I do now.
Then I'm happy to tell you everything I know. Now, don't be telling anyone this, but I've read the captain's log, and the Coffin Stone was what murdered my great-great-grandfather's crew. Try telling people that a little bit of rock could allow a single pirate to overrun a galleon, and you're laughed at. But that's exactly what he says happened. 86 crew members, all killed by a magic stone. Their souls dragged from their bodies.
Who was wielding the stone?
A pirate called Captain Skelet. Truth be told, he wasn't much of a pirate for the first years of his career on the high seas. But almost overnight, he became the most feared gentleman ever to fly the black flag.
What happened to him?
Nobody knows.
And the stone?
Nobody knows that either. But if you hear anything, do tell me.
Are these fossils for sale?
Goodness me, you're the second person today to ask me about them.
Let me guess. The first one was a gentleman called Muffy?
I didn't catch his name, but he pressed his face up against the cabinet so hard he left nose prints on the glass. Wouldn't stop asking questions about where I found them. Seemed to think they were from here on the island. Didn't have the heart to tell him I brought them all back from a vacation in Grimstone, Arizona. Total time waster. Who was he anyway? Friend of yours?
Not exactly. His name is Muffy Carlyle.
Of the Carlyle Provincial Accounts and Joint Stock Corporation?
That's him.
You mean to tell me one of the richest men in the country was in my store? My store. Selling the finest watches, necklaces, jewelry, and rings? And all he wanted to talk about was rocks and bones? Excuse me. I feel a little faint.
Do you think I could buy a fossil?
You certainly can, if you can afford it.
Could I take it on account?
On account of what?
On account of me having no money. I think I'll just look around for now.
I'm here if you need me.
What do you think of this necklace?
How quaint. Make it yourself?
No, I found it.
It's a lovely example of folk art, I would say. Whittled by a sailor would be my guess.
I think you're right. Is it worth anything?
Not a thing.
Would you be able to polish my brooch again?
Goodness me. What have you been doing with it?
Oh, you know, just the usual wear and tear.
I don't know how anyone does this much tearing while wearing. But hand it over and we'll shine her up.
Robbing a jewelry store. That wasn't going. I didn't. I couldn't do. That didn't work. That did. There was no reason.
Here you go.
Thank you. Moored up on the docks was a boat with more dents and bumps than a tin can left out in a hailstorm. For all I could guess, the mast must have been attached with a hope and a prayer. The ferryman wouldn't have liked me snooping around inside the boat. The ferryman had a face that told 1,000 stories, not one of which would be fit for polite company. Hello, my name's Murphy McCallan.
Hello, chum. Looking to hire a ferry?
Maybe?
Then come set sail with Crab McCready, when a ferry's really what you needy.
Crab's breath hit my face like a custard pie, a cloud of air reeking of cigarettes and stale beer.
Look, here's a promotional flag, so you can keep me in mind.
I'll treasure it.
Now, I can take you anywhere on the coast. Where are you looking to head to? Do you have a partner or an illicit liaison in mind? I do a very romantic sunset cruise.
Is this your ferry? It looks like it's held together with spit and glue.
That's right, but rest assured, my spit is remarkably viscous. You find yourself aboard the Creaky Crab 2. I am her captain, Crab McCready. I get most of my business ferrying over to the mainland when the tide's covered up the causeway.
Are you a member of the Captain's Club?
Oh, they banned me, those pompous buffoons. That Felix is full of himself.
What happened?
There used to be a club parrot called Squawkin' Hawkins, until he was taken away. Bird-napped, I'd say. See, I'm a big bird lover. They're very intelligent creatures, and I used to try to teach him poetry. Well, Felix Greer wasn't having none of that. I think he was getting jealous that the bird had more brains than him. He kicked me out. Well, I got a little upset, like anybody would. Words were exchanged, loudly, and he told me I wasn't welcome back. The cheek of it. Kicking me out when I'm a hard-working captain. That landlubber would get seasick using a washcloth.
Why do you like birds so much?
They're the sailors of the sky, even the ones that can't fly. You tell me, have you ever looked an emu in the eye and not felt a sense of kinship? Seen that look that says it wants to explore beyond the horizon?
I've never imagined an emu thinking anything different to that.
I love anything with a beak, except platypuses. Don't get me started on them. Now, I take it upon myself to look after the feathered friends on this island. Squawkin' Hawkins now lives on a perch on my balcony. I have a name for every seagull that flies over Dead Nettle. And I look after Doris.
Doris?
Doris the chicken, over at Baxter's Mill.
What happened to the Creaky Crab 1?
That's it over there, with its bow peeking out of the water.
I was out in the bay last Mardi Gras and looked down into the inky depths. Honest to God, I saw a mermaid staring back at me. I rushed back into Dead Nettle with such fervour I forgot to slow the engine once we reached the docks.
Was it really a mermaid you saw?
Ah, turned out I'd forgot to take my wig off from the costume contest that night, and I'd just seen my own reflection.
I'd like to hire your ferry.
Sure. Give me a map of where you want to go and I'll see if I can get you there. I'm the best ferryman this side of the Gulf. From Baton Rouge to the Bermuda Rectangle. I'm your man.
I thought it was called the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, sure it is now. Ever since one of its sides mysteriously disappeared.
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
It was the cotton flag that Crab, the ferryman, had given me, embroidered with his company logo. Nope. That wasn't going... Nope. It was the gunpowder barrel the cat had. I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder. It was a handful of black... Nope. That wasn't going... Now that the chicken was enjoying... Doris!
Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bark.
The chicken exuded an air of confidence and rebellion. I liked that in a chicken. Doris! Cluck. I'd bothered. A pile of rotting wood. The wood was old and rotting. It wasn't going to be of any use. And who knew what critters... If I touched the grease with my... I could... Using the cotton flag, I scooped up some of the gloppy grease. It was a Crab McCready ferry company. I didn't need to make... In the middle of the room, despite the age of the mill, the buzzsaw... I didn't want to touch it. The electrical safety of the panel looked... I tried the door, but it was locked. I didn't need... My trek through the bayou was easier on the return. My destination glowed green through the bald cypress trees. And then I saw why. The Spirit Queen was now a smoldering wreck, the embers of the green fire still glowing from within. I may have been new to the bayou, but even I knew that plunging my hand into alligator-infested waters was... The telegrams I'd thrown away were... I wondered if I could reach the telegrams. Well, that answered that. I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. There was nothing else of interest in the shack. The sign read Dock Mat. The riverboat looked like it might collapse at any moment. There was no way I was going to explore it. Returning to St. Juniper's Church, it was clear by the illuminated windows and the repetitive hum of a newly placed generator that the rum runners had made themselves at home. The stitching was too tight to undo with my hands, but pressing into it, I could feel the seat's springs right below the worn material. Deciding the jalopy was so beat up that a little more damage wouldn't be noticed, I cut open the stitch. I didn't need to drive the car. I tried to turn the bolt with my hands, but couldn't get a good grip. A single bolt held the car's horn on. The car's horn was attached to the side of the jalopy. I pulled the spring from the ripped seat cushion. It was a rusty old spring from the Rum Runner's jalopy that still seemed to work. Just. Against the church wall, a gasoline generator puttered away, with cables running into the church through a shattered window. I could see the shadows of the rum runners moving around inside the church, but I didn't want to get too close in case they saw me too.
Musket! Did you hear that?
Will you stop twitching, Morris? You're making me nervous.
Sorry, boss. I just don't know if we should be doing this.
Doing what?
Using a church for morally dubious activities. Theology lays out pathways and guidelines to keep us on the moral road to righteousness.
Did one of those barrels hit you on the head, Morris? Quit your belly aching. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm getting the spooks, boss. This church has a lot of dead people. What if they don't like us being in here?
Is that what you're worried about? Ghosts ain't real. Now hush up about it.
I don't know, boss. The scientific consensus on paranormal activity still seems to be inconclusive. I read a book about it last week, and it's really giving me the heebie-jeebies.
What have I told you about reading? It's no good for you. It gives you delusions of grandeur and indigestion.
Sorry, boss.
Just for the sake of argument, this book you was reading. What did it say about ghosts?
It said that there are 3 signs for detecting paranormal activity.
What's the first sign?
First, the temperature drops as the ghost's presence descends upon the locality.
Well then, until we start getting the chills, there ain't nothing to worry about.
It was a bell rope stretching up into the tower above. It wouldn't have been wise to reveal myself to the rum runners by ringing the bell. An electric fan blew air across to the rum runners as they struggled with the Louisianan humidity. A silver collection plate sat on the crate. It wasn't doing much collecting anymore. The collection plate was empty. Turning the fan off would have alerted the rum runners to my presence. Nope. I need... The statue scowled at me like a disapproving teacher. I couldn't see anything to do with the statue. Rows of old pews filled the church, some pushed carelessly aside to make room for more barrels. Now wasn't the time for a sit-down. It was a hand crank that I deduced was used by the rum runners to start up their decrepit jalopy outside. I didn't think the rum runners would appreciate me offering. Morris's eyes darted around the church nervously. He had the face of a frightened 4-year-old plastered onto the body of a hippopotamus. Musket sat hunched over the piece of paper he was attempting with difficulty to read. He looked like a stretched-out shrew trying to decipher hieroglyphics. If the rum runners realized I was inside their hideout, it wouldn't have impacted well on my preference for being alive. But perhaps I could mess with them. Psst.
Did you hear that, boss? We must be imagining things. What did you say the first sign of paranormal activity was? A drop in temperature, boss.
Scattered throughout the church were the rum runners' barrels, each filled with illicit alcohol. The top of the stained glass window consisted of 4 circles, each surrounded by 4 leaf-shaped pieces. I couldn't risk going up to the window while the rum runners were around. The sticker read, "Property of the Dead Nettle Police Department, not to be removed." I couldn't do anything with an empty socket. I didn't need the fuse. Without a second fuse installed, the dial refused to turn. I couldn't see any way to open whoever sealed this up. A fresh grave was being dug in the cemetery. I didn't want to get too close. I looked to the bottom of the grave, but could only see dirt and darkness. Edgar the gravedigger was living up to his job description, up to his waist in a newly dug grave. Good evening, Edgar.
Blast it. Not again. I go all night as the only one in this cemetery with a pulse. Then here you are bringing me 2 steps closer to losing it. What do you want now?
Just taking a look around. It's peaceful here.
It was.
What are you digging?
I thought the cemetery could do with a swimming pool. Put out some deck chairs, maybe a tiki bar. What do you think I'm digging? Another grave.
Who's this one for?
Reginald Goff. He was the state executioner in the next parish over.
How did he die?
His last convict was a bit nervous about being executed by the electric chair. When Goff asked him if he had any final requests, the convict asked if he could hold his hand for support.
Shocking.
Then I've got Marigold McGee to deal with before I can clock off. That'll be a headache.
What's so difficult about Marigold McGee?
She asked for her remains to be scattered across the island.
That doesn't seem so bad.
The problem is she didn't want to be cremated.
The ghost stories are real.
Well, I don't want to hear them. I don't like to think about ghosts.
Why not?
Because they'd be bad for business. I have my work cut out here with the dead as it is. Imagine if they came back asking for a refund.
Has the cemetery been here long?
This cemetery is the whole reason Devil's Rock is populated. Back when the mainland was first settled, they used to ship off the bodies of undesirables to be buried here. The criminals and paupers. St. Juniper's Church up on the hill was one of the first structures here, along with the fort. So that's what this place became. A cemetery island. A place where only Beelzebub himself would take the bodies that were interred in its soil. The Devil's Rock.
Creepy. I think the rum runners are using the church as a hideout.
What do you want me to do about it? My job description says I deal with the outside. It's the vicar's responsibility to take care of the inside. I'm just contracted for the grounds and the graves.
Do you know what happened to the vicar of St. Juniper's Church?
Foskett was his name. Disappeared along with everyone else at the manor during the Belmore wedding.
Did you get along with him?
No! Miserable guy he was. Fortunately, we came to an understanding.
An understanding?
Let's just say that one night, I might have witnessed a certain clergyman through the vestry window. Off his head on communion wine, wearing a crinoline over his cassock, singing, "We three kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair." He couldn't look me in the eye after that. The only way we communicated was through notes on the parish bulletin board. And that's the way I liked it.
There's a dead body over at Belmore Manor hanging from a tree.
So, what do you want me to do about it?
Shouldn't you bury it?
If it manages to wander its way over here, I'll bury it. Until then, I'm not stepping foot onto the Belmore estate. I've heard the stories about the Phantom, and I'm not risking my shut-eye to rescue a cadaver from a tree like some stuck kitten.
Do you know who the hanged man is?
Beats me. But from what I've heard, it's been there ever since that wedding night.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
I scan the headstone. I scan the head. I scan the head. Now that I'd looked upon the lifeless face of Comptroller Grimes, it didn't feel appropriate to give his coffin a wiggle. I didn't need to. The tin was full of nothing but holes. It was the ornate brooch I'd had. That wasn't going. I didn't need to warm an antique stove.
Then we stockpiled the phys ed equipment and used the—
Quiet!
The teapot? I didn't.
Hey!
I thought you didn't.
Maybe.
The chalkboard was blank, presumably waiting a decorative welcome for the infernal marriage of an evil phantom to his cursed bride. Walking back into the ballroom, the throng of wedding guests had dispersed to their guest rooms, replaced by chairs and tables neatly set out on the dance floor. Preparations for the wedding were gathering speed like a boulder rolling down a mountainside, and I felt like I was smack in the middle of its path. Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Chairs at the far end, tables on the left. Oh, it's you again.
Where have all the guests gone?
To their rooms to get ready. Here I am tidying up after the waltz while they just waltz away.
How long until the wedding begins?
Just a few hours. Oh, good gracious, a few hours. And there's still so much to do. I'm sorry, but I can't stand around chitter-chatting. There is much work to be done.
You seem a little stressed.
Correct. And with all due respect, and I'm sure we can both agree much respect isn't due at all, talking to you only makes it worse.
You need to find a way to relax, Mrs. Craddock.
I don't think people realize how this job takes a toll on one's health. My doctor told me I need to rethink my diet, so I've decided to go more continental, by which I mean a glass and a half of wine with each meal and polishing off the bottle before bedtime. A la Francais.
Where's the wedding cake gone?
I had to hide it.
Hide it? Why?
Somebody had already helped themselves to a slice of cake. And I bet I know exactly who it was, Mr. McCallan.
Oh, really?
That horrible pockboy. The knave with his hand on the tarts. Perhaps the Queen of Hearts had good reason for her framework of justice.
I heard you didn't send a wedding invitation to Captain Moot.
Well, of course he didn't receive an invitation. He was dismissed from his employment weeks before the wedding for crashing the flagship of the Belmore fleet.
He's very upset about it. Don't years of service outweigh one accident?
Accident? I suppose you never learned exactly why he crashed the ship, did you?
Actually, no, I didn't.
We discovered that Captain Moot used to invite ladies up to the bridge after hours. Dozens of ladies over the years. He'd take them on moonlit cruises around the island and, goodness gracious me, paint them with no clothes on. Draped over the ship's wheel, stretched out in the rigging, dangling from the anchor. Apparently, he must have gotten a bit too carried away with his brushstrokes on the final painting, because he didn't see the rocks the ship crashed into.
Ah, that would certainly be distracting.
Indeed.
I'll leave you to get on with your work.
How thankful I am for life's little blessings.
Leave it there, boy. I'm saving it for the toast.
Good evening, Father Foskett.
Hello again, my child.
Are you prepared for the ceremony?
In every way, except one. I still haven't found my Bible.
Shouldn't you be looking for it?
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Furthermore, I have no idea where to look, but I would very much like to see it returned to me.
We three kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair.
Oh, how drastic, no elastic, not very safe to wear. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from. May God be with you.
Good evening, Colonel.
What? Potatoes, onions, and corned beef. Delicious. What?
He definitely couldn't hear me. The pot was practically empty again. I needed to... That wasn't... I didn't need to search for a book right now. It was a small... Now wasn't the... The shield now had what... As I descended back into the cellar, the lack of mechanical noise quickly revealed that the barrel lift was no longer working. The barrel lift wasn't working anymore. Looking at the fuse box, it was clear to see why the barrel lift no longer moved. The fuse had blown, taking the small glass cover with it. With questionable regard for my own safety, I pulled the damaged fuse from its socket. It was a faulty fuse. Inside the glass tube, I could see the wire barely hanging on. I needed to think of something else. I didn't want to It was a handful of black... Knowing the erratic surges of I couldn't do... The wine racks were largely bare. It was the chamber pot I found, delicately resting in the decorative ironwork of the barrel lift. I took the chamber pot back off the machine. It was an old chamber pot, hopefully thoroughly. The wine racks were largely bare. It was a hand truck, used for shuffling. There was nothing large. Now that the cellar was drying out, its once flooded flagstones had quickly been filled with a chaotic assortment of wedding trinkets and matrimonial necessities required for the impending celebrations. I considered looking through the boxes, but doubted my immediate situation needed a set of matching crockery or monogrammed dish towels. The box was filled with assorted fireworks. No expense was being spared on the wedding after-party. I took one of the fireworks. The logo on the side revealed that it was called the Whizzer. I'd known a boy in elementary school with the same nickname. It was a firework rocket, the type that needed to be placed in a tube to launch it. That didn't work. The cellar was lined with... I had already... This must have been... I didn't have anything to talk to him about. To use the pianist... A well-used shovel was sticking out of a freshly dug hole. It had seemingly been used to dig up the thorns I'd killed. Do you mind if I borrow this shovel?
Oh, go right ahead. I already dug up those naughty thorns. It's funny. Even when things are dead, they can still cause trouble. Just look at us ghosts.
It was a sturdy shovel spattered with dirt. The plants seemed to have developed a mind of their own, spilling out of their flower beds and pots until they filled the conservatory like string lights on a Gothic Christmas tree. The gardener's hunched frame and soil-stained overalls made him look like a gnome that had wandered out of a storybook. He appeared more comfortable with the company of plants than people. What a relief for the people. The wooden sign had the quaint charm of a handmade woodcraft, if it wasn't for the skull and crossbones painted on it. I needed... The fountain had long run dry and the cracked, dusty I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot. I had nothing else to say to the gardener. The trunk was empty. Gazing into the port... There was nothing but...
Welcome back, Murphy McCallan. Take a seat.
I have some more questions.
Ask away.
Are you the one people in the house call the parlor witch?
I've heard that they do. The Belmore brothers approached me to help research the coffin stone. The brothers did everything they could to understand it. A never-ending investigation into science and the supernatural, ranging from the Atlantic to the Pacific. To my deep regret, I was never able to find a way to destroy the stone's power. With no way to destroy it, the only option was to lock it away where no one could find it.
In the vault beneath the house?
That's right. Deep below the house, within a labyrinth of caves, where we pray no one finds it.
The last time I messed around with this kind of thing, I ended up releasing an evil spirit.
Yes, I sensed what happened with Dr. Moray. I'm afraid that man was lured in by theatrics and promises of power he never actually held.
It looked like he had powers to me.
Rackham's spirit had been reaching out for someone he could dupe, but Rackham was always the puppeteer. Moray had no powers whatsoever, except for those manifested by Rackham.
Does Rackham have powers of his own?
I'm afraid he does, Murphy, although I discovered that far too late, to our great cost. I like to think of myself as knowledgeable about magic, but even I'm not sure what twisted powers Rackham wielded to project himself outside of the house. He seems to have power over visions and nightmares, and used that to put his plan into action.
Is it voodoo?
No.
But the summoning spell that I cast, that seemed like voodoo.
The manuscript you carry in your pocket is far older than the origins of voodoo in this region. It is a real spell. The icons of voodoo that adorn it are merely a distraction. I suspect Rackham has a knowledge of magic far older.
So it's a forgery?
More something in disguise.
Why couldn't he get Dr. Moray to cast a summoning spell?
A wise question. Magic doesn't work equally for everyone. Each spell depends on the person who casts it. Some spells work only for someone whose heart believes. Others work only for the person who rightfully owns the talisman. Some spells, no matter how much is invested in them, simply don't work at all. Moray was the bait, but Rackham needed someone more attuned to actually complete the spell.
I traded Dr. Moray for the Grigri that enabled the summoning spell.
No, Murphy. Moray may have been the broker, but you cast your trade into his spirit pool. You traded Rackham for the Grigri, the same Grigri that unleashed that terrible spell on Abigail.
I should get back to trying to open the vault.
May fate be in your favor, Murphy.
The face reminded me of a man I used to buy milk from. From the neck up, he looked like an Italian nobleman. From the neck down, he'd wear denim dungarees and nothing else. It probably wasn't the same guy. I wouldn't say I have many, and after there was nothing else. The globe looked more decorative than functional, like a chihuahua with a bow tie. The globe looked... Looking through the telescope, all I could see was a blur. I soon realized why. A telescope without a lens wasn't going to be much use. The firework dropped snugly into the drain pipe. If it needed a launch tube to fire, this was the closest I was going to get. I decided to leave the firework with... I took a match out of the matchbook, dragged it against the striker, and lit the firework. The drain pipe had twisted and now pointed straight up to the sky, empty of everything but moth. Abigail's ghost was once again back in her bedroom, now fully consumed by the wicked spell Rackham had trapped her in. The minutes left before he married her were falling away like dominoes. Now wasn't the time for... There was nothing left in the ashpan. Lighting the fire may have warmed the room. It was a small... Nope. Nope. I thought that Abigail would prefer them to stay where they were. The bride sat slumped in her chair, crying forlornly. She seemed completely unaware of anything around her. Don't worry, Abigail. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to help you. I didn't need to take it again. There was nothing I could do. It was more I didn't need... It was going... The contrast between the... If only she knew what was to come. I couldn't see anything. There was nothing... Playing the phonograph wouldn't have been any help anymore.
This is why I need to switch to electric.
Can I help fix it?
Maybe. Maybe if I put that there.
Maybe this will help?
What do you think you're doing?
I fixed it for you.
I'm going to need to recalibrate the whole thing now.
No need to say thank you.
You're lucky. There's something fishy about you, Murphy McCallan. I can smell a story on a person like rotten eggs in an egg salad. And currently it's the 4th of July summer picnic and someone forgot to put the bowl in the refrigerator last night.
It was a big, fancy printing press, which must have... It was a test sheet Evelyn had printed to test the... I picked up the freshly printed sheet of paper. It was a typesetter's calibration sheet. I didn't need to... I didn't want to get ink all over. I thought I'd... Trying to fill the... If I needed some ink, I could always come back to...
Yes?
Hi! What are you working on now?
A clarification. A local dancer is moving off the island and looking to get rid of some furniture. But my piece asking if there was any interest in Hoochie Coochie dancer Lulu Leroy's huge chest got a much bigger response than we expected. And not for the right reasons.
Am I right in thinking you're not from around here?
Good call, McCallan. Santa Monica, California. Born and bred. Hadn't even been to Devil's Rock before I got the job. The divine irony is that I got this job due to a misleading ad in a newspaper. Seeking newspaper editor for dynamic community, exciting stories, amazing opportunities. What nonsense. But now I'm here. Nonsense is all I have to write about.
Why did you stay in Dead Nettle?
I came down with a horrible case of temporary insanity.
Health issues?
No. I started dating a notary named Jonathan. Right after I'd taken out a mortgage, I stumbled across his dalliances with the fishmonger's wife, the ironmonger's wife, and the cheesemonger's wife. Knowing his type, I decided I'd become a warmonger, and I set fire to his belongings. I last saw him picking through his charred underpants on my front porch. Now he's off in Rancho Cucamonga with some flapper named Anastasia, and I'm still financially tied to this island.
I'm trying to track down 3 dead bodies.
A serial killer? In Dead Nettle? This could be gold. When did this happen? This morning? Last night?
No, 33 years ago.
33 years ago! That's not journalism, that's archaeology.
I think I better be going.
My door's always open. I broke the hinge earlier. Hey, you can't come back here.
Sorry. The barrel had smashed on the ground, revealing its dark, syrupy sweet contents. Molasses. The parasol had landed decidedly out of reach. The molasses was far too... I needed to think of... That didn't work. I dunked the teaspoon into the molasses. It was a small silver teaspoon that had been dunked in sticky molasses.
Then we take over the monkey bars and rename it Fort Mallory.
Ah! Look who's back.
The teapot?
What did you just put in my tea?
Try it now.
Careful, Mallory. It could be poisoned.
Does this dope look smart enough to brew poison?
Good point. You'd probably give it a taste test.
Bottoms up, my girl. Drink on.
Hey, that tastes pretty good.
I thought you'd like it.
Sure did. I drank the whole cup.
Let me clear this away for you.
Good, butler. You shall be spared the dungeons.
It was a small porcelain teacup with leftover tea leaves at the bottom.
Welcome back, Murphy.
I've brought you the tea leaves.
Wonderful. That will work to contact Yardley. Be quiet now, Murphy. I need to concentrate. Yardley Belmore, heed our plea. Where was your life stolen from thee? I sense a crypt, deep below the ground, where Yardley, unknown to him, has been drugged. Among alcoves of the dead, Yardley is still alive as brick by brick, he is being entombed within the crypt. The drug may wear off, but he has no means of escape. Trapped! Look at the painting! Yardley's body is still bricked up inside that crypt. The Sanctuary Crypt. You must find a way inside. There is a tunnel, once used for safety, but now used for salvation. Something in Yardley's bedroom will help you.
Looking good, Murphy. It was a wall-mounted mirror surrounded with bulbs, like one you'd find in the dressing room of a theater. It was a machine hooked up to tanks with hoses and labeled "Property of the Calliope Theater, Dead Metal." The machine looked ready to operate. All it needed was a blast from the tanks. 2 tanks stood beside the dressing table, absent of any information of what was inside them. I opened the tap on the gas tank. Nozzles hissed, a cloud of cold mist billowed out, and from the machine came a smattering of dry ice. It was a mound of dry ice that had clattered out of the machine. I couldn't pick up the dry ice with my bare hands. Nope. Without some insulation, the dry ice would have evaporated within minutes. I collected the dry ice in the flask. That would keep it from melting, at least for the time being. It was a vacuum flask filled with dry ice. The flask was keeping the ice solid for the time. It was a large trunk, beautifully decorated if it wasn't for the bashes and scuffs all over it. The chest contained only a myriad of theatrical costumes, not one of which I wanted to wear around the island. It was a book on magic tricks, open to a double-page spread about vanishing illusions. Well, Yardley had certainly accomplished that. I had more urgent things to do than cozy up with a book. It was a vacuum. The dry ice clattered into the metal window box. I thought it best to leave the window box. I filled the bottle with water from the fountain. I poured the contents of the bottle onto the dry ice, and immediately it started to evaporate, filling the area with mist. I could see the mist billowing up just beyond the frame, but it was clear that a draft from inside the captain's club was blowing it away from the window. I flicked the switch. turning off the ceiling fans and watched as the mist outside stopped being blown into the night air and instead began to fall into the club.
Waiter!
I told you, I don't work here.
Do you know how to work a lock at least?
Sure I do.
Right. Well, the fog's coming in, and someone needs to switch on the lighthouse light. I would do it myself, but that fort's danker than the inside of a sailor's trousers. Use this key to unlock the gate, then turn on the light with the switch on the ramparts. Think you can handle that?
I'm on it. It was the old rusty key I'd gotten from the lighthouse keeper. It opened the gate into Fort de la Moor. It was an empty vacuum flask. It was the gunpowder. There wasn't anything to do with... A coat of arms was carved in stone above the staircase. The coat of arms depicted 4 lions surrounding a central flower, topped by a medieval tower. From the fort ramparts, I had an unobstructed view across the entire southeastern coast of the island. Cliffs and crags, waves and water, and an endless horizon. With so many coves and caves along the coast, it was difficult to make out what was what. The ragged coast of Devil's Rock stretched into the distance. The central tower of the fort housed a large electric lighthouse. The lighthouse light was off. An old cannon still sat on the ramparts, ready to fire upon enemy ships. The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, I knew from that evening's previous experience with firearms that 5 steps were required: gunpowder, shot, ramrod, aim, fire. I poured the gunpowder into the cannon. An old ramrod used for loading the cannon still leaned against the turret. The cannon looked like it might... I couldn't... I needed to load the cannon first. It was the switch that turned the lighthouse light on and off. I turned the wheel, but nothing happened. It was the switch that turned the lighthouse light... It was the wheel that controlled the rotation of the lighthouse. The lighthouse light was... With so many coves and...
Welcome back.
Would you be able to polish my brooch again?
Again? I suppose so. Hand her over.
With Jasper distracted, it was time for his fish to move into its new porcelain throne home. Hopefully it didn't suffer any indignity at the change of residence, but then, being a goldfish, it would probably soon forget anyway.
Here you go. I've wrapped it in a little tissue paper this time so it doesn't get dirty again.
Thank you.
But really, sir, this many polishings in one night might be approaching my limit. I certainly understand the appeal of a good flash, but I don't know how many more times tonight I can cope with this.
It was a sheet of semi-transparent tissue paper. It was a small goldfish bowl, now sans goldfish. It was a small goldfish bowl, now sans goldfish.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallan. Take a seat.
Will this work as a crystal ball?
Considering our circumstances, we will have to make do. Xavier Belmore, hear our cry! Where does your mortal body lie? I sense a cave on the island coast. Waves thrashing, wind howling, and two figures exploring its darkest depths. Xavier and Rackham. Rackham has lured Xavier here, promising an unparalleled expedition to the bold adventurer. But it's a trap. I sense Rackham fleeing the cave, leaving Xavier as the water rises and rises and rises. Look at the painting. Xavier's body still lies in that coastal cave. I feel much danger there, but you must get a boat and cross the sea to reach it. I sense something in Xavier's bedroom might help you locate it.
The man in the portrait was seated at a desk with... I have some more questions.
Ask a...
Tell me again, how can I find the body of Yardley Belmore, the actor?
Yardley's body is still bricked up inside that crypt. The Sanctuary Crypt. You must find a way inside. There is a tunnel, once used for safety, but now used for salvation. Something in Yardley's bedroom will help you.
Tell me again, how can I...
Xavier's body. I feel much danger there, But you must get a boat and cross the sea to reach it. I sense something in Xavier's bedroom might help you locate it.
I should get back to...
May fate...
Looking good, Murphy. 2 tanks stood beside... It was a large trunk. The chest contained only a myriad of... It was a book on magic tricks, open to a double-page spread about vanishing illusions. I had more urgent things. I could... I didn't need to make... I didn't... It was a dry ice machine used to create... The machine looked ready to operate. All it needed was a blast. The walls of the room were adorned with all kinds of unusual items collected from around the globe. Weapons weren't my style. Besides, most of them were secured to the wall. Nope. Above the fireplace, framed but without any glass, hung what looked to be a pirate map. I reached up and took the map from the frame. As best as I could tell, this was a genuine pirate treasure map. The island I recognized as Devil's Rock, but what stood out to me was the large X in red ink on the southern coast, marked Crossbone Cove. At least I hoped it was ink. It was a wooden trunk covered in stickers from far-off locales: Rio de Janeiro, Istanbul, Cairo, and Swanage. The latch on the trunk was broken. I would have to do without whatever was inside. The latch on... That wasn't going... I needed to think of... It was a bear rug. What was once a behemoth of the forest was now a rustic choice of interior decor. I stared at the glassy black eyes of the bear rug. It didn't stare back. That was a relief. That didn't work. Crossbone Cove lay at the bottom of impassable rocky cliffs. If I wanted to reach it, I would need to get there by boat. Nope. I could... Nope. I'd like to charter your ferry, please. I have a map here to... Huh? What's that?
Shh, quiet! The show's starting. Signore, ladies and gentlemen, the magic and mystery of the theater comes together with the artistry of the craftsman. I was going to say that. You're interrupting me. You started it. This is very unprofessional. To present to you the fantastical battle between good and evil, a struggle between right and wrong. I just said that. The timeless tale of Pulcinella. I was supposed to announce the title.
Great show. Maybe it's time to wrap it up? I don't think I'd ever been brushed off by a puppet before. Hey guys, do you think you'll be finished soon? I was starting to dislike these guys. Excuse me?
These two crack me up.
About the ferry hire.
Yes, I'm afraid the ferry's engaged at the moment.
Because of the puppet show?
You got it. My favourite part's when they hit each other on the head.
I didn't... Perhaps it was the piratical air that brought to mind the mimicry skills of a parrot. If Squawkin' Hawkins could do it, maybe I could give it a try.
You're speaking over my lines. I'm not speaking over your lines. You're adding in lines that weren't in the script.
Great show. I was starting to That seemed to get one of the puppeteers riled up. Nope. Nope. I could... That wasn't going to work. That wasn't That did. I couldn't do... That seemed to... I didn't... That didn't... I couldn't do that. I didn't have... I didn't want him... That wasn't going to work. I'd heard of the The ladder was covered in rust from the salty sea air. That wasn't I needed to think. It was the ornate... I could... That didn't... The poster advertised billiards at the Captain's Club, with had more important. I decided. Want me to
Not just yet, Mac. I got a bit more fishing to do before I reward myself.
I didn't need.
Well, look who it is. Murphy, I've been hearing talk of someone wandering the island on a crime spree. And look who comes walking through the door.
I can explain.
Explain what? We've got no time for your blabber. I need your help to catch him. You're an auditor, aren't you?
I used to be.
You must be used to prying that big nose of yours into other people's business.
Big nose?
It's a honker, Murphy. Now, put it to good use and help me sniff out who this Devil's Rock devil is.
What's he been up to?
Given age-restricted voodoo artifacts to an 8-year-old, let loose a dangerous domesticated alligator, broken into Belmore Manor, trespassed at Baxter's Mill, handled prohibited alcohol, recklessly knocked over historic explosives, impersonated the dead, and, get this, bellowsed a chicken.
The monster.
Know anything about it?
Can't say that I do.
Well, keep your eyes open. If a good and just citizen like me allows those with such wickedness to get away with their heinous deeds, then what has become of us as a society?
Is that really the reason?
Of course not. I might sell some newspapers out of this.
The editor was busy, and it looked so stern I wondered if the glasses were solely for the purpose of glaring over disapprovingly. Evelyn seemed busy.
Hey, you can't come back here.
Sorry. It was a big, fancy printing press, which must have cost. Nope. I didn't. No. I didn't need to bother Evelyn again, but. On the floor was a large can. Around it, the floor was. I didn't. I need. Trying to fill the bottle with ink would have made too much of a mess. If I needed some ink, I could always. I didn't need to. I had nothing else to say. I glanced at the book's cover and was. The chicken exuded an air. I liked that in a chicken. Doris!
Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bark.
I'd bother. I'd bother. I didn't. The hatches were locked. From their shape, I deduced they were for storing lumber, and I wasn't in need of any 2x4s. The beam looked to be driven by the water wheel outside. I didn't need to make that. That wasn't going to work. That didn't work. Nope. That didn't work. Nope. I didn't think the collection plate would. Turning the fan off. Ghosts, apart from the haunted hooter from Honolulu, of course, but they were on another island. Ghosts would traditionally make wailing noises, not horn noises. Apart from the haunted hooter from Honolulu, of course, but they were on another island. That wasn't going to work. Nope. I didn't need. It wouldn't have been wise to reveal my. Nope. I needed to think of something else. I didn't have time. I couldn't see. Psst.
Did you hear that, boss?
We must be imagining things. What did you say the first sign of paranormal activity was?
A drop in temperature, boss.
It was a vacuum. Pouring the dry ice directly on the fan would have scattered pieces of ice throughout the church. I may have wanted to cool down the rum runners, but I didn't need to be Jack Frost to do it.
I'm getting the shivers, boss. It feels like I got a brain freeze, and I ain't even slammed down a snow cone.
You don't got a brain to get froze. It is feeling chilly, though, ain't it?
That's the first sign of ghosts, boss.
Don't be a crybaby. But just for safety, what's the second sign of ghosts?
The ghost's presence begins to interfere with the electric fields, most commonly seen manifesting as flickering lights.
I couldn't do. If flickering lights were what would scare the rum runners, it was time to do some rewiring. I turned the dial to redirect the electricity through the faulty fuse.
Boss! The lights are flickering!
That's gotta be a coincidence.
Or a sign of ghosts!
What did you say the third sign of paranormal activity was, Morris?
The tolling of a bell!
If the tolling of a bell was the third sign of ghostly activity, it was time to ring in the witching hour.
The bell!
A chill in the air, flickering lights, the tolling of the bell.
Do you think it's...
Ghost! Run for your life! Start, you blasted car!
Why are we not moving, Musket?
Because out of that long line of automobiles on Delancey Street, you decided to steal something less reliable than a politician's promise! Start, you rust bucket!
It started, Musket!
There we go! And now, we floor it!
We crashed, Musket!
I can see that we crashed, Morris. Well, there's only one thing we can do.
What's that, boss?
Run for our lives!
The starter crank for the motor car rested on the fraying seat. I picked up the starter crank from the jalopy seat. It was the metal crank from the Rum Runner's jalopy, the type used to start a motor. I didn't need to drive the car. Now wasn't the time for a sit-down. I couldn't see anything to do with the statue. The statue scowled at me like a disapproving teacher. I didn't need any more rum. Scattered throughout the church were the Rum Runner's barrels, each filled with illicit alcohol. It was an enigmatic statue holding a broken sword. If the statue held any secrets, I couldn't decipher them. The top of the stained glass window consisted of 4 circles, each surrounded by 4 leaf-shaped pieces. The window was even more beautiful in person, adorning the altar below it like a crown. And that's when I noticed something. Below the window was a cross-shaped indentation in the wood that made me think something was missing. At night, the colors of the stained glass window were impossible to make out. The middle of the stained glass window depicted a church and a fort with a beam of light shining between them. The church and the fort must have had some meaning to them. The bottom of the stained glass window was a bordered rectangle of calligraphic text. The text read, "In the light find the cross, for it shall bring you safe passage." I pressed the indentation. It seemed like it was meant for something specific. At the back of my mind, I had the notion I'd seen a crucifix of the same shape somewhere before. A book had fallen down the side of the cabinet, tucked between it and the wall. Taking the book, I realized it was an old Bible, with a thicker layer of dust than a nudist's summer wardrobe. It was a leather-bound Bible that was falling apart at the spine. I decided to leave the lighthouse. Walking into the church, I was presented with the sight of the stained glass window illuminated beautifully by the lighthouse beam. They lined up perfectly. With the lighthouse light illuminating the window, I could now make out the colors of the stained glass. That wasn't going to work. That didn't work. That didn't work. I needed to think of... With the lighthouse... Is this the Bible you've been looking for?
My word! That it is, my boy! Oh, where did you find it?
Fallen down the side of a cabinet back in St. Juniper's Church.
People do say they find faith in the most unexpected places, but down the side of furniture is certainly one of the most common. I'm most indebted to you. Is there anything I can give you to show my appreciation?
Actually, I did have my eye on that crucifix you're wearing.
Ah, are you looking for spiritual guidance, my child?
Absolutely. Particularly if it guides me to something hidden in St. Juniper's Church.
Then I shall give it to you with my deepest thanks. Let it guide you to where you want to go.
It was an ornate metal crucifix scratched and tarnished from centuries of use. It was a typesetter's caliber.
What a relief! My Bible returned to me. Why, if I hadn't gotten it back, we would have had to cancel the wedding.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallan. Take a seat.
I didn't need... I found something that could be used as a spirit board.
Yes, that will work, even if it will take a lot of concentration on my part. Cecil Belmore, we now implore, where do you rest forevermore? I sense a hidden place, a laboratory known only to Cecil, a secret refuge for study and invention, and desperate attempts to reconcile science and the supernatural. But he's been followed. Unknown to Cecil, someone lies in wait in the darkness and is about to look at the painting. Cecil's body lies in a hidden laboratory, and you must find it. Cecil never told anyone where he conducted his work, but in happier times he created a treasure hunt for his brothers, were they ever to seek him out. That is your lifeline, Murphy. Follow the trail of clues to reach that laboratory. I sense the first clue lies in Cecil's bedroom.
It was a bell jar containing a homunculus, a miniature human-like creature formed from a mix of animal parts. I'd already carried a shrunken head around earlier that night. I didn't want to start a trend by lugging around other unnerving abominations. And I especially didn't want this one talking to me. Along one wall of the bedroom was a makeshift laboratory complete with vials, beakers, and a furnace below. The apparatus looked like the handiwork of a mad scientist. I thought it was best not to mess with it. Who knew what sort of reaction I might set off? A bag lay abandoned on the floor. The bag was empty of everything but papers covered in an unintelligible scrawl. A stack of books lay haphazardly at the bottom of the bed. The books covered all manner of scientific subjects, magnetism, thermodynamics, chemistry, and much more, none of which I had the time or understanding to read. Hanging on the coat stand was a thick, off-white lab coat. I searched through the pockets of the lab coat. To my surprise, I found something, a small silver coin. It was an old silver coin. At its center were 2 lines of text, but they were too small to read with the naked eye.
Welcome back!
Could I use your microscope to look at this coin I found?
Oh! Are you a fellow fan of numismatics?
I prefer the old ones.
Yeah, never mind. Go right ahead.
With the microscope calibrated, the coin's writing came into focus. It read, "Into the palm of a prince." The inscription must have been a clue in Cecil's treasure hunt. I just had to find the prince's palm he was referring to. It was an ornately crafted metal statue of a Maharaja prince, with one hand outstretched and the other clasping a scroll case. I wondered what I could do with the coin-sized indentation in the statue's hand. Following the inscription on the coin and realizing that the metallic statue depicted an Indian prince, I took a close look at the statue's palm. For the first time, I noticed a slight circular indentation, about the size of a coin. I placed the coin into the statue's hand. It fit the indentation exactly, into the palm of a prince. No sooner had I done it than I heard sparks and hums coming from inside the statue. That's when I realized it wasn't a statue at all. It was an automaton. A robotic figure made to move with cogs, wires, and electrical pulses. It seemed to be fighting to move, but then, nothing.
Well, blow me over with a dandelion. I didn't expect anyone to get that working again.
It's not doing much.
Joints will be frozen, I should think. No wonder after all these years. Another job for me to do, and a dangerous one at that. Who knows how many volts Master Cecil ran through that thing to get it moving.
What I once thought was a statue was now revealed to be an intricately mechanized automaton in the image of an Indian prince. The automaton seemed unable to move, its joints stuck after decades without use. Hello, Rupert.
Hello again, Murphy. Have you given any more thought to my offer?
You mean the offer to poison me?
Well, you needn't put such a negative spin on it. Personally, I think death's just got a bad rap.
I suppose if the Grim Reaper showed up in a glittery tuxedo jacket instead of a hooded cloak, we'd all be much more on board with it.
Exactly. We all have misconceptions about the afterlife. I used to think we were reincarnated. But the fact that I have the same neck wrinkles and big belly, just now translucent blue, has certainly put the lid on that theory.
Why did you believe in reincarnation?
Well, it was more for the social aspect, really. We used to have monthly past life parties. There's something to do at the weekend, you know. You'd dress up as the person you used to be, until the venue asked us not to come back.
What happened?
It was a disaster waiting to happen, to be honest. By the last one, we had 3 different members claiming to be Napoleon. And they decided the best way to figure out who was genuine was by seeing who would be the first to reconquer Western Europe. We had one person claiming to be Ebenezer Scrooge, despite the stumbling block of his being a fictional character. The final straw was that we had one Julius Caesar and one Brutus. They got in a fist fight outside the venue when Julius tried to jab Brutus with a French loaf from Bon Ton Bakery, shouting, "Baguette too, Brute!" He said afterwards he was just trying to even things up.
Who did you think you were reincarnated from?
Anne Boleyn's my best guess. She had green sleeves, didn't she? And I often have such a splitting headache that a whole beheading thing might come as a relief. How about you, Murphy? Do you think you had a past life?
If so, I can't imagine what I did to deserve the life I've got now. Can I attend one of your past life parties?
If we get them up and running again, I don't see why not. You need to pay the membership fee, though. $50 per person. I know, I thought it was expensive when I joined up too. But it's worth the gamble. You only live once, don't you?
Do you know what's wrong with the statue?
That thing'll be rusted up. If you want to get it moving, you do best to lubricate the joints, I'd say. There must be some grease somewhere. It's a marvel, that thing. One of Master Cecil's inventions. Swore me to secrecy when he installed it. It'll be even more of a marvel if you get it running again.
Did you say Rackham took an interest in the poison garden?
That's right. Asking me all sorts of questions.
What did he want to know?
He was asking which ones could drug a person. Ended up rather captivated by the indigo ivy.
What happens if it's used as a drug?
Just a few leaves in a cup of tea would have you paralysed for hours. There are no ill effects once you come back round, though. Of all the plants here, it's probably one of the benign ones.
Unless you're bricked up alive before it's worn off. Do you have any indigo ivy left?
I don't. It was all missing the morning after Rackham asked about it.
Well, no time to stop and smell the roses. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Murphy.
It was a Crab McCready Ferry Company flag, now saturated with thick axle grease. Using the flag soaked in grease, I began to oil the automaton's joints. I was pretty sure I'd lubricated the automaton enough. Now it was time to test it. I placed the coin back in the automaton's hand and watched. cap of the scroll case opened and revealed something inside.
Well, there's life in the old thing yet. Gives us all hope, doesn't it?
I picked up the piece of paper that had fallen from the statue. Unrolling it, I discovered it was a death certificate, all filled in except for one key piece of information. The name was missing. It was certainly a clue, but who did it belong to? It was a death certificate. I scanned the headstones. I scanned the heads. I scanned the head. I scanned the. I looked to the bottom of the grave, but... Good evening, Edgar. Is that the sanctuary crypt in the hillside?
That's right. Must be the oldest crypt in the cemetery.
Is there a way inside?
Not that I know of. I've never been in there. I don't think it's been used for centuries. There's a local legend that a tunnel runs into the crypt from the church. An old escape route. But if it's real, I've never found it.
What's that carving on the front of the sanctuary crypt?
Beats me. Just a fancy schmancy decoration, I assumed. But now that you mention it, I do think I've seen that pattern somewhere before.
I best be running.
Goodbye.
Does this death certificate mean anything to you? The name hasn't been filled in, but it says you were the Undertaker.
Of course I was. Nobody else on the island would do it, now would they?
I was wondering if you remembered who it was you buried.
That was over 30 years ago. Do you know how many bodies I've buried in my career? I couldn't tell one corpse from the other. This may surprise you, but I don't get that attached to them. They don't make for very stimulating conversation.
Is there any way I could find out who it was?
Well, you've got the date they were buried. Maybe there was an obituary.
Thank you. As I returned to the docks, I realized that Dead Nettle's usual smell of sea breeze and rotting fish had been replaced by something far more pleasant. The smoky scent of a fish I thought I recognized.
Hello again, Mac. I hope you don't mind, but you left your fish hanging there. No sense in letting a fish that size go to waste. I've started cooking it up. It'll be the tastiest fish this side of the Mississippi. We can tuck in as soon as it's cooked.
I tried to hide the realization growing on my face. A mouthful of taxidermy stuffing and chipped teeth from the iron horseshoe hidden inside wouldn't be the culinary sensation Ned was after. Sounds great, Ned. To make use of that, I had more The fish I'd supposedly caught was now slowly simmering on the grill. The fish was far too hot to pick up, and I was sure Ned wouldn't have wanted me to extinguish his grill. Nope. Nope. The fish.
Don't touch it now, Mac. It's still cooking. Got to wait until the skin is nice and charred.
The fish Good evening, Ned.
Hello again, Mac.
Ned, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm not sure that fish is edible.
Nah, Mac. Don't be so modest.
No, really, I think there's something inside the fish that shouldn't be there.
You almost had me there, Mac.
Ned was a nice guy, seemingly too nice to believe what I'd stowed in that fish. How's the grilled pancoza coming along?
Sizzling up nicely. I have to keep checking it every few minutes. Make sure the fire isn't too hot. Make sure the skin doesn't get too charred. But don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as we're ready to eat.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
Murphy, the Devil's Rock Devil's up to his old tricks again.
Oh no, what's he done this time?
I heard that he's committed arson of the Spirit Queen riverboat, practiced black magic, cavorted with rum runners, operated a lighthouse without proper training, launched fireworks without a permit. Know anything about it?
Can't say that I do.
The Devil's Rock Devil continues to elude us. Yes?
Hi. How's the Devil's Rock Devil investigation going?
I've made progress.
You think you know who it is?
No, progress with my marketing campaign. I've written a jingle.
Oh dear.
Across the aisle, from shore to shore, those good of heart spy misdeeds in store. A shadow looms where he dares revel, the dastardly devious Devil's Rock Devil.
I think I better be going.
Stay sharp, Murphy.
Can I take a look in the filing cabinets?
Sorry, McAllen. Employees only. And we're a one-woman operation here these days.
I'm trying to track a burial down, and I think the date might match up with an old edition of the newspaper.
I hear you. Why don't you write up your request and lodge it with our archival department?
Where's the archival department?
In any trash can you can find.
There was no way. Besides, I didn't think that wasn't going. I didn't want to damage it. What do you think of this wedding schedule?
Hey, I think we printed that. It was before my time, but it looks like the kind of work the previous editor took on.
It was the metal crank from the Rum Runner's jalopy, the type used to start. I didn't think she. I need. Hello again, Felix.
Hello again, sir.
Crab McCready told me you kicked him out of the club for teaching a parrot poetry?
Yes, that's quite correct.
That doesn't seem very fair.
You didn't hear the poetry. If I may regale you, there was a young man from Bombay. Took the slow boat to China one day. He was pinned to the tiller by a frisky gorilla, and China's a bloody long way.
I see.
Apologies if we're in disagreement about whether that sort of material is appropriate for the Captain's Club.
Nope. Can't argue with that. Very fair conclusion. Do you have any tips for English billiards?
Is that what Pemberley's calling it? There is one bit of advice I can give.
Oh, really?
Use the pointy thing to hit the round thing.
I best be casting off.
Farewell!
I didn't need to do... I thought I'd... Good evening, Captain Moot.
If you say so.
I found out why Mrs. Craddock rescinded your invitation. You were caught painting naked ladies on the ship's bridge. That's why you crashed the ship.
Maybe that's true, but you'd think she'd have been more understanding about the whole thing.
Why's that?
She was the naked lady I was painting when we crashed.
I switched on the lighthouse light.
Do you want a medal?
I better be off.
So long.
I thought I'd... The trophy was a solid metal... That didn't. Nope. That didn't. Jacking up the corner of the table would have potted the ball quickly, but it wouldn't have made the ball bounce off the sides in the process. The stocky man stood over the... Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallan.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but the Spirit Queen burned down.
Oh, what a sad day. I knew it would happen sooner or later. It was that damn fool Moray, wasn't it? He never loved her the way I did. She was one in a million. A personality as fierce as the Mississippi. A sway when she moved that could hypnotize any man. And curves in all the right places.
Are we still talking about a boat? I'd like a
Thinking you can... Threes. Too bad, Captain McCallan. It seems my standing as champion of the Captain's Club continues.
I wondered if greasing the table would have let the balls move faster, but the green baize would have just soaked it up and made a mess. I didn't need to make that. I didn't need to make. I didn't need. I didn't. I didn't need to blow. I didn't need to blow on. I didn't need. I didn't. Nope. It was a small
Welcome back.
I thought I didn't need to. The cabinet was filled with precious jewels, geodes, and fossils next to a small sign that read, "Treasures of the Earth." I needed to think. I could. The crucifix slid smoothly into the indentation, like the final piece in a jigsaw puzzle. Four wooden buttons had been revealed in the cabinets, each colored with flaking paint: red, orange, dark blue, and light blue. Pressing the button, I noticed something had changed in the stained glass window. Whatever mechanical process it used was a mystery to me, but pressing the button caused the panes of glass to tilt, ever so slightly, so that the white light from the fort was split into 4 different colors that seemed to dance around the window. The text read, "In the light find the cross, for it shall bring you safe passage." With the lighthouse light illuminating the window, I needed to. As soon as the plates in the stained glass window clicked into place, forming a translucent cross at the center, I heard a rumble behind me. The sound of antique machinery somewhere beneath the stone floor. The uneven stone staircase descended beneath the church into a dark, narrow tunnel. Inside each arch were countless skulls embedded into the rock face, their empty eyes staring at me. I didn't dare begin trying to calculate how many dead bodies it would take to produce such a corridor, or where they came from. I considered taking one of the skulls, but each seemed firmly immovable and really creepy. I didn't want to disturb. I didn't want. The passageway twisted far away from the church, finally emerging in a round room lit only by a pale shaft of moonlight filtering through a narrow hole above. Tombs surrounded me in solemn silence. I had found the sanctuary crypt. As I examined the alcoves inside the crypt, I realized one of them was different. While the others opened up to funerary altars, this one had been sealed up with bricks. The brickwork was crumbling, and although I couldn't dislodge it with my bare hands, I could tell it wouldn't take much force to break through. That didn't work. That wasn't going to work. Trying to break through the brick wall with the auger would have taken far too long. I needed to know what was on the other side of that wall, and this was a situation that called for some straightforward destruction. It was the opening I'd made with the shovel I was carrying, a porthole to the grim scene within. The skeleton of Yardley Belmore lay slumped against the wall of the alcove. He had been bricked up alive. A key hung around the skeleton's neck. "You're free now, Yardley. He can't keep you imprisoned anymore."
So you are the mortal who is trying to find the lost treasure of Belmore Manor before me.
Rackham!
You know who I am. Surely you must also know that you have started down a foolish path. It will only end in your death, Murphy McCallan.
I know all about your plan, Rackham.
My plan will succeed, with or without your interference. I'm afraid you're making a terrible mistake, McCallan. For your own sake, I suggest you leave this island for good.
Never. Whether you like it or not, I'm part of this story now too.
Don't let it be said I didn't warn you. If you're so interested in being friends with the dead, perhaps it's time you joined them. Just as Yardley Belmore was entombed alive, so shall you be.
Rackham's spell had transported me somewhere I couldn't immediately place. I was lying down, my arms pinned to the side of me, my hands only able to feel the grain of the wooden boards to the sides and above and below me. And then I heard the noise, something thudding on the boards above me. That's when I realized I was being buried alive. It was the coffin lid. I didn't normally think of myself as claustrophobic, but this situation was making me reconsider. I pushed on the coffin lid with all my might, telling myself that an inch of cedar was all that separated me from the night air, but it was no use. There wasn't room to swing a shovel inside the cramped coffin. Pulling the nails out of the coffin lid only would have worked if I'd been outside the coffin. By the time I finished drilling my way out with the auger, I'd be under several feet of dirt. I fumbled in my pockets and took out the screw jack, bracing it between the floor and the lid. With each crank, the pressure grew and grew, until finally... Hey! Could you get me out of here?
Murphy? What are you doing down there?
Trying to not be down here.
I'll go fetch a ladder. Don't go anywhere.
Where do you think I could go? Before I'd even reached the top of the ladder, Edgar had fled to the safety of his shack, far away from the grave where he'd inadvertently tried to bury me. But one good thing had come out of it. Now I had Yardley's key. I didn't need to climb back down into the grave. It was Yardley's key to the Belmore Manor vault. It was The chalkboard was blank. I needed to place it in its keyhole. I placed the first key into the mantelpiece.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallan. Take a seat.
I have some more questions.
Ask away.
Tell me again, how can I find the body of Xavier Belmore, the explorer?
Xavier's body still lies in that coastal cave. I feel much danger there, but you must get a boat and cross the sea to reach it. I sense something in Xavier's bedroom might help you locate it.
Tell me again, how can I find the body of Cecil Belmore, the scientist?
Cecil's body lies in a hidden laboratory, and you must find it. Cecil never told anyone where he conducted his work, but in happier times he created a treasure hunt for his brothers, were they ever to seek him out. That is your lifeline, Murphy. Follow the trail of clues to reach that laboratory. I sense the first clue lies in Cecil's bedroom.
I should get back to...
May fate...
The hit to the little boy's ego was clearly short-lived. His smarmy smile could have made him the poster child for over-permissive parenting. Hello again, Sebastian.
Oh, it's you again.
Not playing hide-and-seek anymore?
I've outgrown it.
Sore loser, huh?
I didn't lose. You cheated. Anyway, I've moved on to this now.
A paddleball?
My mum found it for me after I told her I wasn't getting the tin boot I wanted for my birthday.
It's not even your birthday.
That doesn't matter. Anyway, what? Bet you can't do this.
The little brat had me there. Like hula hooping, unicycling, and stilt walking, my facility with a paddleball was on par with my ability to do other completely useless party tricks. Shouldn't you be getting ready for the wedding?
I'm not the page boy anymore. I've been demoted.
How did that happen?
Well, before I started playing with this paddleball, I found a marble in one of the bedrooms. A super-sized one, perfect for bombing.
Whose bedroom?
One of the guest rooms. Mr. Beaumont's, I think. He's certainly lost his marbles.
What did you do with it?
Like my dad taught me, I'm keeping Mum on that one. All I'm going to say is that it was a big mix-up. Mrs. Craddock must have had her sense of humour surgically removed.
So, you think you're good with that paddleball, huh?
Better than you'll ever be. Just name a trick and I can do it.
Bet you can't do the paddleball with one hand behind your back.
Oh yeah? Watch this!
I thought I'd keep that to myself. It was a handmade necklace of a wooden compass broken in two. I thought I didn't need to. I did. Hello, Sebastian. Bet you can't do the paddleball standing on one leg.
Easy peasy.
Hello, Sebastian. Did you say you followed Cecil Belmore to a secret laboratory?
I was going to, but then I saw him.
Rackham?
Shh. Yeah, I'm good at hiding, but the way he moved, he was like a shadow.
Mallory told me to tell you she's not happy that you changed her toy catalog.
What's she going to do? I'm already dead.
But that's not a nice way to treat other people.
She started it.
How?
She tried to have me exorcised.
I beg your pardon?
Candles, salt, a pentagram. She even brought over a black cat from the fort. When I confronted her about it, she said she was just doing a science project.
I see. Bet you can't do the paddleball with your eyes closed.
Look and learn.
The trunk was empty. I didn't think he'd be interested in that. There was no... I thought I'd keep... With Sebastian's eyes closed, I took out my scissors and when the timing was right, snipped.
Hey, what happened to my paddleball?
The ball just snapped right off there. Maybe you need to practice a bit more. With any other child, I'd feel guilty. With Sebastian, it felt like evening out the cosmic balance.
I bet Mallory was behind this.
It was the rubber ball from Sebastian's paddleball. I picked up the red rubber ball I'd cut from the paddleball. It looked like a clown's nose. It was the red rubber ball I'd cut away. I needed to think of something else. No. That wasn't going... Weapons weren't my stuff. That wasn't going to work. The apparatus. That wasn't going... There was nothing else of interest in the trunk. A piece of rusted drain pipe. Lighting the fire may have warmed the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt. Don't worry, Abigail. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to help you. Don't worry, Abigail. I couldn't see. There was nothing I... That didn't... It was best to leave the... It was going to be... The contrast between the bride, if only she knew. It was a handmade necklace of a wooden The necklace I was carrying exactly matched the one around the neck of the bride's reflection. This must have belonged to the sailor. It was time to reunite it with its other half. As the reflection disappeared back into the mirror, I looked at the dresser and saw that something had been left behind. A small ivory comb. It was the comb the bride's reflection had left on the countertop when she took the necklace. I didn't think Abigail would mind if I took the comb with me. It was an ivory comb. Nope. I couldn't do that. That didn't. That wasn't I needed to think. Nope. That wasn't going to. Remembering my childhood days, I wrapped the tissue paper around the comb to form a rudimentary kazoo. It was a homemade kazoo, perfect for badly improvised folk tunes. Crossbone Cove lay at the bottom of impassable rocky cliffs. If I wanted to reach it, I would need to get there by boat. I had nothing else to say to Muffy. I glanced at the book's cover and was more than surprised to read the title, Dunstan the Dinosaur, above a drawing of a bulbous yellow triceratops walking on two legs and wearing a bowler hat. It was a homemade kazoo, perfect. guys? I was starting... That didn't work.
Non ci posso credere. That was my moment. Your moment? We agreed in rehearsals that this scene would be about me. Che cosa? I did no such thing. You did it again! You always told me you'd try to upstage me. Che pazza. Mamma told you that. She always told me I should go solo. Right, that's it. I quit. You quit. I quit first. You'll never work in this town again. Work in this town again? We only arrived this morning. You sabotaged the show.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just...
That was hilarious. I liked it when the puppets fight, but I love it when it's the puppeteers.
Glad you enjoyed the show.
Could I borrow those instruments you used? If they come back, I'd like to direct the encore.
Sure, I doubt I'll have much more use for them. Could you take me to Crossbone Cove?
Well, look at that. That's quite the dangerous destination. Do you know how many boats have crashed against the rocks along that coast?
Does that mean we can't go?
Oh, sure we can. But it'll cost you.
How much?
Boat charter, insurance, perilous route supplement, double pay at this time of night. It's gonna cost you at least $50.
$50?
Plus tax. Let's call it $75 total.
75?
But listen, I'll give you private hire of the ferry for the rest of the night.
I don't have that much.
No problem. Just get back to me when you do. As I say it, you've got no other choice. Ain't no other ferry around at this time of night.
I thought I'd keep that to myself. I had nothing. I had an idea, one that required skill, subtlety, and finesse, or at least the ability to hurl a billiard ball through an open doorway. Yoink!
Did you just touch the table?
Absolutely not.
Ow! Who threw that?
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallan.
I'd like a rematch at English billiards.
Thinking you can beat what I hit before? Step right up. I don't believe it. I've never seen 14s before. You must have arms like the coupling rods on a steam train.
A blessing and a curse, as I've discovered more than once to my own cost. But I don't like to boast. Does this mean I win the trophy?
I'm afraid it does, but you need to bring it back next Wednesday for the potluck. We'll have a rematch then.
With my newfound title as club billiards champion, it was time to claim my trophy. It was the trophy I'd won at the Captain's Club. a gold-plated sphere of solid metal in the shape of a billiard ball. Hello again, Felix.
Hello again, sir.
Felix, I'm the new billiards champion of the Captain's Club.
You beat Captain Pemberley?
I certainly did.
Oh, thank goodness. Maybe he'll have a rest from it for a little bit. We haven't been able to pry him away from that table for months. I've been hiding those billiard balls, one a week since August. The guy won't give it up. It's cost the club a fortune in billiard chalk.
I best be casting off.
Farewell, Captain.
I decided to leave.
Murphy, the Devil's Rock Devil has returned.
What's he done now?
I heard that he's vandalized one of the cemetery's crypts, provoked public disorder at the Puppet Theater. Know anything about it?
Can't say that I do.
Keep your eyes open. Yes?
Hi. Evelyn, quick! The most scandalous scandal is scandaling outside right now.
Pull the other one, McAllen. I'm busy here. Now, let's see. What was I writing? Oh, yes. Bankruptcy, incarceration, humiliation.
Is that for an expose?
No, the horoscopes.
What do the horoscopes have in store for me?
What star sign are you?
Scorpio.
Oh dear, oh dear.
What does it say?
I think you're best not knowing. I don't know why I bother writing horoscopes, to be honest. There's no future in it.
I think I...
Stay sharp, Murphy.
That wasn't going... I didn't think she'd be in... That didn't. The back wall of the newspaper office, from the labels on the front, they looked to be archived. It was a tattered pirate map. Inside the puppet theater, I could still hear the two puppeteers arguing with each other. I thought it best to leave them alone. I didn't need...
Welcome back!
Would you be able to polish this trophy for me?
That's not a purchase that was made here, is it?
No, I got it from the Captain's Club.
What a relief. I can never forgive myself for selling something so gaudy.
I inspected the carving. Its woodworm-dotted surface and water-stained edges suggested it had once been much more than a decorative piece in a jewelry store. Nope. Nope. With the goldfish now swimming around happily inside it, I thought it best to leave it where it was. The goldfish had been through enough today. I had nothing else. The cabinet was filled with precious jewels, geodes, and fossils next to a small sign that read, "Treasures of the Earth." Jasper, I found a treasure map. I think it belonged to Captain Crumb.
Oh, goodness! What does it show?
A big red X across a place called Crossbone Cove.
So, What are you waiting for?
What do you mean?
Well, are you going out there or not?
I need to figure out a way to get there first. Why don't you come with me?
I'm afraid not. I'm too old for adventures like that. Besides, I've already got my treasure right here in this store. Good luck, though.
What do you think of this treasure map?
Isn't that lovely? Did you get it off the back of a cereal box?
What do you think of this treasure map?
I don't need a map of Devil's Rock. I know it like the back of my hand.
I thought I'd... What do you think of this treasure map?
Well, that map's no use at all. It doesn't show any of the rivers and bayous well enough. Just the big wet thing around the island.
The sea?
Indeed.
I did... What do you think of this treasure map?
Crossbone Cove? Now there's a dangerous place to reach. I'm sure the fishing's great, but I wouldn't risk my neck to get out there.
Anything to report?
I'm keeping my eye... What do you think of this treasure map?
That doesn't look printed.
No, I think it was drafted by hand.
How old-fashioned.
Did you say you were looking for a more secluded beach?
Yes, that's right. Have you found one?
Look at this! Further along the coast is a bay called Crossbone Cove.
Crossbone Cove! That does sound very bony. How do we get there?
There's a ferryman in town named Crab McCready who can take us to Crossbone Cove. We just need $75 to cover the charter fee.
Oh, absolutely. I can spare some of my allowance. Let me write you a check.
It was a signed check I'd been given by Muffy Carlyle, the fossil hunter, to charter a ferry to Crossbone Cove.
That should cover it.
I'll go charter it at once. Will this cover the ferry payment?
Ooh, I didn't think you'd get that much. Sure it will. Who's this Carlisle guy?
Oh, he's coming too. He's funding the trip.
Well, he gets a promotional flag too.
Gee, thanks.
Consider this ferry chartered. Thank you for placing your trust in the Crab McCready Ferry Company, despite all the reviews. Now, once your compatriot is here, we can cast off. Pen that map up inside the cabin, will you? It'll be a tricky voyage to Crossbone Cove. I haven't sunk yet this month.
And so we were off, captained by a man whose body composition had more alcohol in it than a bottle of vodka. And yet he navigated like a seasoned dancer, pirouetting through the treacherous currents with a drunken grace, all the while sipping from a flask that smelled stronger than window cleaner. Crab, I can't complain about your captaincy skills, but I've got to ask, how did you get through those treacherous rocks with so much alcohol in your bloodstream?
Murphy, if I didn't have the alcohol in my bloodstream, I wouldn't be going anywhere near those rocks in the first place.
With use of the ferry for the rest of the night, the Creaky Crab 2 remained ready to take me back to Deadnettle. The ferryman rested against the wheelhouse like a barnacle on a rock, or a barfly on a, well, bar. I didn't want to go paddling. The currents on this side of the island whipped the water up into a frenzy. While the lapping tide on the pebble beach looked idyllic, the water at the entrance to the bay was a death trap. From where I was standing, it practically looked like the cannons were aimed at me. Looking back out through the narrow inlet across the waves, I could see Fort de la Moor, with its ramparts of antique cannons and lighthouse-top tower. Currently, it was shining away from Crossbone Cove. It was a pile of rocks, sturdily balanced atop one another. It was an old rowboat, smashed against the rocks of the stony beach. The rowboat had no oars, and more importantly, no structural integrity. It wasn't going anywhere. At the far end of Crossbone Cove, all I came across was a wall of rocks and boulders. It seemed what looked to be the entrance to a cave had been covered over by a rockfall. I couldn't see a way through the fallen rocks. If I wanted to get into the cave, I would need to get rid of them. I didn't want to disturb the rock pile. I might have made it collapse. A change of location hadn't brought about a change in expression on the determined fossil hunter. His disposition could best be described as enthusiastically baffled. Hello again, Muffy.
Hello, Murphy.
Any luck finding those fossils?
Nothing. I'm beginning to think this island doesn't have any fossils.
Have you found anything at all?
Only these.
Oh my goodness, Muffy! Those are gemstones! Rubies, emeralds, sapphires? This might be genuine pirate treasure.
But they're not fossils, are they? They're nothing more than baubles. They're not the figurative footsteps of ancient behemoths, the skeletal remains of the kings of the prehistoric world. I'll have you know, I'm not conducting this exploration for financial gain, but for the love of dinosaurs. Here, you seem rather entranced by them. You can have them.
Gosh, thank you, Muffy. What do you think of Crossbone Cove, Muffy?
I feel like a real explorer out here. Such daring and tranquil isolation. Inaccessible. Miles from civilization.
It's nice to get away from it all, isn't it?
Just the place to build a summer retreat, I'd say. A manor on the cliffside, a pier for the yacht, connect up a road for Rufus, my driver, a few cottages for the staff. Then I'd be able to enjoy the isolation properly.
You haven't seen a cave around here, have you?
I'm afraid not. Why? Have you lost one?
It appears so.
Well, don't give up. Things are always in the last place you look.
Good luck with the fossil hunting.
I'm close. I can feel it.
It was a handful of multicolored gemstones, undoubtedly pirate treasure. It was the cotton flag that Crab, the ferryman, had given me, embroidered with his company logo. Hey Muffy, Crab said I should give you this flag as a thank you for chartering the ferry.
Is it a Dunstan the dinosaur flag?
No, I don't think that's a thing.
Then you keep it. I have more important matters at hand.
I couldn't see a way through the fallen rocks. Digging through that much rock by hand would have taken. The rowboat that didn't. I couldn't do that. At the far end of Cross, it seemed the cave. I couldn't see a. It was a handful of multicolored gemstones, undoubtedly pirate treasure. It was a pile of rocks, sturdily balanced. I didn't want to disturb the rock pile. That wasn't. I didn't. That wasn't going. Hey, Crab, what is this thing?
Ah, there's a cairn. Probably built centuries ago.
What was it used for?
The cairns were used by pirates as markers. You see, with all these coves and caves along the coastline, it'd be easy to lose track of which one held the booty. So they'd stack up the rocks and put something reflective on top, like a shard of metal from a broken cutlass or a handheld mirror. Then, as they'd sail the coast, they'd shine their lanterns across the beaches, and if they saw something reflect back, they knew that's where they'd hidden the stolen loot.
Do you think the cove still has treasure?
I don't think so. What's the point of hiding gold and jewels if you don't come back to collect and spend them?
I balanced the brooch on top of the cairn, its reflective jewel facing out to the horizon. If pirates could make use of this, maybe I could too. I'd already angled the brooch towards the fort. I'd like to head back to Dead Nettle, please.
I'll stay here. Come back to me later. I'm not leaving until I find a fossil. That guy's elevator doesn't go all the way to the top floor now, does it? Hop aboard, Murphy.
As I directed the light along the coast, it caught the polished brooch I'd placed on the cairn, reflecting back the light fantastically, like a signal mirror. It was the trophy I'd won at... I loaded the billiards trophy into the cannon, spherical and solid metal. It was the perfect improvised cannonball. I packed in the gunpowder and makeshift cannonball. Now there were just 2 steps remaining. Aim and fire. Whoa! An old cannon. The cannon looked like it might still work. If it did, I knew from that evening's previous experience. The cannon was ready to fire, but Muffy was still at Crossbone Cove. No matter how annoying the lanky fellow was, I couldn't fire the cannon while he was still on the beach searching for fossils.
Welcome back!
I've got something to sell that I think you'll be very interested in.
Wonderful! What is it you're selling?
These are genuine pirate gems. They were discovered at the treacherously inaccessible Crossbone Cove, where they must have laid undisturbed for 2 centuries. Just imagine their history. Fierce ship battles, sword fights, X marks the spot. They must be priceless.
That's a very exciting story, Murphy. But I'm afraid what we have here is glass.
Glass?
Yes, sea glass. Bits of bottle or a broken lantern, perhaps. They fall into the sea, then get smashed up into little pieces by the rocks. The tide wears them down until you end up with pretty little polished pieces like this.
Does that mean you're not going to buy them off me?
I'm afraid not. But they are pretty. I'll tell you what I'll do. Have a look and see if there's something you'd like to trade them for. Does that sound like a deal?
Sounds like the best deal I'm going to get. Could I trade the sea glass for one of these fossils?
Certainly. I think that's within your price range. Which would you like?
The swirly one at the front would be great. Thank you.
Pleasure doing business with you.
It was the ammonite fossil that I traded sea glass for at the jeweler's. Returning to Crossbone Cove, I discovered the lighthouse at Fort de la Moor was now illuminating the inside of the cove. I'd already angled... Muffy, look what I just found!
Is that what I think it is? A dinosaur fossil. A memento of the behemoths. A shadow of a bygone age. My very own dinosaur. That's an ammonite, that is.
Really not helping here, Crab.
Just saying.
And it was right here where you were searching. You were right after all.
I was right. I'm a real-life paleontologist. This'll show Papa.
Crab, we're heading back to Dead Nettle. Muffy found what he was looking for.
Glad to hear it. Step aboard. Where did your friend run off to so fast?
I have no idea, but I think we made a childhood dream come true tonight.
I am so overwhelmed, I might spew right across the deck.
With the brooch at Crossbone Cove reflecting light back from the lighthouse, I knew exactly where to aim. I took a match out of the matchbook and lit the cannon's fuse. I felt like a pirate captain about to unleash a broadside barrage. Ready the cannons, you scurvy scallywags! Pull the ship to port, down with the mainsail! Buckle your swash and fire! That looks like it might have worked.
Well, blow me down. What's happened here? Did you do this, Murphy?
I needed to find a way in.
Well, Aladdin, I think you found your magic cave.
The cannon fire had worked. The boulders that had fallen in the rock slide were now rubble strewn across the beach, revealing what I'd been searching for, a dark cave winding into the cliffside. A ghostly glow flickered from the far end of the cave as I slipped on the seaweed-covered rocks trying to reach it. I began to fear the worst, but as I emerged in the subterranean chamber, I discovered it was actually the otherworldly glow of plankton. It was a rock formation at the far end of the cave, but was it natural? I didn't know if my mind was playing tricks on me, but the rock formations in the cave began to look like a skull and crossbones. So that's why they call it that. I'd read about phytoplankton before, and how its glow was triggered by the vibration of movement around it, but nothing compared to the magic of seeing them. Disturbed by the gentle wash of the waves, algae in the water was glowing blue. I wasn't going to be able to pick up the algae with my bare hands. That didn't work. I scooped up some of the algae water. With a quick shake to agitate it, the bottle began to shine like a blue lantern. Outstretched across the sandbank was a sea-worn skeleton. It must have been Xavier Belmore. Close up, the skeleton's bones looked bleached from the salt water, the fabric worn away from decades of high and low tides. The thought of touching the skeleton sent a shiver down my spine. Embedded in the sand was Xavier Belmore's key. I found you, Xavier. Your final expedition won't have been in vain.
I grow weary of your inability to heed my warning, Murphy McCallan. No good shall come from you pursuing this.
What you've done to Abigail Belmore cannot be allowed to continue.
Abigail Belmore is dead, as will you be, if you continue this pathetic charade.
She deserves to be free, just like all the ghosts of the manor.
You haven't learnt, have you, McCallan? Everything you've done so far has just made the situation worse. Now is the time to back out.
I'll never do that, Rackham. Finding the treasure is more important to me now than it's ever been.
Then I hope it's a cause you're willing to die for. Just as Xavier Belmore drowned in the rising tide of this cave, so shall you.
When Rackham's earthquake finally stopped, I realized the route I'd followed into the cave was blocked. Tons of impenetrable rock and rubble now stood between me and the outside world. I was trapped. The only source of light was the glowing algae in the water, but even that dimmed to darkness when it went undisturbed in the quiet cave. At any point, the cave could fill up with seawater, drowning me just as it had Xavier. I needed to find a way out. There was no way through the wall of rubble, but I couldn't. My path into the cave had been blocked. It was a rock formation at the far end of the... I didn't know if my mind was playing tricks on me, but the rock formations in the cave began to look like a skull and crossbones. So that's why they call it that. As I stood still, I noticed the algae beginning to dim. I'd read that its glow was triggered by vibrations, and without my footsteps, it was getting darker. As the darkness dimmed in the cave, I began to make out a faint luminescence in the form of a whirlpool. Some turbulence beneath the water was making the algae glow, and I hoped it might be an underwater tunnel. That might have been my only way out, but swimming through the darkness would have been far too dangerous. It was a soda bottle I'd filled with bioluminescent algae water. I didn't need to... The lights below the water didn't offer much chance of escape, but at least it was better than waiting to drown in the cave. Using the bottle of algae as an underwater lantern, I waded into the water, then dived down below the surface. The underwater tunnels felt like a maze. I pulled myself past jagged rocks and twisting passages, with only the ethereal blue glow of the algae to light my way, until finally, with only seconds of air left in my lungs, I reached the surface.
Murphy, what are you doing over there? It's dangerous to swim out here, you know. You could get washed into a sea cave or something.
Thanks for the advice, Crab. I'll make a note of that. Green from the seawater I'd swallowed, I could at least say I'd survived being drowned. And now I had Xavier's key.
Murphy, the Devil's Rock Devil's up to his old tricks again.
Oh no, what's he done this time?
I heard that he's fired antique military artillery, swum outside of the designated recreational beaches. Know anything about it?
Can't say that I do.
The Devil's Rock Devil continues to elude us.
I didn't... I thought I'd... Evelyn seemed busy. I couldn't do that. I didn't need to... It was a death certificate. I decided to...
Don't touch it now, Mac.
I didn't have... If Ned wanted to wait until the fish was cooked to tuck in, it was time to turn up the heat.
Whoa! We don't want you overdone, little fishy. Time to cut you open. Ready for a taste sensation, Mac?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Hand me back that knife, would you? That's strange. There's something in here. A horseshoe.
Now, how did that get in there?
Mac, I think your fish is stuffed.
Well, knock me over with a herring. I'm shocked. Does this mean my record doesn't count?
I hate to break it to you.
Did I hear what I think I heard? Out of the way, Buster.
Evelyn, what took you so long?
The record-breaking Pancoza was stuffed? The new record was a sham? Murphy, what have you got to say for yourself?
You've caught me red-handed. Well, I don't mean to be coy with you, but this cuts me to the soul. I only entered for the halibut. I can't believe I'm herring this right. I'm cracking up. I'm floundering. I'm carping on and on. I need to clear my head, but let me know if you need anything else from me.
I think you've got more of a future in the funny pages than serious journalism, Murphy. Kipps, have you got time for an interview with the Juniper Parish Gazette?
Evelyn homed in on Ned like a dog with a bone and no sense of personal boundaries.
How did you feel when you heard the record was broken?
I thought it was best not to... I didn't need to... Librarian Y. Sinclair unearths fascinating historical artifacts. The newspapers in the cabinet dated back decades. If I was going to find something specific, I needed to match it up with a date. Using the date from the death certificate, I began to search through the newspaper's archives. And then, I found it. In the bottom corner of the newspaper was a small announcement showing that the person buried on that date was named Eleanor Hines. I ripped out the announcement and replaced the newspaper. It was the obituary I'd ripped from the newspaper giving the burial date of someone named Eleanor Hines.
McAllen, I told you can't go back there.
Whoops, look at the time. I've really got to be going. I had a name to go along with the death certificate. Now it was time to find out where they were buried. Edgar was inside his shack buried in work. Not literally, of course. Good evening, Edgar. I found a way into the sanctuary crypt.
You got yourself in there? I thought that place was closed up tighter than a jar of pickles dipped in super glue.
I certainly did. The pattern on the entrance was a clue to a secret passage from the church.
Well, I'm envious, Murphy. That's the kind of place I can only dream of ending up.
A dank old crypt?
For some, but I see a nice, quiet atmosphere. Plenty of legroom, no nosy neighbors to interrupt your rest. Those skeletons in there don't know how good they have it. It's only us living folk who can actually appreciate it. In my opinion, death's wasted on the dead.
Can you believe you almost buried me alive?
If anybody asks you, that never happened. One word of this gets out, and I'll never be allowed near a coffin again.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
Do you know where I can find this grave?
Eleanor Hines? Name rings a bell, but I can't remember the face. She must be around here somewhere, though.
I scanned the headstone. I scanned the head. I scanned the. I scanned the. I began searching the graves for the name in the clipping, Eleanor Hines. Aha! I discovered a small headstone at the center of the cemetery, partially covered in moss and lacking any date whatsoever. So this was where Eleanor Hines had been buried. Except, now that I was looking at it etched in large letters, I began to realize something. The name was an anagram. Here lies no one? And if a person wasn't buried here, what was? The headstone read, Eleanor Hines. I wasn't going to be able to exhume the grave. To say digging up a grave felt eerie would be an understatement, but if something was down there, I needed to find out what it was. I took out the shovel and began to dig. Eventually, I found something. Not a coffin, but instead, a battered old chest. There was nothing else in the grave. It was the grave It was the small wooden chest I'd exhumed from the grave. I opened the chest I dug up from the grave and found two things of interest: a round glass lens and an engraving in the lid of the chest. It was an engraving carved into the wooden lid of the chest. The engraving read, "The Tale of the Mermaid." A small glass lens ringed with copper sat in the wooden chest. I picked up the glass lens. It was a small glass lens I dug up in the cemetery, found alongside the inscription, "The Tale of the Mermaid."
Then we hypnotize the middle schoolers to be our Imperial Guard.
Oh, we've got company.
Hello again.
Are you still here?
Did you try to have Sebastian exercised?
No.
Mallory?
Exercise is supposed to be good for you. Anyway, he started it.
Actually, just stop. The less I know about this paranormal pranking, the better. Well, I'll leave you two to your plans.
Long live the sisterhood!
It was strange. I picked up another firework. I consider it was a firework rocket. The small lens fit perfectly on the end of the telescope. I immediately looked through it to see what it would reveal. I spy with my little eye the next clue. The bayou would have been an easy place to hide something in. The clearing offered plenty of places to bury the next clue. Perhaps there was something important about the weather vane, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. Perhaps a shipwreck lay somewhere off the coast? I'd already walked that road numerous times. Was there something along it I was missing? Maybe the top of the outcrop would provide a different perspective on something? The Tale of the Mermaid. This must have been the location described in the chest's inscription, but looking through the gap in the weather vane, all I could see was darkness. With no easy path to it, I couldn't justify risking my life trekking through overgrown wilderness and the alligator-infested bayou unless I was sure something was there. I needed some way to light up the bayou. The clue could easily be hidden beneath the pebbles in the bay. Maybe the top of the outcrop. With no easy path to it, I couldn't justify risking my life trekking through overgrown wilderness and the alligator-infested bayou unless I was sure something was there. I needed some way to light up the bayou. I took a match out of the matchbook, dragged it against the striker, and lit the firework. Illuminated by the glow of the fireworks, I could see something through the mermaid weather vane. It looked like a wishing well. My route to the well had me clambering over fallen tupelo trees and trudging through knee-deep water, lit only by moonlight and accompanied only by the overly curious critters of the bayou. But eventually, I found it. The well was built on a rocky island surrounded by swamp water. The swamp water was murky and dark. I wasn't going to find anything of interest in there. On the center of a small island was a stone well, decorated with metal filigree. Carved into the stone on each side was the face of a gorgon. I looked down the well. I couldn't see the bottom. Perhaps the darkness concealed the next step of my treasure hunt, if I could find a way down into it. It was a sturdy rope with a hook on the end. The rope looked like it could bear my weight, if only I could lower it into the well first. Attached to the side of the wishing well was a mechanism used for raising and lowering the rope. I wanted to turn the pulley, but realized the handle was missing. Without a handle, I wasn't going to get the leverage to turn it. The crank slid into the gear mechanism perfectly. I'd heard of throwing a coin down a well to make a wish, but never of throwing yourself down. I just had to hope a 30-year-old rope could still hold my weight. With some luck, I found I'd landed on a metal platform jutting out into the hollow of the well. Clearly, I wasn't the first person to come down here, although the previous visitor might have arrived here more gracefully. A broken piece of the well's spindle had been caught on the metal platform, a length of rope still attached. I picked up the rope and the spindle it was attached to. It was a small wooden rod, the snapped leftover from the well spindle. It was the length of old rope that had snapped in the well, tied with a loop at one end. I didn't need to. The flag was made from the type of material that would give you a rash. A torch made from it would have burned up in an instant. Knowing how flammable the grease-soaked cotton would be, I wrapped it around the spindle to form a rudimentary torch. I took the final match out of the matchbook, careful not to drop it onto the wet floor, and ignited the torch. The torch burned brightly, dancing light into the formerly dark alcove, and that's when I saw it. Hidden within the rock face was a small metal box with a button on it. A small button protruded from a panel embedded in the stone wall. I pressed the button and immediately heard the sound of sparking electricity, seemingly coming from within the rocks themselves, and then the torch was in a good place. The passageway meandered like a labyrinth through the underground rock. With each step, I felt more and more lost and ready to turn back. Then up ahead, I saw a glimmer of light. A small metal bridge crossed a chasm in the tunnel's floor. I looked into the chasm, but all I could see were jagged rocks, darkness, and numerous health and safety concerns. The top of the stairs appeared to be a dead end, but the wooden board blocking my way and the muffled sounds of electricity suggested there was more to this passageway than met the eye. In the darkness, I placed my hands on the panel in front of me and could feel it budge slightly. I placed my hands on the obstruction and pushed. I emerged into a dimly lit office that seemed to have been taken over by frighteningly active machinery, and from the familiar groaning of wood, I realized where I was. The books were eclectic, ranging from science to the supernatural, electricity to exorcism. It was disconcerting to think about what research they might have once been informing. Despite my efforts, I couldn't find a way to open the bookcase passage from this side. Horror novels had told me that one of the shelved books might be a secret lever, but if there was one, I couldn't find it. The large machine looked like something out of the story Frankenstein, fizzing occasionally with stray sparks. So this was the generator that the water wheel was powering. This was what was bringing the spark of life to Cecil's experiments. Papers were strewn throughout the room, covered in ferociously written observations and diagrams, very few of which made any sense to me. So this was the large machine looked like something. The scrawls looked like the writings of a madman. I could identify words in Latin and strange occult symbols, but pieced together, they looked like they'd only have meaning to their author. Cecil Belmore's skeleton lay hunched over his desk, a knife still in his back. This must have been Cecil Belmore, the scientist. I didn't want to interfere with the skeleton any more than I had to. Surrounded by blood-stained cloth, the murder weapon was still firmly embedded in the victim's back. It didn't feel right pulling the dagger from the skeleton. Still held on a string around the skeleton's neck was one of the 3 keys. I solved your treasure hunt, Cecil. I hope you don't mind me taking this as my reward.
Murphy McCallan, you will pay for your insolence.
I have the 3rd key now, Rackham. The treasure doesn't belong to you. I will get to the Belmore treasure before you.
Do you think this is a game, Murphy McCallan? You are toying with things beyond your understanding.
I think you're just nervous that I'm closer to finding the treasure than you are.
I will not be defeated by a mere mortal. Even if you claim the treasure, I will haunt you to the ends of the earth. There will be no escape from the terror and misery I will bring down upon you. Each time you sleep, I will turn your every dream into an unending nightmare.
I've survived your attempts to kill me twice now, Rackham. Maybe you're not as powerful as you think you are.
Even with the 3 keys, do you really think you can beat me to the treasure, Murphy? You are a mortal. I am an all-powerful spirit. I have looked upon the face of death, and still I remain here. Now it's time for you to look upon death too. Just as Cecil Belmore's blood poured from his body, so shall yours.
Rackham's telekinetic powers had dropped me onto the mill's conveyor belt. My wrists and ankles now tied with the same wire that was strewn about the mill, but at least the buzzsaw wasn't on. And then it got even worse. With inches to spare, the belt snagged on the warping wooden frame and gave me a chance of escape, acutely aware that it could catch again any moment and send me hurtling into the spinning blade. With my hands and feet bound, I couldn't reach my belongings. That wasn't going to work. Carefully, I held the wire wrapped around my wrists against the spinning blade. It cut through them like butter, just like it would do to me if I couldn't get my ankles free. No matter how hard the same wire that festooned the mill was now tightly boards on either side. With seconds left, I hacked into the wires with the scissors and just managed to cut through them. With my legs free, I swung myself off the conveyor belt. I had survived being cut in half, and now I had Cecil's key. That was it. All 3 skeleton keys. Now it was time to open the vault. It was strange. The key didn't. I placed the 2nd key into the mantelpiece. I placed the 3rd key into the mantelpiece and immediately heard a click. I didn't know what exactly I was going to discover beneath the house, but it was time to find out.
I wouldn't go down there if I were you.
This is the only way to save everyone in the house. I need to see what's down there.
A cry for help will make no sound, with secrets deep below the ground. Dare he walk into the black, for once he's in, he won't come back.
The staircase coiled down and down beneath the house, carved out of the very rock the house sat on. Lit only by flickering lanterns, I worked my way towards the green glow beckoning me at the end of the tunnel. Finally passing through the frame of a large metal door and into the Belmore Vault. The vault had a second door that reminded me of a safe, only lockable from the outside. I didn't want to lock myself in. It was a huge mechanical crane reaching out over the chasm. There didn't appear to be a way to operate the crane. Hanging from a crane was a battered-looking coffin. That must have been the treasure coffin. The same one the Belmore brothers traded for in the Caribbean, and that meant I had a pretty good guess what was inside, if I could find a way to reach it. That did. The rope looked like it would reach, but the coffin was far too big to lasso. I didn't. The entire vault was flooded with spirit water, its glow illuminating the cavern. Decades of exposure to the coffin stone had turned the water green with cursed energy, just like the spirit water in Moray's riverboat. I didn't want to put my hand in it. It was a soda bottle that I'd filled up with eerie green water from the vault. I didn't need to pour. A hand wheel, the type used for turning machinery, poked above the surface of the water. I reached down to the hand wheel and pulled it from the glowing water, careful not to splash any on myself. It was a metal wheel. I didn't need to tie. The hand wheel slotted perfectly onto the axle of the crane. It was the crane hook dangling at the end of the chain. The hook was lowered as far as it could go. There didn't seem to be much reason to attach the rope to the hook while it was lowered. The coffin lay at the center of a rocky mound poking out of the spirit water. Arcane circles were carved into the stone around it. The coffin lay at the center of a arcane. As I peered into the coffin, I saw for the first time the cursed artifact that had caused all of this. The coffin stone. Its surface is black as brimstone, each crack faceted like an emerald. Simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. I couldn't remove the nails with my... One by one, I pried the old nails from the coffin. It was a handful of crooked nails I needed. I didn't. The only thing inside the coffin was...
And so the elusive artifact is found.
Rackham, you've lost. I found the coffin stone before you. Your plan has failed.
Congratulations, Murphy McCallan. But now I think it's time you hand it over to me.
I'll never give it to you.
Give it to me or die.
You've attempted to kill me 3 times now, and every time you've failed. You don't scare me anymore.
Yes. How convenient that you managed to escape 3 times. Such failure on my part would be terribly embarrassing. It's almost as though it was planned that way.
Planned?
Could perhaps the perpetual threat of an evil phantom have motivated you to quicken your pace in finding the coffin stone? Without a demonstration of the threat, you might well have walked away. But you did exactly as I wanted. My powers outside this house may have been constrained to mere projections, and yet everything I needed was accomplished by you.
You wanted me to find the stone?
Now the foolish mortal understands. And just as you hold something valuable to me, I hold something that is valuable to you.
Abigail, are you okay?
I'm afraid she's very much under my spell again, McCallan. And for the final time, too. Her final struggle to escape the spell. All that energy she spent to warn you, wasted on someone as worthless as you. Now, because of it, she's trapped forever.
I'll save her.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
I'll use the coffin stone to save her.
You know nothing about the stone, McCallan. Do you even know how to use its powers?
I know enough to not let you have it.
Let me tell you the final piece of the puzzle. The Belmore treasure will belong to me. For years, I have studied and mastered powers beyond anything you could know. I deserve that stone. But as you've come to learn, Murphy McCallan, this magical artifact has one important rule. It will only work for its rightful owner. It cannot be stolen. It can only be bought or traded or inherited. I knew the Belmores would never sell or trade it to me of their own volition. But if I were to marry Abigail, all our worldly goods would become one another's. If she inherited the entire Belmore estate. Perhaps I underestimated her infatuation with that sailor. The need to look into the eyes of her true love as she vows I do. But tonight, it's time to perform the wedding again. And if she needs to gaze into her true love's eyes to go through with it, this time I will make that happen. Don't you remember yet, Murphy? Only you could be lured to the island. Only you could summon the spirits of the house. Only you heard the call of the treasure within. You've been here before.
Walking through the port town of Deadnettle, I could sense its history in every stone, brick, and plank.
I know what your mind sees when your eyelids close. Tell me, Murphy, what do you dream of?
I've been dreaming about this treasure since I first read about it. It's like it's calling for me to find it.
It's like it can infect your dreams.
Even without lights on, it felt like something inside the house was calling me, or warning me.
I suppose fate will always bring two soulmates together, even when they least expect it.
It's very rare for someone to come back from the other side. It can happen.
And Murphy, this ghost story, now it's your story too.
You came back.
You were the sailor, Murphy McCallan. Welcome home.
It felt like I was falling through every memory of my life, and then every memory of the life I once lived, the realization crystallizing in my mind like a flash of lightning. I was the sailor. I remembered everything, an entire relationship coursing through my mind in seconds, and the tragic way it ended. But I'd come back for her. Abigail, you don't have to marry him. I remember. I loved you. I still love you.
It's too late, McCallan. She's my bride-to-be now.
She broke free of the spell the last time you tried to make her say I do. She'll do it again. It's me she wants to marry.
You're right about that. This time, it'll be your eyes she sees before her. I promised you death, Murphy, and I intend to deliver. For 33 years, I was trapped in this house. Now you'll be trapped here for eternity. Such a vessel, but I'll have to make do. Do excuse me, Mr. McCallan. I have a wedding I'm running frightfully late for, and I'd just die if I missed it.
And that's how I died. My body torn from its spirit, and then possessed by Rackham for his evil ends. All those times I'd read about the ghosts of Belmore Manor, and now I was one of them. But just like those ghosts, death wouldn't be the end for me. If I could escape the vault. In taking my body, Rackham had also taken all the belongings I'd collected. I wondered what he'd done with them. The entire vault was full. Decades of exposure to the coffin. I didn't want to. The coffin lay at the center. Arcane circles were carved into the stone around it. Looking back into the treasure coffin, I found it now contained all the items I'd collected on my adventure. I gathered up all the belongings I'd been carrying. Rackham might not see their purpose, but if they'd helped me out once, they might be useful again. It was the crane. There didn't seem to. The hook was lowered as far. I need. Nope. I didn't. It was the sturdy handle used to open and close the vault. I tried with all my might to open the vault door, but with no luck. It had been locked from the other side. The vault had a second door that I tried with all my might to open the vault. A pair of hinges attached the vault door to its frame. Holding the door in place was a pair of metal hinges that each looked like they'd begun to fracture, but pulling at them with my fingers would do nothing. There was nothing on the hinges for the pliers to get purchase on. I didn't know what strange effects the spirit water had, but getting through metal hinges wasn't one of them. I may not have been able to get through the vault door with brute force, but I could certainly make an impact on its hinges. I tried with all my might to open even with the hinges broken, the vault door was far. It was the crane hook. The hook hung out of reach. I had once won a wooden whistle in a lasso game at the county fair. Now it was time to play the game with a little more on the line. I attached the heavy metal hook to the handle on the door. Well, I hope that holds. The vault door went crashing into the spirit water below, and in doing so gave me my escape route. With no time to lose, I needed to get to the ballroom.
We are gathered here today to join Abigail Belmore and Murphy McCallan in holy matrimony.
Rackham's plan was taking shape. At the far end of the ballroom, Father Foskett was delivering the rites that would wed Abigail to Rackham, even if he possessed my body to do it. I needed to stop the wedding, and I didn't have much time left at all. The peculiarity of what was happening didn't seem to faze the ghosts in attendance, who watched with an eerie calm. Rows and rows of I couldn't go any further and risk. At the far end of the ballroom, I could see the wedding unfolding. Rackham, possessing my body, was about to marry Abigail. Marching up to them with a... That did... I didn't need to pour... I didn't need... Mrs. Craddock was fizzing with stress like a shaken-up bottle of soda pop. One more shake and she'd be ready to burst. A decorative chalkboard stood by the door. The delicately drawn writing on the chalkboard listed the schedule of events for the wedding. The delicately drawn... Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
It is certainly not a good evening. The kitchens aren't prepared, the flower arrangements are a shambles, and they've changed the schedule 3 times already.
The schedule?
Right behind me in black and white. And am I even permitted to see the wedding? Of course not, in case any guests arrive late. Through a door we're supernaturally barred from passing through. I almost daren't say it, but I'm on the verge of resigning my duties. I am the head of housekeeping. I deserve respect.
I need to stop the wedding.
You shall do no such thing! I've put a lot of work into this event, and I won't have an off-the-street gutter snipe like you interrupting it. I'm barely hanging on as it is.
What did you say was on the chalkboard?
As I said, this is the schedule of tonight's events. I've spent the past 40 minutes writing that up, with all the calligraphic flair my teachers taught me in preparatory school. And now I'm hearing rumors that the schedule is going to change. No self-respecting housekeeper should have to deal with so much in such a short period. One more change, and I shall be handing in my notice.
Goodbye, Mrs. Craddock.
Goodbye, indeed.
I didn't need nails. Swapping fingernails for the iron nails I'd pried out of a voodoo coffin would surely have only made things worse. Nails across a chalkboard always sent a shiver through me. Swapping fingernails for the iron nails I'd pried out of a voodoo coffin would surely have only made things worse. I didn't.
Don't you touch that!
I couldn't wa- Do you know who this death certificate belongs to?
Of course I don't. It's got no name. What use is a death certificate without a name?
They were the imposing front doors. As a ghost, I was trapped in the house. I needed to get my body back.
As two streams converge to form one, so too shall you flow together.
Leave it there, boy. I'm saving it for the toast.
It was clear that a tricky task when he was deafer than Beethoven wearing earmuffs. Good evening, Colonel.
The Battle of Bourbon Bay. What a glorious day that was.
I thought I'd keep... It surely wasn't going to be a good idea to let him drink that. The flames in the fireplace glowed green, and I remembered the fire I escaped aboard the Spirit Queen. It wasn't a good sign. The pot was practically empty again. I need... Nope. That wasn't going to... I couldn't reach the skeleton. It was a strange feeling, staring at a skeleton that I knew used to be me. The shield now had what... Now wasn't the time... The barrel lift was... There was nothing... I considered... It was a firework rocket. My piano... Walking back into the conservatory, I could hear the unnerving hum of electricity. The outer casing of the automaton had been removed. Clearly, Rupert was undertaking some maintenance on it. Panels had been removed from the automaton and stacked on the floor. The casings were elaborately formed sheet metal meant for the automaton, and not very useful for much else. A wooden sign had been haphazardly strung around the automaton. The gardener's hand-painted sign of a human skull surrounded by electricity bolts clearly warned me to stay away if I didn't want to get electrocuted. What I once thought was a statue was now revealed to be an intricately mechanized automaton in the image of an Indian prince. The interior of the automaton was laced with wires, fuses, and other dangerous-looking electrical devices. Even as a ghost, it didn't feel safe to touch anything inside it. The trunk was empty. There was nothing behind the curtains. The door was locked again. The door was locked again. Now was... Abigail had gone, and so had the final tokens of her happiness. It was the broken doors out to the balcony, now sealed with long wooden planks. I could still feel the draft of the outside air through the shattered glass. I didn't have the time or tools to remove the wooden planks. Now wasn't the time to break out of the house.
As the seasons change, yet the earth remains.
I couldn't go any further and risk Rackham seeing me before I was ready to confront him. I needed to It was a small leather. Currently, it was... In a flash of inspiration, a plan came into my mind. The summoning spell revealed that which is hidden within. Maybe it could reveal the evil spirit that was hidden within my mortal body, if I could find all the ingredients. I didn't have all the It was a manuscript that looked... I couldn't go any further. I placed the coffin nails into the gree-gree. I couldn't go in... I placed the feather duster in the gree-gree. That would work as black feathers. I couldn't go any... I didn't need... I couldn't go...
Don't you touch that!
A decorative chalkboard, the delicately drawn writing on the chalk. Noticing the similarity between Mrs. Craddock's chalk artistry and the wedding schedule, it was time to ask some questions. Are the times on your chalkboard correct?
Excuse me. Whatever do you mean?
Well, it's just that I was given this other schedule and the times are very different from yours. Maybe things have been shuffled around?
No, this can't be. How am I expected to work under these conditions? A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. If they keep reconsidering every decision, I can't be expected to keep up with it.
Yep, definitely different. This looks like it'll take ages to fix.
That's it! They're already at the altar. I shall be taking my leave. Somebody else can hand out the vol au vents.
With the noise and waddling motion of a cranky goose, Mrs. Craddock strode across the grand hall, through a doorway, and out of sight. Like a guilty schoolchild held back after class, I rubbed down the chalkboard. And came away with the flag covered in chalk dust. I placed the chalk dust covered flag into the gree-gree. I did. It was the Colonel's glass, now with only a shot's worth remaining. So much for saving it for the toast.
Leave it there, boy. I'm saving it for the toast.
It was clear that if I wanted it, I was going to have to persuade the Colonel to let me take it. A tricky task when he was deafer than Beethoven wearing earmuffs. I didn't need to show. It was a strange feeling, staring at a decaying skeletal body that, once upon a time, used to be me. Knowing the skeleton belonged to a former version of myself, I didn't feel quite as uneasy taking a piece of it. I placed the skeletal finger in the gree-gree. That would work as the bone fragment. I picked up the horn. Abigail had no need for it anymore. Would you like your ear trumpet back?
It's no use. I can't hear a blasted thing you say. I wish I had my ear trumpet back.
I'll take that as a yes.
Oh, thank you, my boy. I suppose now that Foskett's not here, I can enjoy a little peace again.
Why aren't you at the ceremony?
The ceremony?
I think everybody's gone through to the ballroom for the wedding.
Well, I didn't hear an announcement.
I wondered why. Good evening, Colonel. I need to stop the wedding.
An objection? Oh, how exciting! I objected at a wedding once. The unfortunate part was that I was the groom.
Do it.
I'll drink.
Would you like me to top off your drink?
Oh, yes, my boy. Good plan. I meant to save it for the toast, but who can blame a man when such temptation is right in front of him?
I poured the rum from the Colonel's glass into the gree-gree. I didn't need to... It was the bulbous glass that formerly held the Colonel's rum. I needed... It was an empty vacuum flask. That wasn't going... Affixed to the wall were 3 servants' bells, used to call the staff to different rooms in the house. I couldn't ring the bells from the hallway. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. Lighting the fire may have... That didn't... That wasn't going to... I didn't... It was best to leave... I couldn't see it. I looked behind the... That wasn't... It was a small I didn't need to... Knowing the... I had already... The Belmore family's monogram. The danger sign dangling from the automaton warned of electrocution. Now it wasn't just the plants in the conservatory that were deadly, it was the statuary too. But being dead already, I decided to take the risk. It was the engraved coin. I took the engraved coin from the automaton's now open hand. It was the silver coin I'd found. Being made of silver, the engraved coin was just right for going into the gree-gree. It was a firework rocket, the type that That wasn't going to work. I needed to think. Nope. I couldn't. Panels had been removed from the... I needed to put the 7 ingredients of the... Knowing the explosive contained gunpowder, I placed the firework into the gree-gree. That was the final ingredient. Now I just needed one more thing, an image of the focus. And this time, the focus was going to be me. I remembered the photograph of me that had been taken earlier that night, still privately tucked away inside the captain's license. I folded it up and placed it inside the gree-gree, knowing that it would work perfectly to direct the spell towards its focus, my own body. So the spell was ready. Now it was time to confront Rackham.
Just as the sun rises to warm the earth each day, may your love rise anew each morning. If anyone can show just cause why these two may not lawfully be wed, speak now, or forever hold your peace.
She doesn't love him.
You meddlesome fool! I am her groom. I will marry her.
Rackham has been using dark magic. The bride is under a love spell, and he's possessed my body for this wedding.
Your claims are the ravings of a madman. Vosket, resume the ceremony at once.
Yes. Then, by the power vested in me...
You've underestimated me for the last time, Rackham. If you won't return to me what is mine, I have the power to take it. Within the focus what may hide, this spell will soon reveal.
I now declare you... husband and wife.
Murphy, I'm back. We're married.
No! No!
You may now kiss the bride.
You fool! You've destroyed everything!
I've saved everything, including the one I love. But there is one thing that needs to be destroyed, Rackham, and that's you.
Murphy, now that we're married, the power of the stone is yours too.
And for once, it'll be used for good.
No.
Rackham, be gone.
No!
I knew you'd do it, Murphy. Do you remember now?
I can't believe I ever forgot you.
I knew you'd come back, even if just for a final goodbye.
Goodbye? Why goodbye?
The spell is broken. The ghosts of the house are able to move on.
And as I looked around us, I saw each ghost in the audience fading away as they passed over to the spirit realm, each with a grateful smile. With the heartbreaking realization, I knew Abigail would be next.
Murphy, I think I have to go with them now.
I can't lose you again, Abigail.
It was worth it to see you one last time. You've freed me. Thank you, Murphy, for everything.
No, I won't let this be the end. The coffin stone glowed green with the stolen years of Rackham's life. For once in a lifetime of evil, Rackham could do something good. The coffin stone captures a person's remaining years, and now it holds Rackham's. Abigail, I give them to you. You're back.
Just like you came back for me. Nothing could keep us apart. Not even death.
33 years without you. I never thought I'd be able to hold you again.
33 years stuck in this house. Come on, Murphy. Let's go see the sunrise. So how does it feel being a treasure hunter?
It would have been easier if I'd remembered what the treasure was this whole time. All those dreams I had of a treasure calling out to me from this house. It wasn't $13 million. It wasn't even the coffin stone. It was you. You were the treasure.
And you found me.
Why did nobody tell me who I was from the beginning?
You couldn't just be told you're in love with someone you don't recognize. You needed to remember it yourself. I knew it would happen eventually.
Why did nobody living recognize me?
Rackham had all kinds of powers I'm not sure we'll ever understand. For years, he'd been trying to erase all memories of you. His plan relied on it. To everyone else, you became just a blur. How could anyone really make the leap to realize you're a reincarnation from 30-something years ago? You didn't even know it yourself.
How did I come back from the spirit realm?
Don't you remember?
No, I remember the moment I died, and then the earliest memories of this new life I've been living, but nothing in between.
Madame Planchet told me that spirits can come back if their ties to the mortal realm remain strong enough. But even she doesn't know more than that. Who knows if we'll ever find out?
What happened to all the ghosts in the house?
They'll all have crossed over now. So many years of life destroyed by Rackham's deeds, and he didn't even need the coffin stone to do it. The spirits no longer had much to keep them here in the mortal realm anymore. They'll be happier that way, and we all end up there eventually.
In some cases, we come back. What happened to Rackham?
I don't know, but I hope his spirit was destroyed. I'd hate to think it's moved on to the spirit realm. All I do know is that we don't have to worry about him here anymore.
What are we going to do with the coffin stone?
It stayed safe in the vault for over 30 years. For now, perhaps that's where we should return it to. I think it's our duty now to watch over it, to make sure it never falls into evil hands.
Again. So, this is the end of our adventure.
This is only the beginning, Murphy. It took a bit longer than we expected, but we're married now, after all these years.
The rest of our lives are ours again.
Till death do us part.
And even longer than that.
Now, where on earth has everybody gone? I do hope that boy gets back with the rum soon.